Treatise on White Magic. The Way of the Disciple. By Alice A. Bailey. Rules for Magic. Rule 1. The solar angel collects himself, scatters not his force, but, in meditation deep, communicates with his reflection. Rule 2. When the shadow hath responded, in meditation deep the work proceedeth. The lower light is thrown upward, the greater light illuminates the three, and the work of the four proceedeth. Rule 3. The energy circulates. The point of light, the product of the labors of the four, waxeth and groweth. The myriads gather round its glowing warmth until its light recedes. Its fire grows dim. Then shall the second sound go forth. Rule 4. Sound, light, vibration, and the form blend and merge, and thus the work is one. It proceedeth under the law, and naught can hinder now the work from going forward. The man breathes deeply. He concentrates his forces, and drives the thought form from him. Rule 5. Three things engage the solar angel before the sheath of the one who thus creates, and steady contemplation. Thus are the heart, the throat, and eye, allied for triple service. Rule 6. The devas of the lower four feel the force when the eye opens, they are driven forth and lose their master. Rule 7. The dual forces of the plane whereon the vital power must be sought are seen, the two paths face the solar angel, the poles vibrate. A choice confronts the one who meditates. Rule 8. The Agnisuryans respond to the sound. The waters ebb and flow. Let the magician guard himself from drowning at the point where land and water meet. The midway spot, which is neither dry nor wet, must provide the standing place whereon his feet are set. When water, land, and air meet, there is the place for magic to be wrought. Rule 9. Condensation next ensues. The fire and waters meet, the form swells and grows, let the magician set his form upon the proper path. Rule 10. As the waters bathe the form created, they are absorbed and used. The form increases in its strength, let the magician thus continue until the work suffices. Let the outer builders cease their labors then, and let the inner workers enter on their cycle. Rule 11. Three things the worker with the law must now accomplish. First, ascertain the formula which will confine the lives within the ensphering wall. Next, pronounce the words which will tell them what to do and where to carry that which has been made. And finally, utter forth the mystic phrase which will save him from their work. Rule 12. The web pulsates. It contracts and expands. Let the magician seize the midway point and thus release those, prisoners of the planet, whose note is right and justly tuned to that which must be made. Rule 13. The magician must recognize the four, note in his work the shade of violet they evidence, and thus construct the shadow. When this is so, the shadow clothes itself, and the four become the seven. Rule 14. The sound swells out. The hour of danger to the soul courageous draweth near, the waters have not hurt the white creator and naught could drown nor drench him. Danger from fire and flame menaces now, and dimly yet the rising smoke is seen. Let him again, after the cycle of peace, call on the solar angel. Rule 15. The fires approach the shadow, yet burn it not. The fire sheath is completed. Let the magician chant the words that blend the fire and water. From a treatise on cosmic fire. Introductory remarks. Man's three aspects. In the study of the ideas outlined in this book and their careful consideration, certain basic concepts are borne in mind. First, that the matter of prime importance to each student is not the fact of a particular teacher's personality but the measure of truth for which he stands, and the student's power to discriminate between truth, partial truth, and falsity. Second, that with increased esoteric teaching comes increased exoteric responsibility. Let each student with clarity therefore take stock of himself, remembering that understanding comes through application of the measure of truth grasped to the immediate problem and environment, and that the consciousness expands through use of the truth imparted. Third, that a dynamic adherence to the chosen path and a steady perseverance that overcomes and remains unmoved by aught that may eventuate, is a prime requisite and leads to the portal admitting to a kingdom, a dimension, and a state of being which is inwardly or subjectively known. It is this state of realization which produces changes in form and environment commensurate with its power. These three suggestions will merit a close consideration by all, and their significance must be somewhat grasped before further real progress is possible. It is not my function to make individual and personal application of the teaching given. That must be done by each student for himself. You have wisely guarded the teaching from the taint of superimposed authority, and there lies back of your books no esoteric principle of hierarchical authority or support, such as has produced the narrow limits of certain ecclesiastical bodies and groups, differing as widely as the Catholic Church, Christian Science, those who believe in the verbal inspiration of the Scriptures, and numerous, so-called, esoteric organizations. The curse of many groups has been the whispered word that those who know wish. The Master says, the Great Ones command. And the group of silly sheep feebly and blindly tumble over themselves to obey. They think thereby, through their misplaced devotion, to contact certain authoritative personages, and to get into heaven by some shortcut. You have wisely guarded your books from the reaction accorded to those who claim to be masters, adepts, and initiates. My anonymity and status must be preserved, and my rank be regarded as only that of a senior student and of an aspirant to that expansion of consciousness which is for me the next step forward. What I say of truth alone is of moment. The inspiration and help I can accord to any pilgrim on the path is alone vital. That which I have learned through experience is at the disposal of the earnest aspirant, and the wideness of the vision which I can impart, owing to my having climbed higher up the mountain than some, is my main contribution. Upon these points the students are at liberty to ponder, omitting idle speculation as to the exact details of unimportant personalities and environing conditions. Our theme is to be that of the magic of the soul, and the key thought, underlying all that may appear in this book, is to be found in the words of the Bhagavad Gita, which runs as follows. Though I am unborn, the soul that passes not away, though I am the Lord of beings, yet as Lord over my nature I become manifest, through the magical power of the soul. Gita 4.6. The statistical and the academic is a necessary basis and a preliminary step for most scientific study, but in this book we will center our attention on the life aspect, and the practical application of truth to the daily life of the aspirant. Let us study how we can become practical magicians, and in what way we can best live the life of a spiritual man, and of an aspirant to accepted discipleship in our own peculiar times, state, and environment. To do this we will take the 15 rules for magic to be found in my earlier book, entitled A Treatise on Cosmic Fire. I will comment on them, dealing not with their cosmic significance or with solar and other correspondences and analogies, but applying them to the work of the aspirant, and giving practical suggestions for the better development of soul contact and soul manifestation. I shall take for granted certain knowledges and assume the students can follow and comprehend certain technical terms that I may be led to use. I am not dealing with babes but with matured men and women who have chosen a certain way and who are pledged to walk in the light. I seek in this book to do 4 things, and to make appeal to 3 types of people. It is based, as regards its teaching, upon 4 fundamental postulates. These are intended to 1. Teach the laws of spiritual psychology as distinguished from mental and emotional psychology. 2. Make clear the nature of the soul of man and its systemic and cosmic relationships. This will include its group relationship as a preliminary step. 3. Demonstrate the relations between the self and the sheaths which that self may use, and thus clarify public thought as to the constitution of man. 4. Elucidate the problem of the supernormal powers, and give the rules for their safe and useful development. We stand now towards the close of a great transition period, and the subtler realms of life are closer than ever before, unusual phenomena and inexplicable happenings are commoner than at any time heretofore, whilst matters telepathic, psychic, and peculiar occupy the attention even of skeptics, scientists, and religionists. Reasons for the appearance of phenomena are being everywhere sought, and societies are formed for their investigation and demonstration. Many are likewise going astray in the effort to induce in themselves psychic conditions and the energy-producing factors which give rise to the manifestation of peculiar powers. This book will endeavor to fit the information given into the scheme of life as we today recognize it, and will show how basically natural and true is all that is termed mysterious. All is under law, and the laws need elucidation now that man's development has reached the stage of a just appreciation of their beauty and reality. 3 types of people will respond to this book. They are: 1. Those open-minded investigators who are willing to accept its fundamentals as a working hypothesis until these are demonstrated to be erroneous. They will be frankly agnostic, but willing temporarily, in their search for truth, to try out the methods and follow the suggestions laid down for their consideration. 2. Aspirants and disciples. They will study this treatise in order to understand themselves better and because they seek to help their brother men. They will not accept its dicta blindly but will experiment, check and corroborate with care the stages and steps laid down for them in this section of the teachings of the ageless wisdom. 3. Initiates. These persons will arrive at a meaning which will not be apparent to those in the first group and which will only be suspected by the more advanced members of the second. Within themselves they know the truth of many of its statements and will realize the subjective working out of many of the laws. These laws of nature have effects in 3 distinct realms. A. Physically, where they demonstrate as effects in the dense form. B. Etherically, where they demonstrate as the energy lying back of those effects. C. Mentally, where they concern the impulses which produce the other 2. The treatise on cosmic fire dealt primarily with the solar system and only touched upon human aspects and correspondences insofar as they demonstrated the relation of the part to the whole, and of the unit to the totality. The present book will deal more specifically with human development and unfoldment, elucidating the causes which are responsible for the present effects, and pointing to the future and its possibilities, and to the nature of the unfolding potentialities. This book will be based also upon 4 fundamental postulates which must be admitted by the student of the succeeding pages as providing an hypothesis worthy of his consideration and trial. No true investigator of the ageless wisdom is asked to give blind adherence to any presentation of truth. He is asked, however, to have an open mind and seriously to weigh and consider the theories and ideals, the laws, and the truths which have guided so many out of darkness into the light of knowledge and experience. The postulates might be enumerated as follows and are given in the order of their importance. 1. First, that there exists in our manifested universe the expression of an energy or life which is the responsible cause of the diverse forms and the vast hierarchy of sentient beings who compose the sum total of all that is. This is the so-called hylozoistic theory, though the term but serves to confuse. This great life is the basis of monism, and all enlightened men are monists. God is one, is the utterance of truth. One life pervades all forms, and those forms are the expressions, in time and space, of the central universal energy. Life in manifestation produces existence and being. It is the root cause, therefore, of duality. This duality which is seen when objectivity is present and which disappears when the form aspect vanishes is covered by many terms, of which for the sake of clarity, the most usual might be here listed. Spirit, matter. Life, form. Father, mother. Positive, negative. Darkness, light. Students must clearly have this essential unity in mind even when they talk, as they needs must, in finite terms of that duality which is everywhere, cyclically, apparent. 2. The second postulate grows out of the first and states that the one life, manifesting through matter, produces a third factor which is consciousness. This consciousness, which is the result of the union of the 2 poles of spirit and matter, is the soul of all things. It permeates all substance or objective energy. it underlies all forms, whether it be the form of that unit of energy which we call an atom, or the form of man, a planet, or a solar system. This is the theory of self-determination, or the teaching that all the lives of which the one life is formed, in their sphere and in their state of being, become, so to speak, grounded in matter and assume forms whereby their peculiar specific state of consciousness may be realized and their vibration stabilized, thus they may know themselves as existences. Thus again the one life becomes a stabilized and conscious entity through the medium of the solar system, and is essentially, therefore, the sum total of energies, of all states of consciousness, and of all forms in existence. The homogeneous becomes the heterogeneous, and yet remains a unity. The one manifests in diversity and yet is unchanged. The central unity is known in time and space as composite and differentiated, and yet, when time and space are not, being but states of consciousness, only the unity will remain, and only spirit will persist, plus an increased vibratory action, plus capacity for an intensification of the light when again the cycle of manifestation returns. Within the vibratory pulsation of the one manifesting life, all the lesser lives repeat the process of being, gods, angels, men, and the myriad lives which express themselves through the forms of the kingdoms of nature and the activities of the evolutionary process. All become self-centered and self-determined. 3. The third basic postulate is that the object for which life takes form and the purpose of manifested being is the unfoldment of consciousness, or the revelation of the soul. This might be called the theory of the evolution of light. When it is realized that even the modern scientist is saying that light and matter are synonymous terms, thus echoing the teaching of the East, it becomes apparent that through the interplay of the poles, and through the friction of the pairs of opposites, light flashes forth. The goal of evolution is found to be a gradual series of light demonstrations. Veiled and hidden by every form lies light. As evolution proceeds, matter becomes increasingly a better conductor of the light, thus demonstrating the accuracy of the statement of the Christ, "I am the light of the world." 4. The fourth postulate consists of the statement that all lives manifest cyclically. This is the theory of rebirth or of reincarnation, the demonstration of the law of periodicity. Such are the great underlying truths which form the foundation of the ageless wisdom, the existence of life, and the development of consciousness through the cyclic taking of form. In this book, however, the emphasis will be laid upon the little life, upon men made in the image of God, who through the method of reincarnation unfolds his consciousness until it flowers forth as the perfected soul, whose nature is light and whose realization is that of a self-conscious identity. This developed unit has eventually to be merged, with full intelligent participation, in the greater consciousness of which it is a part. Before we take up our subject, it might be of value if we define certain words which will be in constant use, so that we will know what we are talking about, and the significance of the terms we use. 1. Occult. This term concerns the hidden forces of being and those springs of conduct which produce the objective manifestation. The word conduct is used here deliberately, for all manifestation, in all the kingdoms of nature, is the expression of the life, purpose and type of activity of some being or existence, and thus is literally the conduct, or outer nature or quality, of a life. These springs of action lie hid in the purpose of any life, whether it be a solar life, a planetary entity, a man, or that being who is the sum total of the states of consciousness and of the forms of any kingdom in nature. 2. Laws. A law presupposes a superior being who, gifted with purpose, and aided by intelligence, is so coordinating his forces that a plan is being sequentially and steadily matured. Through a clear knowledge of the goal, that entity sets in activity those steps and stages which when carried forward in order will bring the plan to perfection. The word law, as usually understood, conveys the idea of subjection to an activity which is recognized as inexorable and undeviating, but which is not understood by the one who is subjected to it. It involves, from one standpoint, the attitude of the submersed unit in the group impulse and the inability of that unit to change the impulse or evade the issue. It inevitably brings about in the consciousness of the man who is considering these laws, a feeling of being a victim, of being driven. Forward like a leaf before the breeze towards an end about which speculation only is possible, and of being governed by a force which acts apparently with an unavoidable pressure and thus produces group results, at the expense of the unit. This attitude of mind is inevitable until the consciousness of man can be so expanded that he becomes aware of the greater issues. When, through contact with his own higher self, he participates in the knowledge of the objective, and when through climbing the mountain of vision his perspective changes and his horizon enlarges, he comes to the realization that a law is but the spiritual impulse, incentive and life manifestation of that being in which he lives and moves. He learns that that impulse demonstrates an intelligent purpose, wisely directed, and based on love. He then himself begins to wield the law or to pass wisely, lovingly, and intelligently through himself as much of that spiritual life impulse which his particular organism can respond to, transmit and utilize. He ceases to obstruct and begins to transfer. He brings to an end the cycle of the closed self-centered life, and opens the doors wide to spiritual energy. In so doing he finds that the law which he has hated and mistrusted is the vitalizing, purifying agency which is sweeping him and all God's creatures onto a glorious consummation. 3. Psychic. There are two types of the above force in manifestation as far as the human kingdom is concerned, and these must be clearly grasped. There is the force which animates the subhuman kingdoms in nature, the ensouling energy which, brought into conjunction with the energy of matter and self, produces all forms. The effect of this junction is to add to the embryo intelligence of substance itself a latent sentiency and responsiveness that produces that subjective something we call the animal soul. This exists in 4 degrees or states of sentient awareness. A. The consciousness of the mineral kingdom. B. The consciousness of the vegetable kingdom. C. The consciousness of the animal kingdom. D. The consciousness of the animal form through which the spiritual man functions, which after all is but a department of the former group in its highest presentation. Secondly, there is that psychic force which is the result of the union of the spirit with sentient matter in the human kingdom and which produces a psychic center which we call the soul of man. This psychic center is a force center, and the force of which it is the custodian or which it demonstrates, brings into play a responsiveness and an awareness which is that of the soul of the planetary life, a group consciousness which brings with it faculties and knowledge of a different order than that in the animal soul. These supersede eventually the powers of the animal soul which limit, distort, and imprison, and give man a range of contacts and a knowledge which is infallible, free from error, and which admits him to the freedom of the heavens. The effect of the free play of the soul of man serves to demonstrate the fallibility and relative uselessness of the powers of the animal soul. All I desire to do here is to show the 2 senses in which the word psychic is used. Later we will deal with the growth and development of the lower psychic nature or the soul of the vehicles in which man functions in the 3 worlds, and then we'll seek to elucidate the true nature of the soul of man and of the powers which can be brought into play once a man can contact his own spiritual center, the soul, and live in that soul consciousness. 4. Unfoldment. The life at the heart of the solar system is producing an evolutionary unfoldment of the energies of that universe which it is not possible for finite men as yet to vision. Similarly, the center of energy which we call the spiritual aspect in man is, through the utilization of matter or substance, producing an evolutionary development of that which we call the soul, and which is the highest of the 4 manifestations, the human kingdom. Man is the highest product of existence in the 3 worlds. By man, I mean the spiritual man, a son of God in incarnation. The forms of all the kingdoms of nature, human, animal, vegetable, and mineral, contribute to that manifestation. The energy of the 3rd aspect of divinity tends to the revelation of the soul or the 2nd aspect which in turn reveals the highest aspect. It must ever be remembered that the secret doctrine of H. P. Blavatsky expresses this with accuracy in the words, "Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul, and matter in man. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit, and these three are a trinity synthesized by life, which pervades them all. The Secret Doctrine. Vol. 1, pages 79-80. Through the use of matter the soul unfolds and finds its climax in the soul of man, and this treatise will concern itself with the unfoldment of that soul and its discovery by men. 5. Knowledge might be divided into three categories. First, there is theoretical knowledge. This includes all knowledge of which man is aware but which is accepted by him on the statements of other people, and by the specialists in the various branches of knowledge. It is founded on authoritative statements and has in it the element of trust in the writers and speakers, and in the trained intelligences of the workers in any of the many and varied fields of thought. The truths accepted as such have not been formulated or verified by the one who accepts them, lacking as he does the necessary training and equipment. The dicta of science, the theologies of religion, and the findings of the philosophers and thinkers everywhere color the point of view and meet with a ready acquiescence from the untrained mind, and that is the average mind. Then, secondly, we have discriminative knowledge, which has in it a selective quality and which posits the intelligent appreciation and practical application of the more specifically scientific method, and the utilization of test, the elimination of that which cannot be proved, and the isolation of those factors which will bear investigation and are in conformity with what is understood as law. The rational, argumentative, scholastic, and concretizing mind is brought into play with the result that much that is childish, impossible and unverifiable is rejected and a consequent clarifying of the fields of thought results. This discriminating and scientific process has enabled men to arrive at much truth in relation to the three worlds. The scientific method is, in relation to the mind of humanity, playing the same function as the occult method of meditation, in its first two stages of concentration and prolonged concentration or meditation, plays in relation to the individual. Through it right processes of thought are engendered, non-essentials and incorrect formulations of truth are ultimately eliminated or corrected, and the steady focusing of the attention either upon a seed thought, a scientific problem, a philosophy, or a world situation results in an ultimate clarifying and the steady seeping in of right ideas and sound conclusions. The foremost thinkers in any of the great schools of thought are simply exponents of occult meditation and the brilliant discoveries of science, the correct interpretations of nature's laws, and the formulations of correct conclusions whether in the fields of science, of economics, of philosophy, psychology, or elsewhere is but the registering by the mind, and subsequently by the brain, of the eternal verities, and the indication that the race is beginning also to bridge the gap between the objective and the subjective, between the world of form and the world of ideas. This leads inevitably to the emergence of the third branch of knowledge, the intuitive. The intuition is in reality only the appreciation by the mind of some factor in creation, some law of manifestation and some aspect of truth, known by the soul, emanating from the world of ideas, and being of the nature of those energies which produce all that is known and seen. These truths are always present, and these laws are ever active, but only as the mind is trained and developed, focused, and open-minded can they be recognized, later understood, and finally adjusted to the needs and demands of the cycle and time. Those who have thus trained the mind in the art of clear thinking, the focusing of the attention, and consequent receptivity to truth have always been with us, but hitherto have been few and far between. They are the outstanding minds of the ages. But now they are many and increasingly found. The minds of the race are in process of training and many are hovering on the borders of a new knowledge. The intuition which guides all advanced thinkers into the newer fields of learning is but the forerunner of that omniscience which characterizes the soul. The truth about all things exists, and we call it omniscience, infallibility, the correct knowledge of the Hindu philosophy. When man grasps a fragment of it and absorbs it into the racial consciousness, we call it the formulation of a law, a discovery of one or other of nature's processes. Hitherto this has been a slow and piecemeal undertaking. Later, and before so very long, light will pour in, truth will be revealed and the race will enter upon its heritage, the heritage of the soul. In some of our considerations, speculation must perforce enter in. Those who see a vision that is withheld from those lacking the necessary equipment for its apprehension are regarded as fanciful and unreliable. When many see the vision, its possibility is admitted, but when humanity itself has the awakened and open eye, the vision is no longer emphasized but a fact is stated and a law enunciated. Such has been the history of the past and such will be the process in the future. The past is purely speculative from the standpoint of the average man and the future is equally so, but he himself is the result of that past and the future will work out of the sum total of his present characteristics and qualities. If this is true of the individual, it is then also equally true of mankind as a whole. That unit in nature, which we call the fourth or human kingdom, represents that which is the product of its physical heritage. Its characteristics are the sum of its emotional and mental unfoldments, and its assets are those which it has succeeded in accumulating during the cycles wherein it has been wrestling with its environment, the sum total of the other kingdoms in nature. Within the human kingdom lie potentialities and latencies, characteristics and assets which the future will reveal and which in their turn determine that future. I have purposely chosen to begin with the undefinable and the unrecognized. The soul is as yet an unknown quantity. It has northwest real place in the theories of the academic and scientific investigators. It is unproven and regarded by even the more open-minded of the academicians as a possible hypothesis, but lacking demonstration. It is not accepted as a fact in the consciousness of the race. Only two groups of people accept it as a fact. One is the gullible, undeveloped, childlike person who, brought up on a scripture of the world, and being religiously inclined, accepts the postulates of religion, such as the soul, God, and immortality, without questioning. The other is that small but steadily growing band of knowers of God, and of reality, who know the soul to be a fact in their own experience but are unable to prove its existence satisfactorily to the man who admits only that which the concrete mind can grasp, analyze, criticize, and test. The ignorant and the wise meet on common ground as extremes always do. In between are those who are neither totally ignorant nor intuitively wise. They are the mass of the educated people who have knowledge but not understanding, and who have yet to learn the distinction between that which can be grasped by the rational mind, that which can be seen by the mind's eye, and that which only the higher or abstract mind can formulate and know. This ultimately merges in the intuition, which is the knowing faculty of the intelligent and practical mystic who, relegating the emotional and feeling nature to its own place, uses the mind as a focusing point and looks out through that lens upon the world of the soul. Man's three aspects. One of the main means whereby man arrives at an understanding of that great sum total we call the macrocosm, God, functioning through a solar system, is by an understanding of himself, and the Delphic injunction, man, know thyself, was an inspired utterance, intended to give man the clue to the mystery of deity. Through the law of analogy, or correspondences, the cosmic processes, and the nature of the cosmic principles are indicated in the functions, structure, and characteristics of a human being. They are indicated but not explained or elaborated. They serve simply as signposts, directing men along the path whereon future signposts may be found and more definite indications noted. The comprehension of that triplicity of spirit, soul, and body lies as yet beyond man's achievement, but an idea as to their relationship and their general coordinated function may be indicated by a consideration of man from the physical side, and his objective functioning. There are three aspects of man's organism which are symbols, and symbols only, of the three aspects of being. 1. The energy, or activating principle, which withdraws mysteriously at death, partially withdraws in the hours of sleep or of unconsciousness, and which seems to use the brain as its main seat of activity and from there to direct the functioning of the organism. This energy has a primary direct relation with the three parts of the organism which we call the brain, the heart, and the breathing apparatus. This is the microcosmic symbol of spirit. 2. The nervous system, with its complexities of nerves, nerve centers, and that multiplicity of interrelated and sensitive parts which serve to coordinate the organism, to produce the sensitive response which exists between the many organs and parts which form the organism as a whole, and which serve also to make the man aware of, and sensitive to, his environment. This entire sensory apparatus is that which produces the organized awareness and coordinated sensitivity of the entire human being, first, within itself as a unit, and secondly, its responsiveness and sensitive reaction to the world within which it plays its part. This nervous structure, coordinating, correlating, and producing an outer and inner group activity demonstrates primarily through the three parts of the nervous system. A. Cerebrospinal system. B. Sensory system of nerves. C. Peripheral system of nerves. It is closely associated with the energy aspect, being the apparatus utilized by that energy to vitalize the body, to produce its coordinated activity and functioning, and to bring about an intelligent rapport with the world in which it has to play its part. It lies back, if one might use such an expression, of the body nature proper, back of the mass of the flesh and bone and muscle. It in its turn, is motivated by and controlled by two factors. A. The sum total of the energy, which is the individual quota of vital energy. B. The energy of the environment in which the individual finds himself and within which he has to function and to play his part. This coordinating nervous system, this network of interrelating and sensitive nerves is the symbol in men of the soul, and an outer and visible form of an inner spiritual reality. 3. There is finally what might be described as the body, the sum total of flesh, of muscle, and of bone which the man carries around, correlated by the nervous system and energized by what we vaguely call his life. In these three, the life, the nervous system and the body mass, we find the reflection and the symbol of the greater whole, and by a close study of these, and a comprehension of their functions and group relation, we can arrive at an understanding of some of the laws and principles which direct the activities of God in nature, a phrase, sublimely true and equally finitely false. The three aspects of divinity, the central energy, or spirit, the coordinating force or soul, and that which these two use and unify are in reality one vital principle manifesting in diversity. These are the three in one, the one in three, God in nature, and nature itself in God. Carrying the concept, for the sake of illustration, into other realms of thought, this trinity of aspects can be seen functioning in the religious world as the esoteric teaching, the fundamental symbology and doctrines of the great world religions and the exoteric organizations. In government it is the sum total of the will of the people, whatever that will may be, the formulated laws, and the exoteric administration. In education it is the will to learn, the arts and sciences, and the great exoteric educational systems. In philosophy it is the urge to wisdom, the interrelated schools of thought, and the outer presentation of the teachings. Thus this eternal triplicity runs through every department of the manifested world, whether viewed as that which is tangible, or as that which is sensitive and coherent, or that which is energizing. It is that intelligent activity which has been clumsily called awareness. It is the capacity of awareness itself, involving as it does sensitive response to environment, and the apparatus of that response, the divine duality of the soul. It is finally the sum total of that which is contacted and known. It is that of which the sensitive apparatus becomes aware. This, as we shall see later, is a gradually growing realization, shifting ever into more esoteric and inner realms. These three aspects are seen in man, the divine unit of life. First he recognizes them in himself, then he sees them in every form in his environment, and finally he learns to relate these aspects of himself to the similar aspects in other forms of divine manifestation. Correct relation between forms will result in the harmonizing and right adjustment of physical plane life. Correct response to one's environment will result in correct rapport with the soul aspect, hidden in every form, and will produce right relations between the various parts of the inner nervous structure to be found in every kingdom of nature, subhuman and superhuman. This is as yet practically unknown but is rapidly coming into recognition, and when it is proven and realized it will be discovered that therein lies the basis of brotherhood and of unity. As the liver, the heart, the lungs, the stomach, and other organs in the body are separate in existence and in function and yet are unified and brought into relation through the medium of the nervous system throughout the body, so will it be found that in the world such organisms as the kingdoms in nature have their separate life and functions yet are correlated and coordinated by a vast intricate sensory system which is sometimes called the soul of all things, the anima mundi, the underlying consciousness. In dealing with the triplicity so often used when speaking of deity, such as spirit, soul, and body, life, consciousness, and form, it is of value to remember that they refer to differentiations of the one life, and that the more of these triplicities with which one can familiarize oneself, the more one will be in rapport with a wider circle of men. But when one is dealing with things occult and subjective, and when the subject about which one writes deals with the undefinable, then difficulty is encountered. It is no difficult matter to describe a man's personal appearance, his clothing, his form, and the things with which he is surrounded. Language suffices satisfactorily to deal with the concrete and with the world of form. But when one endeavors to convey an idea of his quality, character, and nature, one is immediately faced with the problem of the unknown, with that undefinable unseen part which we sense, but which remains in a large sense unrevealed, and unrealized even by the man himself. How then shall we describe him through the medium of language? If this is so of men, how much greater is the difficulty when we seek through words to express that inexpressible sum total of which the terms spirit, soul, and body are regarded as the main component differentiations. How shall we define that undefinable life that men have, for the sake of understanding, limited and separated into a trinity of aspects, or persons, calling the whole by the name of God? Yet where this differentiation of God into a trinity is universal and age-long in use, where every people, ancient and modern, employ the same triplicity of ideation to express an intuitive realization, there is warrant for the usage. That some day we may think and express the truth differently may indeed be so, but for the average thinker of today the terms spirit, soul, and body stand for the aggregate of divine manifestation, both in the deity of the universe and in that lesser divinity, man himself. As this treatise is intended for the thinking human being and not for the crystallized theologians or the theoretically biased scientists, we will adhere to the well-used terminology and seek to understand what has lain back of the phrases in which man has sought to explain God himself. God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth, states one of the scriptures of the world. Man became a living soul, is to be found in another place in the same scripture. I pray God your whole spirit and soul and body may be preserved blameless, said a great initiate of the White Lodge, and the greatest of them all yet present with us in physical form on earth, repeated the words of an earlier sage when he said, I have said ye are gods, and ye are all the children of the Most High. In those words the triplicity of man, his divinity, and his relationship to the life in whom he lives and moves and has his being, is touched upon from the Christian standpoint, and all the great religions deal in analogous phrases with that relationship. A. Spirit, life, energy. The word spirit is applied to that undefinable, elusive, essential impulse or life which is the cause of all manifestation. It is the breath of life and is that rhythmic inflow of vital energy which manifests in its turn as the attractive force, as the consciousness, or soul, and is the sum total of atomic substance. It is the correspondence in the great existence or macrocosm of that which in the little existence or microcosm is the vital inspiring factor which we call the life of man. This is indicated by the breath in his body, which is abstracted or withdrawn when the life course is run. What this something is, who shall say? We trace it back to the soul or consciousness aspect, and from the soul to the spirit, as we call the three aspects of the one breath, but what these words really signify, who has the courage to declare? We call this unknown something by differing names, according to our particular school of thought, we seek to express it in words, and end by call it spirit, the one life, the monad, energy. Again we must remember that understanding as to the nature of this one life is purely relative. Those who are engrossed in the form side of existence think in terms of physical vitality, of feeling, impulse, or of mental force and do not pass beyond that unified life consciousness of which all the above are differentiations. Those again who are interested in the more metaphysical approach and in the soul life more than in the form aspect express their concept in terms of soul manifestation and, passing beyond the personal selfish reactions of the body nature, think in terms of life, in terms of quality, of group will or power, group coordination, or love wisdom, and of group intelligence or knowledge. covering all by the generic term of brotherhood. But even that is found to be separative, through the separation into larger units than the lower is capable of grasping. Therefore the initiate, especially after the third initiation, begins to think even more synthetically and to express truth to himself in terms of spirit, life, the one. These terms mean to him something significant, but something so far removed from the concept of ordinary thinking humanity that it is needless for me to enlarge further upon it. This brings me to a point that should be dealt with here, prior to any further expansion of our subject. In the treatise on cosmic fire and in the above passage it frequently appears that teaching is carried forward to a certain point and then dropped with the statement that, owing to the point in evolution of the average man, his reaction to truth and the reaction of the disciple student or the initiate will differ. This is necessarily so. Each will read into the words his own state of consciousness. Each will fail to interpret in terms of the more advanced reaction of those on a higher stage of the ladder of evolution. The average reader, however, objects to being forced to recognize wider points of view than his own, and the phraseology which says, "It is needless to enlarge on this for it would only be understood by the initiate," serves only to aggravate him, tends to make him believe that evasion is intended, and that the writer, having got out of his depth, is seeking to save his face by some such statement. Just as a scientific treatise would prove meaningless and a mere jumble of words to the average grammar school child, but would carry a clear definition and meaning to experts in the subject owing to training and mental development, so there are those to whom the subject of the soul and its nature is dealt with in such an instruction as this is as clear and lucid as current literature is to the average reader, and the best-sellers, as you call them, to the general public. Equally, though fewer in number, there are those advanced souls to whom the spirit and its nature is also a rational and understandable subject, to be appreciated and comprehended through the medium of the soul and its powers, just as it is possible to arrive at an understanding of the soul through the medium of the mind, correctly employed. On a lower level altogether, we know it is easy to understand the nature of the physical body through a study and right use of the desire nature. It is a form of pride, and a refusal to recognize one's temporary limitations that awakens in readers a dislike for phrases which aptly and truly say, "When you are further developed, you will understand the above." This should be made clear. To the master of the wisdom, the nature of the spirit, or that positive center of life which every form hides, is no more a mystery than is the nature of the soul to the esoteric psychologist. The source of the one life, the plane, or state from which that life emanates, is the great hidden mystery to the members of the hierarchy of adepts. The nature of spirit, its quality and type of cosmic energy, its rate of vibration and its basic cosmic differentiations are the study of initiates above the third degree and the subject of their investigations. They bring to that study a fully developed intuition, plus that mental interpretive capacity which their cycle of incarnation has developed. They employ the awakened and developed inner light of their souls to interpret and comprehend that life which, divorced from the world of form, persists on the higher levels of consciousness and penetrates into our solar system from some exterior center of being. They throw this light, which is in them and which they manipulate and use, in two directions therefore, standing as they do in the midmost state and functioning as they choose to function on the plane of the intuition or of buddhi. They cast that light into the world of form and know all things, interpreting all with correctness. They cast that light into the formless realms of the higher three planes, formless from the standpoint of men in the three worlds below the intuitional plane, and seek to understand, through steady expansive growth, the nature and purpose of that which is neither body nor soul, neither force nor matter, but which is the cause of both in the universe. Eventually, when the initiate has undergone the higher solar initiations and can function in the full consciousness of the monad, awareness of that which is divorced even from group form and from those nebulous sheaths which veil and hide the one, becomes possible. The highest types of consciousness work from the plane of the monad as the initiate of lower degree works from the plane of the soul and uses the organs of perception, if such an unsatisfactory phrase is legitimate, and means of knowledge of which average man has no idea. They penetrate or include within their radius of awareness that sum total of life, consciousness, and form which we designate God. These initiates of high degree then begin to be aware of a vibration, a revealing light, a note or directional indicating sound which emanates from outside our solar system altogether. The only way in which we can get an appreciation of the process followed in the expansion of the divine consciousness in men is to study the relation of the mind and the brain and note what follows when the brain becomes the intelligent instrument of the mind. Then study the relation of the soul to the mind and what eventuates when man is directed by his soul and utilizes the mind to control the physical plane activities through the medium of the brain. In these three, soul, mind, and brain, we have the analogy and the clue to the understanding of spirit, soul, and body, and their mutual functions. This was the subject matter of the book, The Light of the So One. Upon the perfecting of the conditions dealt with in that book there follows still another expansion when the spirit aspect, man's emanating source of energy, begins to use the soul, via the intuition, and to impress upon the soul consciousness those laws, knowledges, forces, and inspirations which will make the soul the instrument of the spirit or monad, just as the personal man became, at an earlier stage, via the mind, the instrument of the soul. In that earlier stage the development was twofold. As the soul assumed control, via the mind, so the brain became responsive to the soul. Man was awakened to a knowledge of himself as he really was and to the three worlds of his normal evolution. Later he became group conscious and was no longer a separated individual. As the soul is brought under the dominance of the spirit, an analogous two stages are likewise seen. First, the disciple becomes aware not only of his group and allied groups, but his consciousness is expanded until it might be called planetary consciousness. Secondly, he begins to merge that planetary awareness into something more synthetic still, and gradually develops the consciousness of the greater life which includes the planetary life as man includes in his physical expression such living organisms as his heart or brain. When this takes place, he begins to comprehend the significance of spirit, the one life back of all forms, the central energy which is the cause of all manifestation. The first reaction of the average student on reading the above is to think immediately of the body nature as it expresses some type or other of energy. Thus the duality is the thing noted, and that which employs the thing is present in his mind. Yet one of the main necessities before occult aspirants at this time is to endeavor to think in terms of the one reality which is energy itself and nothing else. Therefore, it is of value to emphasize in our discussion of this abstruse subject, the fact that spirit and energy are synonymous terms and are interchangeable. Only in the realization of this can we arrive at the reconciliation of science and religion and at a true understanding of the world of active phenomena by which we are surrounded and in which we move. The terms, organic and inorganic, are largely responsible for much of the confusion and the sharp differentiation existing in the minds of many people between body and spirit, between life and form, and have led to a refusal to admit the essential identity and nature of these two. The world in which we live is regarded by the majority as really solid and tangible, yet possessing some mysterious power, lying concealed within it, which produces movement, activity, and change. This is of course putting it crudely, but it suffices to sum up the unintelligent attitude. The orthodox scientist is largely occupied with structures and relationships, with the composition of forms and with the activity produced by the component form parts and their interrelations and dependencies. The chemicals and elements, and the functions and parts they play, and their mutual interactions as them compose all forms in all the kingdoms of nature, are the subject of their investigation. The nature of the atom, of the molecule, and the cell, their functions, the qualities of their force manifestations and the varying types of activity, the solving of the problem as to the character and nature of the energies, focalized or localized in the differing forms of the natural or material world, demand the consideration of the ablest minds in the world of thought. Yet, the questions, what is life? Or what is energy? Or what is the process of becoming and the nature of being? Remain unanswered. The problem as to the why and the wherefore is regarded as fruitless and speculative and almost insoluble. Nevertheless, through pure reason, and through the correct functioning of the intuition these problems can be solved and these questions answered. Their solution is one of the ordinary revelations and attainments of initiation. The only true biologists are initiates of the mysteries, for they have an understanding of life and its purpose and are so identified with the life principle that they think and speak in terms of energy and its effects, and all their activities in connection with the work of the planetary hierarchy are based on a few fundamental formulas which concern life as it makes itself felt through its three differentiations or aspects: energy, force, matter. It should be noted here that only as a man understands himself can he arrive at an understanding of that which is the sum total that we call God. This is a truism and an occult platitude, but when acted upon leads to a revelation which makes the present unknown God a recognized reality. Let me illustrate. Man knows himself to be a living being and calls death that mysterious process wherein something which he commonly designates as the breath of life is withdrawn. On its withdrawal, the form disintegrates. The cohesive vitalizing force is gone, and this produces a falling apart into its essential elements of that which has hitherto been regarded as the body. This life principle, this basic essential of being, and this mysterious elusive factor is the correspondence in men of that which we call spirit or life in the macrocosm. Just as the life in man holds together, animates, vitalizes and drives into activity the form and so makes of him a living being, so the life of God, as the Christian calls it, performs the same purpose in the universe and produces that coherent, living, vital ensemble which we call a solar system. This life principle in man manifests in a triple manner. 1. As the directional will, purpose, basic incentive. This is the dynamic energy which sets his being functioning, brings him into existence, fixes the term of his life, carries him through the years, long or short, and abstracts itself at the close of his life cycle. This is the spirit in man, manifesting as the will to live, to be, to act, to pursue, to evolve. In its lowest aspect this works through the mental body or nature, and in connection with the dense physical makes itself felt through the brain. 2. As the coherent force. It is that significant essential quality which makes each man different, which produces the complex manifestation of moods, desires, qualities, complexes, inhibitions, feelings, and characteristics which produce a man's peculiar psychology. This is the result of the interplay between the spirit or energy aspect and the matter or body nature. This is the distinctive subjective man, his coloring, or individual note. This it is which sets the rate of vibratory activity of his body, produces his particular type of form, is responsible for the condition and nature of his organs, his glands, and his outer aspects. This is the soul and, in its lowest aspect, is to be seen working through the emotional or astral nature and, in connection with the dense physical body, through the heart. 3. As the activity of the atoms and cells of which the physical body is composed. It is the sum total of those little lives of which the human organs, comprising the entire man, are composed. These have a life of their own and a consciousness which is strictly individual and identified. This aspect of the life principle works through the etheric or vital body and, in connection with the solid mechanism of the tangible form, through the spleen. Therefore let us remember that the definition of spirit is not possible of accomplishment, nor is the definition of God. When one says that spirit is the inexpressible, undefinable cause, the emanating energy, the one life and source of being, the totality of all forces, of all states of consciousness and of all forms, the aggregate of life and that which is actively manifested of that life, the self and the not-self, force, and all that force motivates, one is in reality evading the issue, attempting the impossible and hiding truth behind a form of words. This cannot, however, be avoided until such time as the soul consciousness is touched and known and the formless one can be perceived through the clear light of the intuition. One of the first lessons we need to learn is that our minds, being as yet unresponsive to the hidden intuitions, make it impossible for us to say with assurance that such a condition is this, that or the other, that, until we can function in our soul consciousness, it is not for us to say what is or what is not, that until we have submitted ourselves to the needed training we are in no position to deny or affirm anything. Our attitude should be that of reasonable inquiry and our interest that of the investigating philosopher, willing to accept an hypothesis on the basis of its possibility, but being unwilling to acknowledge as proven truth anything until we know it for and in ourselves. I, an aspirant to the higher mysteries, and one who has searched into them for a longer period than has been possible as yet to many, may write of things as yet impossible of demonstration to you or to the public who may read these instructions. To me they may be and are truth and proven fact, and for me that may suffice. For you they should be regarded as significant possibilities and hints as to the direction in which truth may be sought, but beyond that you should not permit yourself to go. The value of these instructions lies in their sum total and is to be found in the underlying structure or skeleton of coordinated and correlated statements which must be considered as a whole and not in detail, and this for two reasons. 1. Language, as earlier said, hides truth and does not reveal it. If truth is recognized, it is because the investigating student has found a point of truth in himself which serves to illumine his steps as he slowly and gradually presses forward. 2. There are many types of minds, and it is not to be expected that the information given, for instance, in this treatise will appeal to all. It should be remembered that all people are units of consciousness breathed forth on one of the 7 emanations from God. Therefore, even their monads or spiritual aspects are inherently different, just as in the prism, which is one, there are the 7 differentiated colors. Even this is so only because of the nature and point of view and the perceiving apparatus of the men whose eye registers and differentiates the varying rates of vibratory light. These 7 subsidiary groups again produce a varying outlook, mentality, and approach, all equally right, but all presenting a slightly different angle of vision. When the above realization is coupled to such factors as the different points in evolution, varying nationalities, and characteristics, the inherent distinctions brought about through the interplay between the physical body involved and the environment, it will be apparent that no approach to such abstruse subjects as the nature of spirit and soul could have a general definition and submit themselves to a universal terminology. B. The soul, the mediator, or middle principle. There are 2 angles or points of view from which the nature of the soul must be grasped. One is the aspect of the soul in relation to the 4th kingdom in nature, i.e. the human, and the other that of the subhuman kingdoms in nature, which, it must be remembered, are reflections of the 3 higher. It should be borne in mind that the soul of matter, the anima mundi, is the sentient factor in substance itself. It is the responsiveness of matter throughout the universe and that innate faculty in all forms, from the atom of the physicist to the solar system of the astronomer, which produces the undeniable intelligent activity which all demonstrate. It can be called attractive energy, coherency, sentiency, aliveness, awareness or consciousness, but perhaps the most illuminating term is that the soul is the quality which every form manifests. It is that subtle something which distinguishes one element from another, one mineral from another. It is the intangible essential nature of the form which in the vegetable kingdom determines whether a rose or a cauliflower, an elm or a watercress shall come into being. It is a type of energy which distinguishes the varying species of the animal kingdom and makes one man different from another in his appearance, nature, and character. The scientist has tabulated, investigated, and analyzed the forms, names have been selected and given to the elements, and the minerals, the forms of vegetable life and the varying species of animals, the structure of the forms and the history of their evolutionary progress have been studied and deductions and conclusions have been reached, but the solution of the problem of life itself still eludes the wisest, and until the understanding of the web of life or of the body of vitality which underlies every form and links every part of a form with every other part is recognized and known to be a fact in nature, the problem will remain unsolved. The definition of the soul may be regarded as somewhat more feasible than that of spirit owing to the fact that there are many people who have experienced at some time or another an illumination, an unfoldment, an uplifting, and a beatitude which has convinced them that there is a state of consciousness so far removed from that normally experienced as to bring them into a new state of being and a new level of awareness. It is something felt and experienced, and involves that psychic expansion which the mystic has registered down the ages, and which St. Paul referred to when he spoke of being caught up to the 3rd heaven, and of hearing things there which it is not lawful for men to utter. When hearing and sight on those levels are both producing registered experience, then we have the occultist plus the mystic. 1. The soul, macrocosmic and microcosmic, universal and human, is that entity which is brought into being when the spirit aspect and the matter aspect are related to each other. A. The soul therefore is neither spirit nor matter but is the relation between them. B. The soul is the mediator between this duality. It is the middle principle, the link between God and his form. C. Therefore the soul is another name for the Christ principle, whether in nature or in man. 2. The soul is the attractive force of the created universe and, when functioning, holds all forms together so that the life of God may manifest or express itself through them. A. Therefore the soul is the form-building aspect, and is that attractive factor in every form in the universe, in the planet, in the kingdoms of nature and in man, who sums up in himself all the aspects, which brings the form into being, which enables it to develop and grow so as to house more adequately the indwelling life, and which drives all God's creatures forward along the path of evolution, through one kingdom after another, towards an eventual goal and a glorious consummation. B. The soul is the force of evolution itself, and this was in the mind of St. Paul when he spoke of the Christ in you, the hope of glory. 3. This soul manifests differently in the various kingdoms of nature, but its function is ever the same, whether we are dealing with an atom of substance and its power to preserve its identity and form, and carry forward its activity along its own lines, or whether we deal with a form in one of the three kingdoms of nature, held coherently together, demonstrating characteristics, pursuing its own instinctual life and working as a whole towards something higher and better. A. Therefore the soul is that which gives distinctive characteristics and differing form manifestations. B. The soul plays upon matter, forcing it to assume certain shapes, to respond to certain vibrations and to build those specified phenomenal forms which we recognize in the world of the physical plane as mineral, vegetable, animal, and human, and for the initiate certain other forms as well. 4. The qualities, vibrations, colors, and characteristics in all the kingdoms of nature are soul qualities, as are the latent powers in any form seeking expression and demonstrating potentiality. In their sum total at the close of the evolutionary period, they will reveal what is the nature of the divine life and of the world soul, that oversoul which is revealing the character of God. A. Therefore the soul, through these qualities and characteristics, manifests as conscious response to matter, for the qualities are brought into being through the interplay of the pairs of opposites, spirit and matter, and their effect upon each other. This is the basis of consciousness. B. The soul is the conscious factor in all forms, the source of that awareness which all forms register and of that responsiveness to surrounding group conditions which the forms in every kingdom of nature demonstrate. C. Therefore the soul might be defined as that significant aspect in every form, made through this union of spirit and matter, which feels, registers awareness, attracts and repels, responds or denies response and keeps all forms in a constant condition of vibratory activity. D. The soul is the perceiving entity produced through the union of Father Spirit and Mother Matter. It is that which in the vegetable world, for instance, produces response to the sun's rays, and the unfolding of the bud. It is that in the animal kingdom which enables it to love its master, hunt its prey, and follow out its instinctual life. It is that in man which makes him aware of his environment and his group, which enables him to live his life in the three worlds of his normal evolution as the onlooker, the perceiver, the actor. This it is which enables him eventually to discover that this soul in him is dual and that part of him responds to the animal soul and part of him recognizes his divine soul. The majority, however, at this time will be found to be functioning fully as neither purely animal nor purely divine, but can be regarded as human souls. 5. The soul of the universe is, for the sake of clarity, capable of differentiation, or rather, owing to the limitations of the form through which that soul has to function, capable of recognition at differing rates of vibration and stages of development. The soul nature in the universe therefore manifests in certain great states of awareness with many intermediate conditions, of which the major can be enumerated as follows. A. Consciousness, or that state of awareness in matter itself, due to the fact that Mother Matter has been fecundated by Father Spirit and thus life and matter have been brought together. This type of consciousness concerns the atom, molecule, and cell of which all forms are constructed. Thus the form of the solar system, of a planet, and of all that is found upon or within a planet is produced. B. Intelligent sentient consciousness, i.e. that evidenced in the mineral and vegetable kingdoms. It is this which is responsible for the quality, shape, and coloring of the vegetable and mineral forms and for their specific natures. C. Animal consciousness, the awareness of soul response of all forms in the animal kingdom, producing their distinctions, species, and nature. D. Human consciousness, or self-consciousness, towards which the development of the life, form and awareness in the other three kingdoms has gradually tended. This term concerns the individual consciousness of men, and in the early stages is more animal than divine, owing to the dominance of the animal body with its instincts and tendencies. HPB defines man accurately as an animal plus a god. Later it is more strictly human, neither purely animal nor entirely divine, but fluctuating between the two stages, thus making the human kingdom the great battleground between the pairs of opposites, between the urge or pull of spirit and the lure of matter or mother nature, and between that called the lower self and the spiritual man. E. Group consciousness, which is the consciousness of the great sum totals, is arrived at by man through the development, first of all, of his individual consciousness, the sum total of the lives of his animal, emotional and mental natures, plus the spark of divinity dwelling within the form which they make. Then comes awareness of his group, as specified for him in that group of disciples, working under some one master who represents to him the hierarchy. The hierarchy might be defined as the sum total of those sons of men who are no longer centered in the individualized self-consciousness, but who have entered into a wider realization, that of the planetary group life. There are stages in this realization, mounting all the way from the tiny group recognition of the probationary disciple up to the completed group awareness of the life in whom all forms have their being, the consciousness of the planetary logos, that spirit before the throne, who manifests through the form of a planet, as man manifests through his form in the human kingdom. The soul therefore may be regarded as the unified sentiency and the relative awareness of that which lies back of the form of a planet and of a solar system. These latter are the sum total of all forms, organic or inorganic, as the materialist differentiates them. The soul, though constituting one great total, is, however, limited in its expression by the nature and quality of the form in which it is found, and there are consequently forms which are highly responsive to and expressive of the soul, and others which, owing to their density and the quality of the atoms of which they are composed, are incapable of recognizing the higher aspects of the soul or of expressing more than its lower vibration, tone, or color. The infinitely small is recognized, the infinitely vast is assumed, but it remains as yet a concept until such time as the consciousness of man is inclusive, as well as exclusive. This concept will be understood when the second aspect is contacted and men understand the nature of the soul. It must be also remembered that just as the basic triplicity of manifestation worked out symbolically in men as his quota of energy, physical energy, his nervous system and the body mass, so the soul can also be known as a triplicity, the higher correspondences of the lower. There is first of all what might be called the spiritual will, that quota of the universal will which any one soul can express, and which is adequate for the purpose of enabling the spiritual man to cooperate in the plan and purpose of the great life in which he has his being. There is also the second soul quality, which is spiritual love, the quality of group consciousness, of inclusiveness, of mediatorship, of attraction, and of unification. This is the paramount soul characteristic, for only the soul has it as the dynamic factor. The spirit, or monad, is primarily the expression of will with love and intelligence as secondary principles, and the body nature, the personality, is paramountly distinguished by intelligence, but the soul has outstandingly the quality of love, which demonstrates as wisdom also when the intelligence of the body nature is fused with the love of the soul. The following tabulation may make the thought clearer. Monad, will, purpose. First aspect, will, enabling the monad to participate in the universal purpose. Second aspect, love, the energy which is poured forth into the soul, making it what it is. Third aspect, intelligence, transmitted via the soul and brought into manifestation through the medium of the body. Soul, love, the method. First aspect, will, held in abeyance but expressing itself through the mind aspect of the personality and through kundalini, which when aroused correctly makes possible the final initiations into the consciousness of the monad. Second aspect, love, the dominating force of the soul life. Through this possession and this type of energy, the soul can be en rapport with all souls. Through the emotional body, the soul can be in touch with all animal or subhuman souls, through its work on its own plane, with the meditating souls of all men, and through the principle of buddhi, with the second aspect of the monad. Third aspect, knowledge. This aspect is brought into touch with the intelligence of all cells in the threefold body mechanism. By a close study of the above, it becomes apparent in what way the soul acts as the mediator between the monad and the personality. The personality hides within itself, as a casket hides the jewel, that point of soul light which we call the light in the head. This is found within the brain, and is only discovered and later used when the highest aspect of the personality, the mind, is developed and functioning. Then the union with the soul is made and the soul functions through the lower personal nature. The soul hides within itself, as the jewel in the lotus, that faculty of dynamic energy which is the manifested attribute of the monad, the will. When the soul has unfolded all its powers and has learned to include within its consciousness all that is connoted by the myriad forms that being takes, then in turn a higher or more inclusive state becomes possible and soul life is superseded by monadic life. This involves an ability to know, to love, and to participate in the plans of a life which has the power to include within its radius of consciousness not only the sum total of the lives and consciousness of the life of the logos of our planet, but all the lives and consciousnesses within our solar system. The nature of this awareness is only possible of comprehension by the man who has arrived at soul knowledge. The great need at this time is for experts in the life of the soul and for a group of men and women who, undertaking the great experiment and transition, add their testimony to the truth of the statements of the mystics and occultists of the ages. See the body, the phenomenal appearance. Not much need be written here anent this, for the body nature and the form aspect have been the object of investigation and the subject of thought and discussion of thinking men for many centuries. Much at which they have arrived is basically correct. The modern investigator will admit the law of analogy as the basis of his premises and recognize sometimes the Hermetic theory that, as above, so below, may throw much light on the present problems. The following postulates may serve to clarify. 1. Man, in his body nature, is a sum total, a unity. 2. This sum total is subdivided into many parts and organisms. 3. Yet these many subdivisions function in a unified manner and the body is a correlated whole. 4. Each of its parts differs in form and in function but all are interdependent. 5. Each part and each organism is, in its turn, composed of molecules, cells, and atoms, and these are held together in the form of the organism by the life of the sum total. 6. The sum total called man is roughly divided into 5 parts, some of greater importance than others, but all completing that living organism we call a human being. A. The head. B. The upper torso, or that part which lies above the diaphragm. C. The lower torso, or that part lying below the diaphragm. D. The arms. E. The legs. 7. These organisms serve varied purposes and upon their due functioning and proper adjustment the comfort of the whole depends. 8. Each of these has its own life which is the sum total of the life of its atomic structure and is also animated by the unified life of the whole, directed from the head by the intelligent will or energy of the spiritual man. 9. The important part of the body is that triple division, the head, upper and lower torso. A man can function and live without his arms and legs. 10. Each of these 3 parts is also triple from the physical side, making the analogy to the 3 parts of man's nature and the 9 of perfected monadic life. There are other organs, but those enumerated are those which have an esoteric significance of greater value than the other parts. A. Within the head are 1. The 5 ventricles of the brain, or what we might call the brain as a unified organism. 2. The three glands, carotid, pineal and pituitary. 3. The two eyes. B. Within the upper body are 1. The throat. 2. The lungs. 3. The heart. C. Within the lower body are 1. The spleen. 2. The stomach. 3. The sex organs. 11. The sum total of the body is also triple. A. The skin and bony structure. B. The vascular or blood system. C. The threefold nervous system. 12. Each of these triplicities corresponds to the three parts of man's nature. A. Physical nature. The skin and bony structure are the analogy to the dense and etheric body of man. B. Soul nature. The blood vessels and circulatory system are the analogy to that all-pervading soul which penetrates to all parts of the solar system, as the blood goes to all parts of the body. C. Spirit nature. The nervous system, as it energizes and acts throughout the physical man, is the correspondence to the energy of spirit. 13. In the head we have the analogy to the spirit aspect, the directing will, the monad, the one. A. The brain with its 5 ventricles is the analogy to the physical form which the spirit animates in connection with man, that 5-fold sum total which is the medium through which the spirit on the physical plane has to express itself. B. The 3 glands in the head are closely related to the soul or psychic nature, higher and lower. C. The 2 eyes are the physical plane correspondences to the monad, who is will and love wisdom, or Atmabuddhi, according to the occult terminology. 14. In the upper body we have an analogy to the triple soul nature. A. The throat, corresponding to the 3rd creative aspect or the body nature, the active intelligence of the soul. B. The heart, the love wisdom of the soul, the Buddhi, or Christ principle. C. The lungs, the analogy for the breath of life, is the correspondence of spirit. 15. In the lower torso again we have this triple system carried out. A. The sex organs, the creative aspect, the fashioner of the body. B. The stomach, as the physical manifestation of the solar plexus, is the analogy to the soul nature. C. The spleen, the receiver of energy and therefore the physical plane expression of the center which receives this energy, is the analogy to the energizing spirit. The vital body is the expression of the soul energy and has the following function. 1. It unifies and links into one whole the sum total of all forms. 2. It gives to every form its particular quality, and this is due to A. The type of matter drawn into that particular part of the web of life. B. The position in the body of the planetary logos, for instance, of any specific form. C. The particular kingdom in nature which is being vitalized. 3. It is the principle of integration and the cohesive force of manifestation, from the strictly physical sense. 4. This web of life is the subjective analogy to the nervous system, and beginners in the esoteric sciences can, if they remember this, picture to themselves a network of nerves and plexus running throughout the entire body, or the sum total of all forms, coordinating and linking, and producing an essential unity. 5. Within that unity is diversity. Just as the varied organs of the human body are interrelated by the ramification of the nervous system, so within the body of the planetary logos are the various kingdoms in nature and the multiplicity of forms. Back of the objective universe is the subtler sensitive body, one organism, not many, one sentient, responsive, connected form. 6. This sensitive form is not only that which responds to the environment but is the transmitter, from inner sources, of certain types of energy, and the object of the treatise might here be stated to be that of considering the various types of energy transmitted to the form in the human kingdom, the responsiveness of the form to the types of force, the effects of that force upon man, and his gradual responsiveness to force emanating A. From his environment, plus his own outer physical body. B. From the emotional plane, or astral force. C. The mental plane or thought currents. D. Egoic force, a force only registered by men and of which the fourth kingdom in nature is the custodian and which has mysterious and peculiar effects. E. The type of energy which produces the concretion of ideas on the physical plane. F. Strictly spiritual energy, or force from the plane of the monad. The different types of force can all be registered in the human kingdom. Some of them can be registered in the subhuman kingdoms, and the apparatus of the vital body in men is so constructed that through its three objective manifestations, the triple nervous system, through the 7 major plexi, the lesser nerve ganglia, and the many thousands of nerves, the entire objective man can be responsive to A. The above-mentioned types of force. B. Energies generated in and emanating from any part of the planetary etheric web of life. C. The solar web of life. D. The constellations of the zodiac which appear to have a real effect upon our planet and of which astrology is as yet the immature study. E. Certain cosmic forces which, it will be recognized later, play upon and produce changes in our solar system and consequently upon our planet and upon all forms upon and within that planetary life. This has been touched upon in the treatise on cosmic fire. To all of these the planetary web of life is responsive, and, when astrologers work in the occult way and consider the planetary horoscope, they will arrive more quickly at an understanding of the zodiacal and cosmic influences. The anima mundi is that which lies back of the web of life. The latter is but the physical symbol of that universal soul. It is the outer and visible sign of the inner reality, the concretion of the sensitive responsive entity which links spirit and matter together. This entity we call the universal soul, the middle principle from the standpoint of the planetary life. When we narrow the concept down to the human family, and consider the individual man, we call it the mediating principle, for the soul of mankind is not only an entity linking spirit and matter, and mediating between monad and personality, but the soul of humanity has a unique function to perform in mediating between the higher 3 kingdoms in nature and the lower 3. The higher 3 are 1. The spiritual hierarchy of our planet, nature spirits or angels and human spirits, who stand at a peculiar point on the ladder of evolution. Of these Sanat Kumara, embodying a principle of the planetary logos, is the highest, and an initiate of the first degree is the lowest, with corresponding entities in what we call the angel or deva kingdom. 2. The hierarchy of rays, certain groupings of the 7 rays in relation to our planet. 3. A hierarchy of lives, gathered by an evolutionary process out of our planetary evolution and from 4 other planets, who embody in themselves the purpose and plan of the solar logos in relation to the 5 planets involved. In narrowing the concept down to the microcosm, the ego or soul acts verily as the middle principle connecting the hierarchy of monads with outer diversified forms which they use sequentially in the process of A. Gaining certain experiences, resulting in acquired attributes. B. Working out certain effects, initiated in an earlier system. C. Cooperating in the plan of the solar logos in relation to his, if one may use a pronoun in speaking of a life which is an existence and yet is an extended concept, karma, a point oft overlooked. This karma of his must be worked out through the method of incarnation and the subsequent result of the incarnated energy upon the substance of the form. This is symbolized for us, if we could but grasp it, in the relation of the sun to the moon. The solar lord with his warmth and light galvanizes the moribund lunar lords into a spurious life. This is the great deception, and the maya of his presence. So runs the old commentary oft quoted by me in earlier books. The above concept has in it truth for the individual soul likewise. This middle principle is in process of revelation now. The lower aspect is functioning. The higher remains unknown, but that which links them, and at the same time reveals the nature of the higher, is on the verge of discovery. The structure, the mechanism, is now ready and developed to its point of usefulness. The vital life that can guide and motivate the machine is likewise present, and men now can intelligently use and control, not only the machine, but the active principle. The great symbol of the soul in men is his vital or etheric body, and for the following reasons. 1. It is the physical correspondence to the inner light body we call the soul body, the spiritual body. It is called the golden bowl in the Bible and is distinguished by a. Its light quality, b. Its rate of vibration, which synchronizes always with the development of the soul, c. Its coherent force, linking and connecting every part of the body structure. 2. It is the microcosmic web of life, for it underlies every part of the physical structure and has three purposes. A. To carry throughout the body the life principle, the energy which produces activity. This it does through the medium of the blood, and the focal point for this distribution is the heart. It is the conveyor of physical vitality. B. To enable the soul, or human yet spiritual man, to be en rapport with his environment. This is carried forward through the medium of the entire nervous system, and the focal point of that activity is the brain. This is the seat of conscious receptivity. C. To produce eventually, through life and consciousness, a radiant activity, or manifestation of glory which will make of each human being a center of activity for the distribution of light and attractive energy to others in the human kingdom, and through the human kingdom, to the subhuman kingdoms. This is a part of the plan of the planetary logos for the vitalizing and renewing of the vibration of those forms which we designate subhuman. 3. This microcosmic symbol of the soul not only underlies the entire physical structure and thus is a symbol of the anima mundi, or the world soul, but is indivisible, coherent and a unified entity, thereby symbolizing the unity and homogeneity of God. There are no separated organisms in it, but it is simply a body of freely flowing force, that force being a blend or unification of two types of energy in varying quantities, dynamic energy, and attractive or magnetic energy. These two types characterize the universal soul likewise, the force of will, and of love, or of Atma and Buddhi, and it is the play of these two forces on matter that attracts to the etheric body of all forms the needed physical atoms, and that, having so attracted them, by the will force drives them into certain activities. 4. This coherent unified body of light and energy is the symbol of the soul in that it has within it 7 focal points, wherein the condensation, if it must be so called, of the two blended energies is intensified. These correspond to the 7 focal points in the solar system, wherein the solar logos, through the 7 planetary logoi, focuses his energies. This will be later elaborated. The point to be noted here is simply the symbolic nature of the etheric or vital body, for it is by understanding the nature of the energies displayed and the unified nature of the form and work that some idea as to the work of the soul, the middle principle in nature, can be grasped. 5. The symbolism is also carried forward when one remembers that the etheric body links the purely physical, or dense body with the purely subtle, the astral or emotional body. In this is seen the reflection of the soul in men which links the 3 worlds, corresponding to the solid, liquid and gaseous aspects of the strictly physical body of men, to the higher planes in the solar system, linking thus the mental to the Buddhic and the mind to the intuitional states of consciousness. Rule 1. The solar angel collects himself, scatters not his force but, in meditation deep, communicates with his reflection. Some basic assumptions. We are entering upon a course of study wherein the entire tendency will be to throw the student back upon himself, and thus upon that larger self which has only, in most cases, made its presence felt at rare and highly emotional intervals. When the self is known and not simply felt, and when the realization is mental as well as sensory, then truly can the aspirant be prepared for initiation. I would like to point out that I am basing my words upon certain basic assumptions, which for the sake of clarity, I want briefly to state. Firstly, that the student is sincere in his aspiration, and is determined to go forward no matter what may be the reaction of and upon the lower self. Only those who can clearly differentiate between the two aspects of their nature, the real self and the illusory self, can work intelligently. This has been well expressed in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. Experience, of the pairs of opposites, comes from the inability of the soul to distinguish between the personal self and the purusa, or spirit. The objective forms exist for the use and experience of the spiritual man. By meditation upon this arises the intuitive perception of the spiritual man. The 48th Sutra in the same book gives a statement covering a later stage of this discriminative realization. This discerning quality is fostered by a recollected attitude of mind, and by careful attention to the method of a constant review of the life. Secondly, I am acting upon the assumption that all have lived long enough and battled sufficiently with deterrent forces of life to have enabled them to develop a fairly true sense of values. I assume they are endeavoring to live as those who know something of the true eternal values of the soul. They are not to be kept back by any happenings to the personality or by the pressure of time and circumstance, by age or physical disability. They have wisely learnt that enthusiastic rushing forward and a violent energetic progress has its drawbacks, and that a steady, regular, persistent endeavor will carry them further in the long run. Spasmodic spurts of effort and temporary pressure peter out into disappointment and a weighty sense of failure. It is the tortoise and not the hare that arrives first at the goal, though both achieve eventually. Thirdly, I assume that those who set themselves seriously to benefit by the instructions in this book are prepared to carry out the simple requirements, to read what is written thoughtfully, to attempt to organize their minds and adhere to their meditation work. The organizing of the mind is an all-day affair, and the application of the mind to the thing in hand throughout the daily avocations is the best way to make study and meditation periods fruitful and bring about fitness for the vocation of disciple. With these assumptions clearly understood, my words are for those who are seeking to measure up to the need for trained servers. I say not, you note, those who measure up. Intention and effort are considered by us of prime importance, and are the two main requisites for all disciples, initiates, and masters, plus the power of persistence. In our consideration of these rules, I am not so much interested in their application to the magical work itself as in training the magician, and in developing him from the standpoint of his own character. Later we may get down to the application of knowledge to the outer manifestation of world forces, but now our objective is something different. I seek to interest the minds and brains, and therefore the lower self, of students in the higher self, thereby keying up their mental interest so that sufficient impetus is generated to enable them to go forward. Also, let it not be forgotten that once the magic of the soul is grasped by the personality, that soul steadily dominates and can be trusted to carry forward the training of the man to fruition, unhampered, as you necessarily are, by thoughts of time and space, and by an ignorance of the past career of the soul concerned. It should always be borne in mind that, when dealing with individuals, the work required is twofold. 1. To teach them how to link up the personal lower self with the overshadowing soul so that in the physical brain there is an assured consciousness as to the reality of that divine fact. This knowledge renders the hitherto assumed reality of the three worlds futile to attract and hold, and is the first step, out of the fourth, into the fifth kingdom. 2. To give such practical instruction as will enable the aspirant to a. Understand his own nature. This involves some knowledge of the teaching of the past as to the constitution of man and an appreciation of the interpretations of modern Eastern and Western investigators. B. Control the forces of his own nature and learn something of the forces with which he is surrounded. C. Enable him so to unfold his latent powers that he can deal with his own specific problems, stand on his own feet, handle his own life, solve his own difficulties and become so strong and poised in spirit that he forces recognition of his fitness to be recognized as a worker in the plan of evolution, as a white magician, and as one of that band of consecrated disciples whom we call the hierarchy of our planet. Students of these matters are therefore begged to extend their concept of that hierarchy of souls so that they include all the exoteric fields of human life, political, social, economic, and religious. They are begged not to narrow down the concept as so many do, to only those who have brought their own little particular organization into being, or to those who are working purely on the subjective side of life, and along what are reorganized by the conservative as the so-called religious or spiritual lines. All that tends to lift the status of humanity on any plane of manifestation is religious work and has a spiritual goal, for matter is but spirit on the lowest plane, and spirit, we are told, is but matter on the highest. All is spirit, and these differentiations are but the products of the finite mind. Therefore, all workers and knowers of God in or out of fleshly bodies, and working in any field of divine manifestation form part of the planetary hierarchy and are integral units in that great cloud of witnesses who are the onlookers and observers. They possess the power of spiritual insight or perception as well as objective or physical vision. In studying Rule I, we could summarize it simply yet profoundly under the following words. 1. Egoic communication. 2. Cyclic meditation. 3. Coordination, or at-one-ment. The rules start off in a treatise on cosmic fire with a brief summary of the process and a statement as to the nature of the white magician. I would like in this first consideration of our subject to enumerate briefly the facts given in the commentary so as to demonstrate to the aspirant how much is given him for his consideration and helping if he knows how to read and ponder upon that which he reads. The brief exegesis of Rule I gives the following statements. 1. The white magician is one who is in touch with his soul. 2. He is receptive to and aware of the purpose and the plan of his soul. 3. He is capable of receiving impressions from the realm of spirit and of registering them in his physical brain. 4. It is stated also that white magic A. works from above downwards. B. is the result of solar vibration, and therefore of egoic energy. C. is not an effect of the vibration of the form side of life, being divorced from emotion and mental impulse. 5. The downflow of energy from the soul is the result of A. constant internal recollectedness. B. concentrated one-pointed communication by the soul with the mind and the brain. C. steady meditation upon the plan of evolution. 6. The soul is, therefore, in deep meditation during the whole cycle of physical incarnation, which is all that concerns the student here. 7. This meditation is rhythmic and cyclic in nature as is all else in the cosmos. The soul breathes and its form lives thereby. 8. When the communication between the soul and its instrument is conscious and steady, the man becomes a white magician. 9. Therefore workers in white magic are invariably, and through the very nature of things, advanced human beings, for it takes many cycles of lives to train a magician. 10. The soul dominates its form through the medium of the sutratma or life thread, and, through it, vitalizes its triple instrument, mental, emotional, and physical, and thus sets up a communication with the brain. Through the brain, consciously controlled, the man is galvanized into intelligent activity on the physical plane. The above is a brief analysis of the first rule for magic, and I would like to suggest that in the future as the students meditate on the rules that they make such an analysis themselves. If they do this during their consideration of each rule, they will approach the whole matter with greater interest and knowledge. They will also save themselves much looking back and reference. It will be seen from a consideration of the above analysis that a very clear summation is given and that the student is started in his study of magic with a brief understanding of the past situation, his equipment, and the method of approach. Let us realize from the start the simplicity of the idea intended to be conveyed by my remarks hitherto. Just as in the past the instrument and its relation to the outer world has been the paramount fact in the experience of the spiritual man, so now it is possible for a readjustment to take place wherein the outstanding fact will be the spiritual man, the solar angel or soul. It will also be realized that his relationship, through the form side, will be to the inner as well as the outer worlds. Man has included in his relation only the form side of the field of average human evolution. He has used it and has been dominated by it. He has also suffered from it and consequently in time revolted, through utter satiety, from all that pertains to the material world. Dissatisfaction, disgust, distaste, and a deep fatigue are characteristic very frequently of those who are on the verge of discipleship. For what is a disciple? He is one who seeks to learn a new rhythm, to enter a new field of experience, and to follow the steps of that advanced humanity who have trodden ahead of him the path, leading from darkness to light, from the unreal to the real. He has tasted the joys of life in the world of illusion and has learnt their powerlessness to satisfy and hold him. Now he is in a state of transition between the new and the old states of being. He is vibrating between the condition of soul awareness and form awareness. He is seeing double. His spiritual perception grows slowly and surely as the brain becomes capable of illumination from the soul, via the mind. As the intuition develops, the radius of awareness grows and new fields of knowledge unfold. The first field of knowledge receiving illumination might be described as comprising the totality of forms to be found in the three worlds of human endeavor, etheric, astral and mental. The would-be disciple, through this process, becomes aware of his lower nature and begins to realize the extent of his imprisonment and, as Patanjali puts it, the modifications of the versatile psychic nature. The hindrances to achievement and the obstacles to progress are revealed to him and his problem becomes specific. Frequently then he reaches the position in which Arjuna found himself, confronted by enemies who are those of his own household, confused as to his duty and discouraged as he seeks to balance himself between the pairs of opposites. His prayer then should be the famous prayer of India, uttered by the heart, comprehended by the head, and supplemented by an ardent life of service to humanity. Unveil to us the face of the true spiritual sun, hidden by a disk of golden light, that we may know the truth and do our whole duty as we journey to thy sacred feet. As he perseveres and struggles, surmounts his problems and brings his desires and thoughts under control, the second field of knowledge is revealed, knowledge of the self and the spiritual body, knowledge of the ego as it expresses itself through the medium of the causal body, the Karana Sarira, and awareness of that source of spiritual energy which is the motivating impulse behind the lower manifestation. The disk of golden light is pierced, the true sun is seen, the path is found and the aspirant struggles forward into ever clearer light. As the knowledge of the self and as the consciousness of that which the self sees, hears, knows and contacts is stabilized, the master is found, his group of disciples is contacted, the plan for the immediate share of work he must assume is realized and gradually worked out on the physical plane. Thus the activity of the lower nature decreases, and the man little by little enters into conscious contact with his master and his group. But this follows upon the lighting of the lamp, the aligning of the lower and higher and the downflow of illumination to the brain. It is essential that these points should be grasped and studied by all aspirants so that they may take the needed steps and develop the desired awareness. Until this is done, the master, no matter how willing he may be, is powerless, and can take no steps to admit a man to his group and thus take him into his auric influence, making him an outpost of his consciousness. Every step of the way has to be carried out by a man himself, and there is northwest short or easy road out of darkness into light. The white magician is ever one who, through conscious alignment with his ego, with his angel, is receptive to his plans and purposes, and therefore capable of receiving the higher impression. We must remember that while magic works from above downwards, and is the result of solar vibration, and not the impulses emanating from one or the other of the lunar pitris, the downflow of the impressing energy from the solar pitri is the result of his internal recollection, the interwing of his forces, prior to sending them concentratedly to his shadow, man, and his steady meditation upon the purpose and the plan. It may be of use to the student if he here remembers that the ego, as well as the logos, is in deep meditation during the whole cycle of physical incarnation. This meditation is cyclic in nature, the pitri involved sending out to his reflection rhythmic streams of energy, which streams are recognized by the man concerned as his high impulses, his dreams and aspirations. Therefore, it will be apparent why workers in white magic are ever advanced and spiritual men, for the reflection is seldom responsive to the ego or the solar angel until many cycles of incarnation have transpired. The solar pitri communicates with his shadow or reflection by means of the sutratma, which passes down through the bodies to a point of entrance in the physical brain, if I might so express it, but the man, as yet, cannot focus or see clearly in any direction. If he looks backward he can see only the fogs and miasmas of the planes of illusion, and fails to be interested. If he looks forward he sees a distant light which attracts him, but he cannot as yet see that which the light reveals. If he looks around, he he sees but shifting forms and the cinematograph of the form side of life. If he looks within, he sees the shadows cast by the light, and becomes aware of much impedimenta which must be discarded before the light he sees in the distance can be approached, and then enter within him. Then he can know himself as light itself, and walk in that light and transmit it likewise to others. It is perhaps well to remember that the stage of discipleship is in many ways the most difficult part of the entire ladder of evolution. The solar angel is unceasingly in deep meditation. The impulses of energy emanating from him are increasing in vibratory rate and are becoming more and more powerful. The energy is affecting more and more the forms through which the soul is seeking expression and endeavoring to control. This brings me to the consideration of the seventh point I made in my earlier analysis of Rule I. I said, the soul's meditation is rhythmic and cyclic in its nature as is all else in the cosmos. The soul breathes and its form lives thereby. The rhythmic nature of the soul's meditation must not be overlooked in the life of the aspirant. There is an ebb and flow in all nature, and in the tides of the ocean we have a wonderful picturing of an eternal law. As the aspirant adjusts himself to the tides of the soul life, he begins to realize that there is ever a flowing in, a vitalizing and a stimulating which is followed by a flowing out as sure and as inevitable as the immutable laws of force. This ebb and flow can be seen functioning in the processes of death and incarnation. It can be seen also over the entire process of a man's lives, for some lives can be seen to be apparently static and uneventful, slow and inert from the angle of the soul's experience, whilst others are vibrant, full of experience and of growth. This should be remembered by all of you who are workers when you are seeking to help others to live rightly. Are they on the ebb or are they being subjected to the flow of the soul energy? Are they passing through a period of temporary quiescence, preparatory to greater impulse and effort, so that the work to be done must be that of strengthening and stabilizing in order to enable them to stand in spiritual being, or are they being subjected to a cyclic inflow of forces? In this case the worker must seek to aid in the direction and utilization of the energy which, if misdirected, will eventuate in wrecked lives but which when wisely utilized will produce a full and fruitful service. The above thoughts can also be applied by the student of humanity to the great racial cycles, and much of interest will be discovered. Again, and of more vital importance to us, these cyclic impulses in the life of the disciple are of a greater frequency and speed and forcefulness than in the life of the average man. They alternate with a distressing rapidity. The hill and valley experience of the mystic is but one way of expressing this ebb and flow. Sometimes the disciple is walking in the sunlight and at other times in the dark, sometimes he knows the joy of full communion and again all seems dull and sterile. His service is on occasion a fruitful and satisfying experience and he seems to be able to really aid. At other times he feels that he has naught to offer and his service is arid and apparently without results. All is clear to him some days and he seems to stand on the mountain top looking out over a sunlit landscape, where all is clear to his vision. He knows and feels himself to be a son of God. Later, however, the clouds seem to descend and he is sure of nothing, and seems to know nothing. He walks in the sunlight and is almost overpowered by the brilliance and heat of the solar rays, and wonders how long this uneven experience and the violent alternation of these opposites is to go on. Once, however, that he grasps the fact he is watching the effect of the cyclic impulses and the effect of the soul's meditation upon his form nature, the meaning becomes clearer and he realizes that it is that form aspect which is failing in its response, and reacting to energy with unevenness. He then learns that once he can live in the soul consciousness and attain that high altitude, if I might so express it, at will, the fluctuations of the form life will not touch him. He then perceives the narrow-edged razor path which leads from the plane of physical life to the soul realm, and finds that when he can tread it with steadiness it leads him out of the ever-changing world of the senses into the clear light of day and into the world of reality. The form side of life then becomes to him simply a field for service and not a field of sensuous perception. Let the student ponder upon this last sentence. Let him aim to live as a soul. Then the cyclic impulses, emanating from the soul, are known to be impulses for which he himself is responsible and which he has sent forth, he then knows himself to be the initiating cause and is not subject to the effects. Looked at from another angle, we get two factors, the breath and the form which the breath energizes and drives into activity. Upon careful study, it becomes apparent that we have, for eons of time, identified ourselves with the form. We have emphasized the effects of the imparted activity but have not understood the nature of the breath, nor known the nature of the one who breathes. Now in our work we are concerning ourselves with that one who, breathing rhythmically, will drive the form into right action and right control. This is our objective and our goal. A right understanding is necessary nevertheless if we are to appreciate intelligently our task and its effects. Much more could be said on this rule, but enough has been here given for the average applicant to discipleship to consider and upon which to base action. Most of us are average, are we not? If we regard ourselves otherwise, we divorce ourselves from others and become guilty of the sin of separateness, the one real sin. An appreciation of the above thoughts should build in the aspirant a realization of the value of his meditation work, whilst the idea of a cyclic response to soul impulse lies back of the activities of a morning meditation, a noonday recollection, and an evening review. A larger ebb and flow is also indicated in the two aspects of the full moon and the new moon. Let this be borne in mind. May there be a full and steady play of cyclic force from the kingdom of spirit upon each one of us, calling us forth into the realm of light, love and service, and producing a cyclic response from each one. May there be a constant interchange between those who teach and the disciple who seeks instruction. Much preliminary work will have to be done. The disciple on the physical plane and the inner teacher, whether one of the great ones or the master within the heart, need to know each other somewhat, and to accustom themselves to each other's vibration. Teachers on the inner planes have much to contend with owing to the slowness of the mental processes of students in physical bodies. But confidence and trust will set up the right vibration which will produce eventually accurate work. Lack of faith, of calmness, of application, and the presence of emotional unrest will hinder. Long patience those on the inner side need in dealing with all who must, for lack of other and better material, be utilized. Some physical injudiciousness may make the physical body non-receptive, some worry or care may cause the astral body to vibrate to a rhythm impossible for the right reception of the inner purpose, some prejudice, some criticism, some pride, may be present that will make the mental vehicle of no use. Aspirants to this difficult work must watch themselves with infinite care, and keep the inner serenity and peace and a mental pliability that will tend to make them of some use in the guarding and guiding of humanity. The following rules might therefore be given. 1. It is essential that there should be an endeavor to arrive at absolute purity of motive. 2. The ability to enter the silence of the high places will follow next. The stilling of the mind depends upon the law of rhythm. If you are vibrating in many directions and registering thoughts from all sides, this law will be unable to touch you. Balance and poise must be restored before equilibrium can be reached. The law of vibration and the study of atomic substance are closely intertwined. When more is known about these atoms and their action, reaction, and interaction, then people will control their bodies scientifically, synchronizing the laws of vibration and of rhythm. They are the same and yet unlike. They are phases of the law of gravitation. The earth is itself an entity which, by the force of will, holds all things to itself. This is an obscure matter, little has been learned about it as yet. The inbreathing and outbreathing of the entity of the earth affects vibration potently, that is the vibration of the physical plane matter. There is a connection also between this and the moon. Those members of humanity who are specially under lunar influence respond to this attraction more than any others, and they are difficult to use as transmitters. The silence that comes from the inner calm is the one to cultivate. Aspirants are urged to remember that the time will come when they too will form part of the group of teachers on the inner side of the veil. If then they have not learnt the silence that comes from strength and from knowledge, how will they bear the apparent lack of communication that they will then find exists between them and those on the outer side? Learn therefore, how to keep quiet, or usefulness will be hampered by astral fretfulness when on the other side of death. 3. Remember always that lack of calm in the daily life prevents the teachers on egoic levels from reaching you. Endeavor therefore to remain quiescent as life unrolls, work, toil, strive, aspire, and hold the inner calm. Withdraw steadily into interior work and so cultivate a responsiveness with the higher planes. A perfect steadiness of inner poise is what the masters need in those whom they seek to use. It is an inner poise that holds to the vision yet does its outer work on the physical plane with a concentrated physical brain attention which is in no way deviated by the inner receptiveness. It involves a dual activity. 4. Learn to control thought. It is necessary to guard what you think. These are days when the race as a whole is becoming sensitive and telepathic and responsive to thought interplay. The time is approaching when thought will become public property, and others will sense what you think. Thought has, therefore, to be carefully guarded. Those who are contacting the higher truths and becoming sensitive to the universal mind must protect some of their knowledge from the intrusion of other minds. Aspirants must learn to inhibit certain thoughts and prevent certain knowledge from leaking out into the public consciousness when in contact with their fellow men. It is of course of vital interest to appreciate the significance of the words, "scatters not his force." There are so many lines of activity into which the soul-inspired disciple may throw himself. Assurance as to varying lines of activity is not easy to reach, and every aspirant knows perplexity. Let us put the problem in the form of a question, relegating it to the plane of everyday endeavor, as we are not yet in a position to comprehend in what way a soul can scatter its forces on the higher planes. What is the criterion whereby a man may know which out of several lines of activity is the right line to take? Is there, in other words, a revealing something which will enable a man unerringly to choose the right action and go the right way? The question has no reference to a choice existing between the path of spiritual endeavor and the way of the men of the world. It refers to right action when faced with a choice. There is no question but that a man is faced, in his progress, with increasingly subtle distinctions. The crude discrimination between right and wrong which occupies the child's soul is succeeded by the finer distinctions of right, or of more right, of high, or higher, and the moral or spiritual values have to be faced with the most meticulous spiritual perception. In the stress and toil of life and in the constant pressure on each one from those who constitute their group, the complexity of the problem is very great. In solving such problems, certain broad discriminations can precede the more subtle, and when these decisions have been made, the more subtle can then take their place. The choice between selfish and unselfish action is the most obvious one to follow upon the choice between right and wrong, and is easily settled by the honest soul. A choice which involves discrimination between individual benefit and group responsibility rapidly eliminates other factors, and is easy to the man who shoulders his just responsibility. Note the use of the words, just responsibility. We are considering the normal, sane man and not the overconscientious morbid fanatic. There follows next the distinction between the expedient, involving factors of physical plane relations of business and of finance, leading up to a consideration of the highest good for all parties concerned. But having through this triple eliminative process arrived at a certain position, cases arise where choice still remains, in which neither common sense nor logical, discerning reason seem to help. The desire is only to do the right thing, the intent is to act in the highest possible way and to take that line of action which will produce the best good of the group apart from personal considerations altogether. Yet light upon the path, which must be trodden, is not seen, the door which should be entered is unrecognized, and the man remains in the state of constant indecision. What, then, must be done? One of two things. First, the aspirant can follow his inclination and choose that line of action out of the residue of possible lines which seems to him the wisest and the best. This involves belief in the working of the law of karma and also a demonstration of that firm decisiveness which is the best way in which his personality can learn to abide by the decisions of his own soul. It involves also the ability to go forward upon the grounds of the decision made, and so to abide by the results without forebodings or regrets. Secondly, he can wait, resting back upon an inner sense of direction, knowing that in due time he will ascertain, through the closing of all doors but one, which is the way he should go. For there is only one open door through which such a man can go. Intuition is needed for its recognition. In the first case mistakes may be made, and the man thereby learns and is enriched. In the second case, mistakes are impossible and only right action can be taken. It is obvious, therefore, that all resolves itself into an understanding of one's place upon the ladder of evolution. Only the highly advanced men can know the times and seasons and can adequately discern the subtle distinction between a psychic inclination and the intuition. In considering these two ways of ultimate decision, let not the man who should use his common sense and take a line of action based upon the use of the concrete mind, practice the higher method of waiting for a door to open. He is expecting too much in the place where he is. He has to learn through right decision and right use of the mind to solve his problems. Through this method he will grow, for the roots of intuitive knowledge are laid deep within the soul, and the soul, therefore, must be contacted before the intuition can work. One hint only can here be given: the intuition ever concerns itself with group activity and not with petty personal affairs. If you are still a man centered in the personality, recognize it, and with the equipment available, govern your actions. If you know yourself to be functioning as a soul and are lost in the interest of others, untrammeled by selfish desire, then your just obligation will be met, your responsibilities shouldered, your group work carried forward, and the way will unfold before you, whilst you do the next thing and fulfill the next duty. Out of duty, perfectly performed, will emerge those larger duties which we call world work. Out of the carrying of family responsibilities will come that strengthening of our shoulders which will enable us to carry those of a larger group. What, then, is the criterion? For the high-grade aspirant, let me repeat, the choice of action depends upon a sound use of the lower mind, the employment of a sane common sense, and the forgetfulness of selfish comfort and personal ambition. This leads to the fulfillment of duty. For the disciple there will be the automatic and necessary carrying forward of all the above, plus the use of the intuition which will reveal the moment when wider group responsibilities can be justly shouldered and carried simultaneously with those of the smaller group. Ponder on this. The intuition reveals not the way ambition can be fed, nor the manner in which desire for selfish advancement can be gratified. Rule 2. When the shadow hath responded, in meditation deep the work proceedeth. The lower light is thrown upward, the greater light illuminates the three, and the work of the four proceedeth. The hindrances to occult study. The overcoming of the hindrances. Hindrances to occult study. This rule is one of the most difficult in the book and yet one of the most comprehensive. It will take us some time rightly to handle it. We have in it an interesting illustration of the microcosmic correspondence to the macrocosm. It can be elucidated in two ways in relation to the light it mentions. Reference is made to the greater light which illuminates the three and, secondly, to the throwing upward of the lower light. The greater light is that of the soul, who is light itself illuminating the manifestation of the threefold personality. Herein lies the correspondence to the macrocosm as it is symbolized for us in God, the manifesting light of the solar system. The solar system is 3 in 1, or 1 in 3, and the light of the Logos illuminates the whole. The lower light is that which is hidden within the human being on the physical plane. This light, at a certain stage of man's experience, is awakened throughout the physical body and blends eventually with the greater light. The light and life of God Himself may emanate from the central spiritual sun, but it is only as the light within the solar system itself is awakened and aroused that there will come that eventual blazing forth which will typify the glory of the sun shining in its strength. Similarly, the light of the soul may emanate from the monad, but it is only as the light within the little system, directed by the soul, is awakened and aroused that there will come the eventual shining forth of a Son of God. In these instructions, however, We are dealing primarily with the microcosm and the light within it. We shall not enlarge upon the macrocosmic analogies. In considering this second rule, we must note that a conscious relation has been established between the soul and its shadow, the men on the physical plane. Both have been meditating. Students would do well to note this and to remember that one of the objectives of the daily meditation is to enable the brain and mind to vibrate in unison with the soul as it seeks, in meditation deep, to communicate with its reflection. The correspondence to this relation, or synchronizing vibration, is interesting. Soul. Man on the physical plane. Mind. Brain. Pineal gland. Pituitary body. The relation also between the centers, and their synchronization is interesting, and in it is epitomized the evolution of the race as well as the racial unit, man. Head center. Base of the spine. Heart center. Solar plexus. Throat center. Sacral center. The old commentary expresses it in the following terms. When communion is established, words are forthwith used, and mantric law assumes its rightful place, provided that the one communicates the words and the three remain in silence. When response is recognized as emanating from the three, the one, in silence, listens. The roles are changed. A threefold word issues from out the triple form. A turning round is caused. The eyes no longer look upon the world of form, they turn within, focus the light, and see, revealed, an inner world of being. With this the mana stills itself, for eyes and mind are one. The heart no longer beats in tune with low desire, nor wastes its love upon the things that group and hide the real. It beats with rhythm new, it pours its love upon the real, and Maya fades away. Kama and heart are close allied, love and desire form one whole, one seen at night, the other in the light of day. When fire and love and mind submit themselves, sounding the threefold word, there comes response. The one enunciates a word which drowns the triple sound. God speaks. A quivering and a shaking in the form responds. The new stands forth, a man remade, the form rebuilt, the house prepared. The fires unite, and great the light that shines, the three merge with the one, and through the blaze a fourfold fire is seen. In this pictorial writing which I have sought to convey in modern English, the sages of old embodied an idea. The old commentary from which these words are taken has no assignable date. Should I endeavor to tell you its age, I have no means of proving the truth of my words, and hence would be faced with credulity, a thing aspirants must avoid in their search for the essential and real. I have sought in the above few phrases to give the gist of what is expressed in the commentary, through the means of a few symbols and a cryptic text. These old scriptures are not read in the way modern students read books. They are seen, touched, and realized. The meaning is disclosed in a flash. Let me illustrate. The words, the one enunciates the word which drowns the triple sound, are depicted by a shaft of light ending in a symbolic word in gold superimposed over three symbols in black, rose and green. Thus are the secrets guarded with care. I felt it might be of interest to students to know this much about this ancient test book of the adepts. Our consideration of this rule will fall into two parts. The relation between the soul and the personality. This will be handled particularly with reference to meditation in the daily life, more than from the theoretical and the academical. The significance of the words, the lower light is thrown upward. These deal with the centers and the kundalini fire. I would like here to point out the advisability of each student arriving at an understanding of his etheric body, and this for certain reasons. First, the etheric body is the next aspect of the world's substance to be studied by scientists and investigators. This time will be hastened if thinking men and women can formulate intelligent ideas anent this interesting subject. We can aid in the revelation of the truth by our clear thinking, and from the standpoint of the present pronouncements about the ether, scientists will eventually arrive at an understanding of etheric forms or bodies. Secondly, the etheric body is composed of force currents, and in it are vital centers linked by lines of force with each other and with the nervous system of the physical man. Through these lines of force, it is connected also with the etheric body of the environing system. Note that in this lies the basis for a belief in immortality, for the law of brotherhood or unity, and for astrological truth. Thirdly, the need of realizing that the etheric body is vitalized and controlled by thought and can, through thought, be brought into full functioning activity. This is done by right thinking and not by breathing exercises and holding the nose. When this is grasped, much dangerous practice will be avoided and people will come into a normal and safe control of that most potent instrument, the vital body. That this end may rapidly be consummated is my earnest wish. Occult study is of profound importance, and students of these sciences must bring to bear upon them all that they have of mental application and concentrated attention. It involves also the steady working out of the truths learned. Occult study, as understood in the Occident, is intellectually investigated but not practically followed. Theoretically, some glimmering of light may be appreciated by the man who aspires to the occult path, but the systematic working out of the laws involved has made small progress as yet. Wherein lies the hindrance? It may be of value if we study three things. 1. The Occidental hindrances to correct occult study. 2. How these hindrances may be surmounted. 3. Certain things the aspirant may safely undertake in the equipping of himself for treading the occult path, for that is the stage, and for the majority, the only stage at present possible. One of the main hindrances to the correct apprehension of the laws of occultism and their practical application lies in the fact of the comparative newness of the Occident, and the rapid changes which have been the outstanding feature of European and American civilization. The history of Europe dates back a bare 3,000 years, and that of America, as we know, barely as many centuries. Occultism flourishes in a prepared atmosphere, in a highly magnetized environment, and in a settled condition which is the result of age-long work upon the mental plane. This is one reason why India provides such an adequate school of endeavor. Their knowledge of occultism dates back tens of thousands of years, and time has set its mark even upon the physique of the people, providing them with bodies which offer not that resistance which Occidental bodies so oft afford. The environment has been long permeated with the strong vibrations of the great ones who reside within its borders and who, in their passage to and from, and through their proximity, continuously magnetize the environing ether. This in itself affords another line of least resistance, for this etheric magnetization affects the etheric bodies of the contacted population. These two facts, of time and of high vibration, result in that stability of rhythm which facilitates occult work, and offer a quiet field for mantric and ceremonial enterprise. These conditions are not to be found in the West, where constant change in every branch of life is found, where frequent rapid shifting of the scene of action causes wide areas of disturbance which militate against any work of a magic nature. The amount of force required to effect certain results does not warrant their use, and time has been allowed to elapse in an effort to produce an equilibricing effect. The climax of the disturbed condition has been passed, and a more stable state of affairs is gradually being brought about, and this may permit of definite occult work being attempted with success. The Master is working upon this problem, and likewise the Master of the English race, not the Master who occupies himself with the labor movement or the betterment of social conditions. They are aided by a disciple of rare capability in Sweden, and by an initiate in the southern part of Russia, who works much on the mental levels. Their aim is so to tap the resources of force stored up by the Nirmanakas that its downflow may sweep out lower-grade matter, and thus permit the free play of a higher vibration. Another hindrance may be found in the strong development of the concrete mind. I would here impress upon you that this development must in no way be considered a detriment. All has been in due course of evolution, and later when the Orient and the Occident have reached a point of better understanding and interplay, their interaction will be of mutual benefit. The East will profit from the mental stimulation afforded by the strong mental vibration of its Western brother, whilst the Occidental will gain much from the abstract reasoning of the Oriental, and, Through the effort to grasp that which the first subrace of the Aryan root race so easily apprehended, he will contact his higher mind, and thus build with greater facility the bridge between the higher and the lower mind. The two types need each other, and their effect upon each other tends to eventual synthesis. The concrete mind, in itself, offers opportunity for a treatise of great length, but here it will suffice to point out a few of the ways in which it hinders those races who so paramountly represent it. A. By its intense activity and stimulated action it hinders the downflow of inspiration from on high. It acts as a dark curtain that shuts out the higher illumination. Only through steadiness and a stable restfulness can that illumination percolate, via the higher bodies, to the physical brain and so be available for practical service. B. The wisdom of the triad exists for the use of the personality, but is barred by the disquisitions of the lower mind. When the fire of mind burns too fiercely, it forms a current which counteracts the higher downflow, and forces the lower fire back into seclusion. Only when the three fires meet, through the regulation of the middle fire of mind, can a full light be achieved, and the whole body be full of light, the fire from above, the triadal light, the fire of the lower self, kundalini, and the fire of mind, cosmic manas, must meet upon the altar. In their union comes the burning away of all that hinders and the completed emancipation. C. By discrimination, a faculty of the concrete mental body, the lower bodies are trained in the art of distinguishing illusion from the center of reality, the real from the unreal, the self from the not-self. Then ensues, consequently, a period that must be surmounted wherein the attention of the ego is centered necessarily on the lower self and its vehicles, and wherein, therefore, the vibrations of the triad, the laws that deal with macrocosmic evolution, and the subjugation of fire for the use of the divine, have temporarily to be in abeyance. When man quickly sees the truth in all that he contacts, and automatically chooses truth or the real, then he learns next the lesson of joyful action, and the path of bliss opens before him. When this is so, the path of occultism becomes possible for him, for the concrete mind has served its purpose, and has become his instrument and not his master, his interpreter and not his hinderer. D. The concrete mind hinders in another and more unusual way, and one that is not realized by the student who attempts, at first, to tread the thorny road of occult development. When the concrete mind is rampant, and dominates the entire personality, the aspirant cannot cooperate with these other lives and diverse evolutions until love supersedes concrete mind, even though he may, in theory, comprehend the laws that govern the evolution of the logoic plan and the development of other solar entities besides his own hierarchy. Mind separates, love attracts. Mind creates a barrier betwixt a man and every suppliant deva. Love breaks down every barrier, and fuses diverse groups in union. Mind repels by a powerful, strong vibration, casting off all that is contacted, as a wheel casts off all that hinders its whirling periphery. Love gathers all to itself, and carries all on with itself, welding separated units into a unified homogeneous whole. Mind repels through its own abundant heat, scorching and burning up that approaches it. Love soothes and heals by the similarity of its heat to the heat in that which it contacts, and blends its warmth and flame with the warmth and flame of other evolving lives. Finally, mind disrupts and destroys whilst love produces coherence and heals. Every change, in human life, is subject to immutable laws, if such a paradoxical statement may be permitted. In the attempt to find out those laws, in order to conform to them, the occultist begins to offset karma, and thus colors not the astral light. The only method whereby these laws can as yet be apprehended by the many who are interested is by a close study of the vicissitudes of daily existence, as spread over a long period of years. By the outstanding features of a cycle of 10 years, for instance, as they are contrasted with the preceding or succeeding similar period, a student can approximate the trend of affairs and guide himself thereby. When the point in evolution is reached where the student can contrast preceding lives, and gain knowledge of the basic coloring of his previous life cycle, then rapid progress in adjusting the life to law is made. When succeeding lives can be likewise apprehended by the student, and their coloring seen and known, then karma, as known in the three worlds, ceases, and the adept stands master of all causes and effects as they condition and regulate his lower vehicle. He aspires to the occult path and considers changes and events in the light of all preceding events, and the longer and more accurate his memory, the more he can dominate all possible situations. Thus two of the hindrances will be found to be A. The comparative newness and change which is characteristic of the Occident. B. The development of the concrete mind. Our third hindrance grows out of the preceding one. It consists of the emphasis that has been laid in the West upon the material side of things. This has resulted in a threefold condition of affairs. First, the world of spirit, or the formless abstract world of subjective consciousness, is not recognized in a scientific sense. It is recognized innately by those of mystic temperament, and by those who are able to study the subjective history of men and races, but science recognizes not this aspect of manifestation, nor do scientific men, as a whole, believe in a world of superphysical endeavor. All that in the earlier races held paramount place in the lives and thought of the peoples is now approached skeptically, and discussions are preceded by a question mark. But progress has been made and much has arisen out of the war. The question, for instance, is rapidly changing from the formula, "Is there a life after death?" to the inquiry of what nature is the future life, and this is a portent of much encouragement. Secondly, the masses of the people are suffering from suppression and from the effects of inhibition. Science has said, there is no God and no spirit within man. Religion has said, there must be a God, but where may he be found? The masses say, we desire not a God constructed by the brains of theologians. Therefore the true inner comprehension finds no room for expansion, and the activity that should be finding its legitimate expression in the higher aspiration, turns itself to the deification of things, things pertaining to flesh, connected with the emotions, or having a relation to the mind. The war, again, has accomplished much by relegating things to their just position, and, by the removal of possessions, many have learnt the value of essentials, and the necessity of eliminating that which is superfluous. A third condition of affairs grows out of the above two. A right apprehension of the future does not exist. When the life of the spirit is negated, when the manifesting life concentrates itself on things concrete and apparent, then the true goal of existence disappears, the true incentive to right living is lost, and the sarcastic words of the initiate, Paul, "Let us eat and drink for tomorrow we die," characterize the attitude of the majority of men. Men deaden the inner voice that bears witness to the life hereafter, and they drown the words that echo in the silence by the noise and whirl of business, pleasure, and excitement. The whole secret of success in treading the occult path depends upon an attitude of mind. When the attitude is one of concrete materialism, of concentration upon form, and a desire for the things of the present moment, little progress can be made in apprehending the higher esoteric truth. A fourth hindrance is found in the physical body, which has been built up by the aid of meat and fermented foods and drinks, and nurtured in an environment in which fresh air and sunlight are not paramount factors. I am here generalizing, and speaking for the masses of men, and not for the would-be earnest occult student. For long centuries food that has been decomposing, and hence in a condition of fermentation, has been the basic food of the Occidental races, and the result can be seen in bodies unfitted for any strain such as occultism imposes, and which form a barrier to the clear shining forth of the life within. When fresh fruit and vegetables, clear water, nuts and grains, cooked and uncooked, form the sole diet of the evolving sons of men, then will be built bodies fitted to be vehicles for highly evolved egos. They patiently await the turning of the wheel, and the coming in of a cycle which will permit of their fulfilling their destiny. The time is not yet, and the work of elimination and adjustment must be slow and tedious. Certain paramount realizations must precede this work of removing hindrances, and they might be enumerated as follows. A realization that in obedience to the next duty and adherence to the highest known form of truth lies the path of further revelation. B. A realization that dispassion is the great thing to cultivate, and that a willingness to undergo joyously any amount of temporary inconvenience, pain, or agony must be developed, having in view the future glory which will blot out the clouds of the passing hour. C. A realization that synthesis is the method whereby comprehension is attained, and that, by blending the pairs of opposites, the middle path is gained that leads straight to the heart of the citadel. With these three things paramountly controlling his views on life, the student may hope, by strenuous endeavor, to overcome the four hindrances which we have touched upon. In taking up our consideration of the second rule, we will deal first with the relation of the soul to the personality, primarily from the standpoint of meditation. We are dealing therefore with the greater light, and will take up later the throwing upward of the lower light. This is in line also with the law of occult knowledge that one begins with universals. It should be borne in mind that these rules are only for those whose personality is coordinated and whose minds are gradually being brought under control. The man therefore is utilizing the lower mind, the reasoning mind, whilst the soul is utilizing the higher or abstract mind. Both units are working with two aspects of the universal principle of mind, and on this ground their relation becomes possible. The man's work with his mind is to render it negative and receptive to the soul, and this is his positive occupation. Note the use here of the word positive in the attempt to make the mind receptive, for herein lies the clue to right action. The soul's work in meditation is to make the point of that meditation so positive that the lower mind can be impressed, and so the lower men can be brought into line with the eternal plan. Thus, again, we have a relation established between a positive and a negative vibration, and the study of these relations carries much information to the student, and is part of the teaching given in preparation for the first initiation. A list of these related situations might here be given, showing them in their progressive relation on the path of evolution. 1. The relation between male and female physical bodies, called by men the sex relation, and deemed of such paramount importance at this time. In the veil of illusion, the symbol often grosses attention, and that which it represents is forgotten. In the solving of this relationship will come racial initiation, and it is with this that the race is now engrossed. 2. The relation between the astral body and the physical, which, for the majority, is the control, by the positive astral nature, of the negative automatic physical. The physical body, the instrument of desire, is swayed and controlled by desire, desire for physical life, and desire for the acquisition of the tangible. 3. The relation between the mind and the brain, which constitutes the problem of the more advanced men and races, and of which the vast system of schools, colleges, and universities indicate the importance. Much progress in this relation has been made during the past 50 years, and the work of the psychologists marks its highest point. When this is understood, the mind will be regarded as the positive factor, and the other two aspects of the form nature will respond receptively. They will be the automatons of the mind. 4. The relation between the soul and the personality, which is the problem engrossing the attention of aspirants now, for they are the pioneers of the human family, the pathfinders into the world of the soul. With this relation, the mystics and the occultists concern themselves. 5. The relation between the centers below the diaphragm and those above, or between. A. The center at the base of the spine and the thousand-petaled lotus, the head center. In this the four petals of the basic center become the many, or the quaternary is lost in the universal. B. The sacral center and the throat. In this there comes a union between the 12 creative hierarchies and the quaternary, and the secret of the 16 petals of the throat lotus is seen. C. The solar plexus center and the heart, in which the 10 of the perfect men in this solar system is lost in the consummated 12. As the 12 creative hierarchies, in their outer and creative aspect, are contacted by the men, who is the perfected quaternary from the standpoint of the form, so in the relation between the solar plexus and heart is the second aspect perfected. The love of the soul can express itself perfectly through the emotional nature. 6. The relation between the two head centers, or between the center between the eyebrows and the center above the head. This relation is set up and stabilized when soul and body are a functioning unit. 7. The relation between the pineal gland and the pituitary body as a result of the above. 8. The relation between the higher and the lower mind, involving steady and increasing soul contact. The meditative attitude of the soul is duplicated in the three bodies, or by the spiritual man, and the steady meditation of the soul goes on also on its own plane. It is with this and with its effects that we are primarily concerned in this rule. A later relationship, which in no way concerns us, is set up after the third initiation between the soul and the monad, and throughout the course of cosmic evolution these relationships will emerge. The race as a whole is, however, only concerned with the setting up of a relation between soul and body, and beyond this there is no need to go. As the man seeks to reach control of the mind, the soul in its turn becomes more actively aggressive. The work of the solar angel has hitherto been largely in its own world and concerned with its relation to spirit, and with this the man, working through his cycles on the physical plane, has had no concern. The main expenditure of energy by the soul has been general, and outward going into the fifth kingdom. Now the solar angel approaches a time of crisis and of reorientation. In the early history of humanity there was a great crisis which we call individualization. At that time the solar angels, in response to a demand or a pull from the race of animal men, as a whole, note that, sent a portion of their energy, embodying the quality of mentalization, to these animal men. They fecundated, if I might so express it, the brain. Thus was humanity brought into being. This germ, however, carried within it two other potentialities, that of spiritual love and spiritual life. These must in due time make their appearance. The flowering forth of the mind in men, which so distinguishes the present age, indicates to the solar angel a second crisis, of which the first was but the symbol. That for which the solar angel exists is making its presence felt within humanity, and another strong pull is being exerted upon the solar angel which this time will produce a second fecundation. This will give to man those qualities which will enable him to transcend human limitations, and become a part of the fifth or spiritual kingdom in nature. The first effort of the solar angel turned animal men into human beings, the second will turn human beings into spiritual entities, plus the gains of experience in the human family. For this the solar angel, the soul, is organizing itself and reorienting itself so that its power can be redirected into the world of man. Contact must be made by the soul between the lower aspect of its triple nature and the aspect which has already found lodgment in the brain of man. Intelligent activity and love-wisdom must be united, and the union must take place on the physical plane. In order to do this the soul is entering into meditation deep, in union with all other souls who may have brought their instrument into a responsive state. This is the basic group meditation, and when a man achieves what the Oriental books call samadhi, he has succeeded in participating, as a soul, in this group meditation, and enters upon that cycle of service which expresses itself through the planetary hierarchy. The rational mind and the abstract mind function as a unit, and the motivating principle is love. The soul, expressing love and abstract intelligence, is at one with its expression on the physical plane through the brain, and, when this is the case, the lower man has synchronized his meditation with that of the soul. This is the objective of our work. Let this not be forgotten, and let every effort be made to bring mind and brain into such a functioning condition that a man can slip out of his own meditation and, losing sight of his own thoughts, become the soul, the thinker in the kingdom of the soul. It is perhaps a new thought to some that the soul is organizing itself for effort, reorienting its forces, and preparing for a fresh and powerful impulse, but so it is. All forms of life under the force of evolution pass from initiation to initiation, and the soul is not exempt from the process. Just as the soul of animal man became united with another divine principle, and so brought into being the fourth kingdom in nature, so the soul in humanity is seeking contact with another divine aspect. When that contact is made, the kingdom of God will come on earth, the physical plane will thereby be transformed, and that peculiar period, presented symbolically under the term millennium, will come. The knowers of God in that era will preponderate over those who are simply aspiring to that knowledge, and their contact and the results of the force they transmit will be felt in all the kingdoms of nature. Dominion over all forms, and the power to act as transmitters of that spiritual energy we call love is the promised reward of the triumphant solar angels, and the prized goal of their meditation work. The sons of God will triumph on earth in full incarnated expression, and will bring light, therefore life, to all the manifested forms. This is the life more abundant, of which the Christ speaks. This is the achievement of the true Nirvani who, living in unbroken meditation in the spiritual realm yet can work on earth. The work of initiation is to enable a man to live ever at the center, but to act as a distributor of divine energy in any direction and, after the later initiations, in all directions. We will now, in our consideration of the next rule, take up the work of the lesser light of man on the physical plane. I, who have entered somewhat into an understanding of the life of the solar angel, seek to assure my fellow pilgrims that the passing things of the senses are but trivial, and of no value compared to the rewards, here and in this life, to the man who seeks to merge his everyday consciousness with that of his own soul. He enters then into the community of souls, and stands not alone. The only lonely periods are the result of wrong orientation and the holding on to that which hides the vision, and fills the hands so full that they cannot grasp what has been called the jewel in the lotus. Rule 3. The energy circulates. The point of light, the product of the labors of the four, waxeth and groweth. The myriads gather round its glowing warmth until its light recedes. Its fire grows dim. Then shall the second sound go forth. Soul light and body light. Principles and personalities. In these rules for magic, the laws of creative work are embodied and the means whereby men can function as an incarnated soul. They do not deal primarily with the rules governing man's development. Incidentally, of course, much may be learnt in this connection, for man grows through creative work and understanding, but this is not the primary objective of the teaching. Through the gradually growing synthesis of the meditation process carried on by the soul on its own plane and that of the aspirant, the man manifests, in the physical brain, a point of light which has been occultly lighted on the plane of the mind. Light ever signifies two things, energy and its manifestation in form of some kind, for light and matter are synonymous terms. The thought of the man and the idea of the soul have found a point of rapport, and the germ of a thought form has come into being. This thought form, when completed, will embody as much of the great plan, on which the hierarchy is working, as the men can vision, grasp, and embody on the mental plane. This, in the early stages of a man's aspiration, in his first steps along the path of discipleship, and for the first two initiations, is covered by the word service. He grasps, gropingly at first, the idea of the unity of the life, and its manifestation as the brotherhood existing between all forms of that divine life. This subjective ideal gradually leads to an appreciation of the way in which this essential relationship can work out practically. This can be seen finding its expression in the great humanitarian efforts, in the organizations for the relief of human and animal suffering, and in worldwide efforts for the betterment of the internal relations of nations, religions, and groups. Enough human units have now contacted the hierarchical plan so that it may be safely concluded that the collective brain of the human family, that entity which we call the fourth kingdom of nature, is susceptible to the vision, and has fashioned its lighted form on the mental plane. Later, the thought of service and of self will be found inadequate, and a more suitable form of expression will be found, but this suffices for the present. This thought form, created by the aspirant, is brought into being by the focused energies of the soul and the reoriented forces of the personality. This is pictured as covering three stages. 1. The period wherein the aspirant struggles to achieve that inner quiet and directed attentiveness which will enable him to hear the voice of the silence. That voice expresses to him, through symbol and interpreted life experience, the purposes and plans with which he may cooperate. According to his stage of development, those plans will express either a. the already materialized plans, taking group form on the physical plane, with which he may cooperate and in whose interest he may submerge his own. B. The plan, or fraction of a plan, which is his individual privilege to bring through into manifestation and thus cause to materialize as a group activity on the physical plane. It is the function of some aspirants to aid and help those groups which are already in functioning activity. It is the function of others to bring into being those forms of activity which are, as yet, on the subjective plane. Only those aspirants who are freed from personal ambition can truly cooperate in this second aspect of the work. Therefore, kill out ambition. 2. The period wherein he habituates himself to the clear hearing and correct interpretation of the inner voice of the soul and broods reflectively upon the imparted message. During this period, the energy circulates. A constant rhythmic response to the thought energy of the soul is set up, and, figuratively speaking, there is a steady flow of force between that center of energy we call the soul on its own plane, and that center of force which is a human being. The energy travels along the thread we call the sutratma and sets up a vibratory response between the brain and the soul. An interesting angle of information might here be given, as it is my intent in these instructions ever to link up the analogies between the different aspects of divinity, as they express themselves in men or in the macrocosm, the heavenly men. The ancient yoga of Atlantean days, which has come down to us in the necessarily fragmentary teaching of the yoga of the centers, conveys to us the information that the reflection of the sutratma in the human organism is called the spinal cord, and expresses itself in 3 nerve channels. These 3 are called Ida, Pingla, and the central channel, the Sushumna. When the negative and positive forces of the body, which express themselves via the Ida and Pingla nerve routes, are equilibrized, the forces can ascend and descend by the central channel to and from the brain, passing through the centers up the spine without hindrance. When this is the case, we have perfected soul expression in the physical man. This is in reality a correspondence to the sutratma as it links the physical man and the soul, for the sutratma in its turn expresses the positive energy of spirit, the negative energy of matter, and the equilibrized energy of the soul, the attainment of equilibrium being the present objective of humanity. During the period of the later initiations, the positive use of the spiritual energy supersedes the equilibrized use of soul force, but that is a later stage with which the aspirant need not as yet trouble himself. Let him find the noble middle path between the pairs of opposites, and incidentally he will find that the forces he uses on the physical plane will employ the central nerve channel up the spine. This will occur as the transmission of light and truth to the physical brain, via the central channel of the linking sutratma, really works out into satisfactory usefulness. Those ideas and concepts, speaking in symbol, which come via the sutratmic negative channel are well-meaning, but lack force and peter out into insignificance. They are emotionally colored, and lack the organized form which pure mind can give. Those which come via the opposite channel, speaking figuratively, produce too rapid concretion, and are motivated by the personal ambition of a ruling mentality. The mind is ever egoistic, self-seeking, and expresses that personal ambition which carries within it the germ of its own destruction. When, however, the sutratmic sushumna, the central nerve channel and its energy is employed, the soul, as a magnetic intelligent creator, transmits its energies. The plans can then mature according to divine purpose and proceed with their building activities in the light. The point of egoic and lunar contact emits ever the point of light, as we have seen from our rules for magic, and that has its focus at the point in the sutratma which has its correspondence in the light in the head of the aspirant. 3. The period wherein he sounds the sacred word and, blending it with the voice of the ego or soul, sets in motion mental matter for the building of his thought form. It is the man on the physical plane who now sounds the word, and he does it in 4 ways. A. He becomes the word incarnated, and endeavors to be what he is. B. He sounds the word within himself, seeking to do it as the soul. He visualizes himself as the soul breathing out energy through the medium of that word through the entire system which his soul animates, his mental, emotional, vital, and physical instruments. C. He sounds the word literally on the physical plane, thus affecting the three grades of matter in his environment. All the time that he is thus occupied he is holding the mind steady in the light, and is keeping his consciousness immovably in the realm of the soul. Also he carries forward, and this is the most difficult stage, a paralleling activity of a steady visualization of the thought form through which he hopes to express that aspect of the plan which he has contacted, and which he hopes to bring into active being through his own life and in his own environment. This is only truly possible when a steady rapport has been established between the soul and the brain. The process involves the capacity of the brain to register what the soul is visioning and becoming aware of in the kingdom of the soul. It involves also a paralleling activity in the mind, for the aspirant must interpret the vision and utilize the concrete intelligent faculty for the wise adaptation of time and of form to the true expression of that which has been learnt. This is by no means an easy thing to do, but the aspirant has eventually to learn to express himself in full consciousness in more than one way and that simultaneously. He begins to learn a triple activity in this manner. This the old commentary expresses as follows. The solar orb shines forth in radiant splendor. The illuminated mind reflects the solar glory. The lunar orb rises from the center to the summit, and is transformed into a radiant sun of light. When these three suns are one, Brahma breaks forth. A lighted world is born. This literally means that when the soul, symbolized as the solar orb, the mind, and the light in the head form one unit, the creative power of the solar angel can express itself in the three worlds, and can construct a form through which its energy can actively express itself. The lunar orb is a symbolic way of expressing the solar plexus which eventually must do two things. 1. Blend and fuse the energies of the lower two centers of force, and 2. Raise these fused energies and so, blending with the energies of the other and higher centers, reach the head. All the above embodies a teaching and a theory. This has to be wrought out in the practical experiment and experience and conscious activity of the aspirant. I would like also to point out the nature of the service humanity as a whole is rendering in the general plan of evolution. The rule under our consideration applies not only to the individual man but to the predestined activity of the fourth kingdom in nature. Through his meditation, discipline, and service, man fans into radiant light, illuminating the three worlds, that point of light which flickered into being at the time of his individualization in past ages. This finds its reflection in the light in the head. Thus a rapport is set up, which permits not only of vibratory synchronization but of a radiation and display of magnetic force, permitting of its recognition in the three worlds of a man's immediate environment. So it is with the human kingdom. As its illumination increases, as its light waxes more potent, its effect upon the subhuman kingdoms is analogous to that of the individual soul, its reflection upon men in physical incarnation. I say analogous as a causative force, though not a correspondence in effects. Note this difference. Humanity is macrocosmic in relation to the subhuman states of consciousness, and this H.P.B. has well pointed out. The effect upon these lesser and more material states is primarily fourfold. 1. The stimulating of the spiritual aspect, expressing itself as the soul in all forms, such as the form of a mineral, a flower, or an animal. The positive aspect of energy in all these forms will wax stronger, producing radiation, for instance, increasingly in the mineral kingdom. In this lies a hint of the nature of the process that will set a term to our own planetary existence and eventually, to our solar system. In the vegetable kingdom, the effect will be the demonstration of increased beauty and diversity, and the evolution of new species with an objective impossible to explain to those not yet initiate. The production of nutritive forms which will serve the needs of the lesser devas and angels will be one of the results. In the animal kingdom the effect will be the elimination of pain and suffering and a return to the ideal conditions of the Garden of Eden. When man functions as a soul, he heals, he stimulates and vitalizes, he transmits the spiritual forces of the universe, and all harmful emanations and all destructive forces find in the human kingdom a barrier. Evil and its effects are largely dependent upon humanity for a functioning channel. Humanity's function is to transmit and handle force. This is done in the early and ignorant stages destructively and with harmful results. Later, when acting under the influence of the soul, force is rightly and wisely handled and good eventuates. True indeed it is that the whole creation travelleth in pain until now, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. 2. The bringing of light. Humanity is the planetary light-bearer, transmitting the light of knowledge, of wisdom, and of understanding, and this in the esoteric sense. These three aspects of light carry three aspects of soul energy to the soul in all forms, through the medium of the anima mundi, the world soul. Physically speaking, this can be realized if we can appreciate the difference between our planetary illumination today and that of 500 years ago, our brilliantly lit cities, our rural districts, shining through the night with their lighted streets and homes, our airways, outlined with their searchlights and fields of blazing globes, our oceans, dotted with their lighted ships, and increasingly our lighted airships will be seen, darting through the skies. These are but the result of man's growing illumination. His knowledge aspect of light has brought this into being. Who shall say what will eventuate when the wisdom aspect predominates? When these are welded by understanding, the soul will control in the three worlds and in all kingdoms of nature. 3. The transmission of energy. The clue to the significance of this can be grasped as a concept, though as yet it will fail of comprehension, in the realization that the human kingdom acts upon and affects the three subhuman kingdoms. The downpouring spiritual triangle and the upraising matter triangle meet point to point in humanity when the point of balance can be found. In man's achievement and spiritualization is the hope of the world. Mankind itself is the world savior, of which all world saviors have been but the symbol and the guarantee. 4. The blending of the deva or angel evolution and the human. This is a mystery which will be solved as man arrives at the consciousness of his own solar angel, only to discover that that too is also but a form of life which, having served its purpose, must be left behind. The angel or deva evolution is one of the great lines of force, contained in the divine expression, and the solar angels, the Agnisuryans of the secret doctrine and of a treatise on cosmic fire belong, in their form aspect, to this line. Thus humanity serves, and in the development of a conscious aptitude for service, in the growth of a conscious understanding of the individual part to be played in the working out of the plan and in the rendering of the personality subject to the soul, will come the steady progress of humanity towards its goal of world service. May I speak a word here so as to make this consummation a practical goal in your life? Harmful magnetic conditions, as the result of man's wrong handling of force, are the causes of evil in the world around us, including the three subhuman kingdoms. How can we, as individuals, change this? By the development in ourselves of harmlessness. Therefore, study yourself from this angle. Study your daily conduct and words and thoughts so as to make them utterly harmless. Set yourself to think those thoughts about yourself and others which will be constructive and positive, and hence harmless in their effects. Study your emotional effect on others so that by no mood, no depression, and no emotional reaction can you harm a fellow man. Remember in this connection, violent spiritual aspiration and enthusiasm, misplaced or misdirected, may quite easily harm a fellow man, so look not only at your wrong tendencies but at the use of your virtues. If harmlessness is the keynote of your life, you will do more to produce right harmonious conditions in your personality than any amount of discipline along other lines. The drastic purgation brought about by the attempt to be harmless will go far to eliminate wrong states of consciousness. See to it therefore, and bring this idea in your evening review. I would like to urge each one who reads these pages to make a fresh beginning in spiritual living. I would say to him, forget all past achievements, realize fervor, and concentrate upon the plan. By this time some progress in group realization has surely been made, and less interest in the separated self has been gained. More faith in the good law which guides all creation to ultimate perfection has been visioned without doubt, and, Through this vision has come the capacity to take one's eyes off the affairs of individual experience and fasten them on the working out of the purpose for the whole. This is the objective and the goal. Breadth of vision, inclusiveness of understanding, and a widened horizon are the preliminary essentials to all work under the guidance of the hierarchy of adepts, the stabilizing of the consciousness in the one life, and the recognition of the basic unity of all creation has to be somewhat developed before any one can be trusted with certain knowledges and words of power and the manipulation of those forces which bring the subjective reality into outer manifestation. Therefore, I say to you at this time, I, an older and perhaps more experienced disciple and worker in the great vineyard of the Lord, practice harmlessness with zest and understanding, for it is, if truly carried out, the destroyer of all limitation. Harmfulness is based on selfishness and on an egocentric attitude. It is the demonstration of forces concentrated for self-enforcement, self-aggrandizement, and self-gratification. Harmlessness is the expression of the life of the man who realizes himself to be everywhere, who lives consciously as a soul, whose nature is love, whose method is inclusiveness, and to whom all forms are alike in that they veil and hide the light, and are but externalizations of the one infinite being. This realization, let me remind you, will demonstrate in a true comprehension of a brother's need, divorced from sentiment and expediency. It will lead to that silence of the tongue which grows out of non-reference to the separate self. It will produce that instantaneous response to true need which characterizes the great ones who, passing beneath the outer appearance, see the inner cause which produces the conditions noted in the outer life, and so, from that point of wisdom, true help and guidance can be given. Harmlessness brings about in the life caution in judgment, reticence in speech, ability to refrain from impulsive action, and the demonstration of a non-critical spirit. So, free passage can be given to the forces of true love, and to those spiritual energies which seem to vitalize the personality, leading consequently to right action. Let harmlessness, therefore, be the keynote of your life. An evening review should be carried forward entirely along this line. Divide the review work in 3 parts and consider. 1. Harmlessness in thought. This will primarily result in the control of speech. 2. Harmlessness in emotional reaction. This will result in being a channel for the love aspect of the soul. 3. Harmlessness in act. This will produce poise, skill in action, and the release of the creative will. These 3 approaches to the subject should be studied from their effects upon one's own self and development, and from their effect upon those whom one contacts and upon one's environing associates. May I interpolate here the remark that I make suggestions, based on experience in occult work. There is no obligation to obey. We seek to train intelligent servers of the race, and these are developed by self-initiated effort, freedom in action, and discrimination in method, and not by unquestioning obedience, negative acquiescence, and blind following. Let this not be forgotten. If any command may ever emanate from the subjective band of teachers of whom I am a humble member, let it be to follow the dictates of your own soul and the promptings of your higher self. Before we proceed to an analysis of this rule and of the previous one, for rules 2 and 3 are the 2 halves of a whole, I would like to remind you that, in this series of meditations upon these ancient formulas, we are concerned with the magical work of the aspirant as a co-worker in the enterprises of the Great White Lodge. We are dealing with the methods of white magic. Let me remind you also that the magical work of our planetary hierarchy consists of tending the psyche in the world of forms, so that the unfolding flower of the soul may be nurtured and fostered in such wise that radiant glory, magnetic force, and, ultimately, spiritual energy may be demonstrated through the medium of the form. Thus the power of the 3 rays of divine manifestation may be seen. First ray, spiritual energy. Second ray, magnetic force. Third ray, radiant glory. These rays likewise find their microcosmic reflections in the aura of perfected men. First ray, monadic, spiritual energy, head center. Second ray, egoic, magnetic force, heart center. Third ray, personality, radiant glory, solar plexus. You inquire, why do I not say the throat center? Because the centers below the diaphragm symbolize primarily the personal lower self, and in their synthesizing center, the solar plexus, express the magnetic force of the matter aspect in man. The throat center is swept into increasing creative activity as the personality vibrates to the soul. Let us now consider the words at the end of the previous rule. The lower light is thrown upward and the greater light illuminates the three, the work of the four proceedeth. What of this lower light? The student should remember that for the present purposes he has three bodies of light to consider. There is the radiant body of the soul itself, found on its own plane, and called, frequently, the Karana Sarira or the causal body. There is the vital or etheric body, the vehicle of prana, which is the body of golden light, or rather the flame-colored vehicle. There is the body of dark light, which is the occult way of referring to the hidden light of the physical body, and to the light latent in the atom itself. These three types of energy are referred to in the old commentary under the following symbolic terms. When the radiant light of the solar angel is fused with the golden light of the cosmic intermediary, it awakens from darkness the rush light of Anu, the speck. The cosmic intermediary is the term given to the etheric body, which is part and parcel of the universal ether. It is through the etheric body that all the energies flow, whether emanating from the soul, or from the sun, or from a planet. Along those living lines of fiery essence pass all the contacts that do not emanate specifically from the tangible world. The dark light of the tiny atoms of which the physical vehicle is constructed is responsive to the stimulation passing down from the soul into its vehicle, and, when the man is under control of the soul, there eventuates the shining forth of the light throughout the body. This shows as the radiance emanating from the bodies of adepts and saints, giving the effect of bright and shining light. When the radiant light of the soul is blended with the magnetic light of the vital body, it stimulates the atoms of the physical body to such an extent that each atom becomes in turn a tiny radiant center. This only becomes possible when the head, heart, the solar plexus and the center at the base of the spine are connected in a peculiar fashion, which is one of the secrets of the first initiation. When these four are in close cooperation, the floor of the triangle, as it is symbolically called, is prepared for the magical work. In other words, these can be enumerated as follows. A. The physical material form with its center at the base of the spine. B. The vital body working through the heart center where the life principle has its seat. The activities of the body which are due to this stimulation are carried through the circulation of the blood. C. The emotional body, working through the solar plexus center. D. The head center, the direct agent of the soul and its interpreter, the mind. These four are in complete accord and alignment. When this is the case, the work of initiation and its interludes of active discipleship become possible. Before this time the work cannot proceed. This is foreshadowed in the aspirant when there is enacted a symbolic happening in the light in the head which is the forerunner of the later stage of initiation. In this stage, the soul light penetrates into the region of the pineal gland. There it produces an irradiation of the ethers of the head, of the vital airs. This produces a stimulation of the atoms of the brain so that their light is fused and blended with the other two, the etheric light and the soul light, and there is then produced that inner radiant sun of which the aspirant becomes conscious in his physical brain experience. Frequently students speak of a diffused light or glow. This is the light of the physical plane atoms of which the brain is composed. Later they may speak of seeing what appears to be like a sun in the head. This is the contacting of the etheric light, plus the physical atomic light. Later they become aware of an intensely bright electric light. This is the soul light, plus the etheric and the atomic. When that is seen, they frequently become aware of a dark center within the radiant sun. This is the entrance to the path disclosed by the shining of the light upon the door. Students must remember that it is possible to have reached a high stage of spiritual consciousness without seeing any of this brain radiance. This is altogether in the nature of phenomena, and is largely determined by the caliber of the physical body, by past karma and achievement, and by the ability of the aspirant to bring down power from on high, and to hold that energy steady in the brain center whilst he himself in meditation is detached from the form aspect, and can look serenely at it. When this has been accomplished, and it is not an objective to be worked for, but is simply an indication to be registered in the consciousness and then dismissed, the consequent stimulation produces a reaction of the physical body. The magnetic power of the light in the head, and the radiant force of the soul produce stimulation. The centers begin to vibrate, and their vibration awakens the atoms of the material body until eventually the powers of the vibrating etheric body have swung even the lowest center into line with the highest. Thus the fires of the body, the sum total of the energy of the atoms, are swept into increased activity until such time as there is a rising up the spine of that fiery energy. This is brought about by the magnetic control of the soul, seated on the throne between the eyebrows. Here enters in the work of one of the means of yoga, abstraction or withdrawal. Where the three lights are blended, where the centers are aroused and the atoms are also vibrating, it becomes possible for the man to center all three in the head at will. Then, by the act of the will and the knowledge of certain words of power, he can enter into samadhi and be withdrawn from his body, carrying the light with him. In this way the greater light, the three fused and blended, illuminates the three worlds of man's endeavors, and the light is thrown upward, and illuminates all the spheres of man's conscious and unconscious experience. This is spoken of in the occult writings of the masters in these words. Then the bull of God carries the light in his forehead, and his eye transmits the radiance. His head, with magnetic force, resembles the blazing sun, and from the lotus of the head, the path of light issues. It enters into the greater being, producing a living fire. The bull of God sees the solar angel, and knows that angel to be the light wherein he walks. Then the work of the four proceeds. The four are at one. The solar angel is identified with his instrument, the life of the sheaths is subordinated to the life of the inner divinity, the light of the sheaths is fused with the light of the soul. The head, the heart, and the base of the spine are geometrically aligned, and certain developments then become possible. In these two rules, the foundation of the magical work of the soul has been laid down. Let us list, for the sake of clarity, the steps outlined. 1. The solar angel begins the work of initiating the personality. 2. He withdraws his forces from soul enterprises in the spiritual kingdom, and centers his attention on the work to be done. 3. He enters into deep meditation. 4. Magnetic rapport with the instrument in the three worlds is instituted. 5. The instrument, man, responds, and also enters into meditation. 6. The work proceeds in ordered stages and with cyclic activity. 7. The light of the soul is thrown downwards. 8. The light of the vital body and the physical form is synchronized with that of the head. 9. The centers swing into activity. 10. The light of the soul and the two other aspects of light are so intense that now all life in the three worlds is illumined. 11. Alignment is produced, the work of discipleship and of initiation becomes possible and proceeds according to the law of being. Principles and personalities. There is, however, a point which merits consideration and which could be approached in the form of a question. The student might well inquire into the matter as follows. Some people approach the problem of being through mental appreciation, others through heart understanding, some are motivated through the head and others through the heart, some do things or avoid doing them because they know, rather than feel, some react to their surroundings mentally rather than emotionally. The point on which to seek illumination is whether the path for some is not to serve because they know rather than love God, who, after all, is but their innermost selves. Is this not the path of the occultist and of the sage rather than of the mystic and the saint? When all is said and done, is it not a question, primarily, of the ray one is on and the master under whom one serves one's apprenticeship? Is not true knowledge a species of intellectual love? If a poet can pen an ode to intellectual beauty, why may not we express appreciation of a unity that is conceived of the head rather than of the heart? Hearts are well enough in their way, but they are not suited to the world's rough usage. Can one do aught but accept his present limitation while seeking such transcendence as is his by the divine law of evolution? Is there not such a thing, by comparison, as a spiritual inferiority complex on the part of such as are sensible, and perhaps oversensitive, of the fact that while their lives intellectually are replete with interest, the desert of their hearts has not yet been made to blossom like the rose? In other words, provided one repairs to his appointed station and there serves in his acceptance of brotherhood in the presence of fatherhood, what difference does it make that the fundamental postulate is with him a thing of the head rather than of the heart? I would answer such a questioning as follows. It is not a question of ray or even of the basic distinction between the occultist and the mystic. In the rounded-out individual both head and heart must function with equal power. In time and space, however, and during the process of evolution, individuals are distinguished by a predominating tendency in any one life. It is only because we do not see all the picture that we draw these temporary distinctions. In one life a man may be predominantly mental, and for him the path of the love of God would be unsuited. The love of God is shed abroad in his heart, and to a considerable degree his occult approach is based on the mystic perception of past lives. For him the problem is to know God, with the view of interpreting that knowledge in love to all. Responsible love, demonstrated in duty to group and family, is therefore for him the line of least resistance. Universal love, raying out to all nature and all forms of life, will follow on a more developed knowledge of God, but this will be part of his development in another life. Students of human nature, and this all aspirants should be, would do well to bear in mind that there are temporary differences. People differ in a. Ray, which affects predominantly the magnetism of the life. b. Approach to truth, either the occult or the mystic path having the stronger drawing power. c. Polarization, deciding the emotional, mental, or physical intent of a life. d. Status in evolution, leading to the diversity seen among men. e. Astrological sign, determining the trend of any particular life. f. Race, bringing the personality under the peculiar racial thought form. The sub-ray on which a man is found, that minor ray which varies from incarnation to incarnation, largely gives him his coloring for this life. It is his secondary hue. Forget not, the primary ray of the monad continues through the aeon. It changes not. It is one of the three primary rays that eventually synthesize the sons of men. The ray of the ego varies from round to round, and, in more evolved souls, from race to race, and comprises one of the 5 rays of our present evolution. It is the predominating ray to which a man's causal body vibrates. It may correspond to the ray of the monad, or it may be one of the complementary colors to the primary. The ray of the personality varies from life to life, till the gamut of the 7 sub-rays of the monadic ray has been passed through. Therefore, in dealing with people whose monads are on a similar or complementary ray, it will be found that they approach each other sympathetically. We must remember, however, that evolution must be far advanced for the ray of the monad to influence extensively. So the majority of cases come not under this category. With average advanced men, who are struggling to approximate themselves to the ideal, similarity of the egoic ray will produce mutual comprehension, and friendship follows. It is easy for 2 people on the same egoic ray to comprehend each other's point of view, and they become great friends, with unshaken faith in each other, for each recognizes the other acting as he himself would act. But when, added to the egoic similarity of ray, you have the same ray of personality, then you have one of those rare things, a perfect friendship, a successful marriage, an unbreakable link between 2. This is rare indeed. When you have 2 people on the same personality ray but with the egoic ray dissimilar, you may have those brief and sudden friendships and affinities that are as ephemeral as a butterfly. These things need bearing in mind, and with their recognition comes the ability to be adaptable. Clarity of vision results in a circumspect attitude. Another cause of difference can be due to the polarization of the bodies. Unless this too meets with recognition in dealing with people, lack of comprehension ensues. When you use the term, a man polarized in his astral body, you really mean a man whose ego works principally through that vehicle. Polarity indicates the clarity of the channel. Let me illustrate. The ego of the average man has its home on the third subplane of the mental plane. If a man has an astral vehicle largely composed of third subplane astral matter, and a mental vehicle mostly on the fifth subplane, the ego will center his endeavor on the astral body. If he has a mental body of fourth subplane matter and an astral body of fifth subplane, the polarization will be mental. When you speak of the ego taking more or less control of a man, you really mean that he has built into his body's matter of the higher subplanes. The ego takes control with interest only when the man has almost entirely eliminated matter of the seventh, sixth, and fifth subplanes from his vehicles. When he has built in a certain proportion of matter of the fourth subplane, the ego extends his control. When there is a certain proportion of the third subplane, then the man is on the path. When second subplane matter predominates, then he takes initiation, and when he has matter only of atomic substance, he becomes a master. Therefore, the subplane a man is on is of importance, and the recognition of his polarization elucidates life. The third thing you need to remember is that even when these 2 points are admitted, the age of the soul's experience frequently causes lack of comprehension. The above 2 points do not carry us very far, for the capacity to sense a man's ray is not for this race as yet. Approximate supposition and the use of the intuition is all that is now possible. The little evolved cannot comprehend completely the much evolved, and in a lesser degree, the advanced ego comprehends not an initiate. The greater can apprehend the lesser, but the reverse is not the case. As regards the action of those whose point of attainment greatly transcends your own, I can only ask you to do 3 things. A. Reserve judgment. Their vision is greater. Forget not that one of the greatest qualities members of the lodge have achieved is their ability to view the destruction of form as unimportant. Their concern is with the evolving life. B. Realize that all events are brought around by the brothers with a wise purpose in view. Lesser grade initiates, though utterly free agents, fit into the plans of their superiors just as do you in your lesser way. They have their lessons to learn, and the rule of learning is that all experience has to be bought. Apprehension comes by the punishment that follows an ill-judged act. Their superiors stand by to turn to good account situations brought about by the errors of those inferior in point of development. C. Remember also that the law of rebirth holds hidden the secret of the present crisis. Groups of egos come together to work out certain karma involved in past days. Men have erred grievously in the past. Punishment and transmutation are the natural working out. Violence and cruelty in the past will reap its heavy karma, but it lies in the hands of you all now to transmute the old mistakes. Also bear in mind that principles are eternal, personalities temporal. Principles are to be viewed in the light of eternity, personalities from the standpoint of time. The trouble is that, in many situations, 2 principles are involved, one of which is secondary. The difficulty lies in the fact that, both being principles, both are right. It is a rule for safe guidance always to remember that usually basic principles, for their wise comprehension and fruitful working out, call for the play of the intuition, whilst secondary principles are more purely mental. The methods hence necessarily differ. When holding to the basic principles, the wisest methods are silence and a joyful confidence that the law works, an avoidance of all personality innuendo except wise and loving comment, and a determination to see all in the light of eternity and not of time, coupled with the constant endeavor to follow the law of love and see only the divine in your brothers, even if on an opposing side. In secondary principles, which all opposing forces are at present emphasizing, the use of the lower mind involves the danger of criticism, the employment of methods sanctioned by time in the 3 worlds, methods involving personal attack, invective, and the expenditure of force along destructive lines, and a spirit contrary to the law of the plane of unity. The term opposing forces is used rightly if you employ it only in a scientific sense and mean the contrasting pole that leads to equilibrium. Remember, therefore, that opposing groups may be quite sincere, but the concrete mind acts in them as a barrier to the free play of the higher vision. Their sincerity is great, but their point of attainment along some lines less than that of those who adhere to basic principles, seen in the light of the intuition. A principle is that which embodies some aspect of the truth on which this system of ours is based. It is the seeping through to the consciousness of the men of a little of the idea on which our logos bases all he does. The basis of all logoic action is love and activity, and the fundamental idea on which he bases action connected with the human hierarchy is the power of love to drive onward. Call it evolution, if you like, call it inherent urge, should you so prefer, but it is love causing motion and urging onward to completion. It is the driving of one and all to further expression. Hence, this principle should underlie all activity, and the government of the lesser organizations, if founded on love leading to activity, would lead to a divine urge in all its members, driving them likewise on to fullest expression, and thus tend to more adequate completeness and more satisfactory endeavor. A principle, when really fundamental, appeals at once to the intuition and calls out an immediate reaction of assent from the man's higher self. It makes little or no appeal to the personality. It embodies a conception of the ego in his relationship to others. A principle is that which governs always the action of the ego on his own plane, and it is only as we come more and more under the guidance of that ego that our personality conceives of and responds to these ideas. This is a point to be borne in mind in all dealings with others and should modify judgments. To apprehend a principle justly marks a point in evolution. A principle is that which ensouls a statement dealing with the highest good of the greatest number. That a man should love his wife is a statement of a principle governing the personality, but it must later be transmuted into the greater principle that a man must love his fellow men. Principles are of three kinds, and the higher must be reached via the lower. A. Principles governing the lower personal self, dealing with the actions or active life of that lower self. They embody the third aspect or the activity aspect of logoic manifestation and form the basis of later progress. They control the man during his little evolved state, and during his period of thoughtlessness, and might be comprehended more easily if I were to say that they are embodied in the commonly accepted rules of decent living. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, have to do with a man's active life, with the building up of character. B. Principles governing the higher self and dealing with the love or wisdom aspect. It is with these that we are now concerned, and half the troubles in the world at present arise from the fact that these higher principles, having to do with love or wisdom in all their fullness, are only now beginning to be apprehended by the rank and file of mankind. In the quick recognition of their truthfulness and the attempt to make them facts, without previously adjusting the environment to those ideals, comes the frequent clashing and warfare between those actuated by the principles governing the personality and those governing the higher self. Until more of the race are governed by the soul consciousness, this warfare is inevitable and cannot be avoided. When the emotional plane is dominated by the intuitional, then will come universal comprehension. The first set of principles is learnt by the men through grasping, and the subsequent disaster that results from that seizure. He stole, he suffered the penalty, and he stole no more. The principle was wrought into him by pain, and he learnt that only that which was his by right and not by seizure could be enjoyed. The world is learning this lesson in groups now, for, as its revolutionaries seize and unlawfully hold, they find the stolen property suffices not but brings sorrow. Thus in time they learn the principles. The second set of principles is learned through renunciation and service. A man looks away, having learnt first principles, from the things of the personality, and in service learns the power of love and its occult significance. He spends and consequently receives. He lives the life of renunciation, and the wealth of the heavens pours in on him. He gives all and is full to completeness. He asks nothing for himself and is the richest man on earth. First principles deal with the differentiated unit and with evolution through heterogeneity. Principles such as the race is learning now have to do with groups. The question is not, what will be best for the men, but what will be best for the many, and only those who can think with vision of the many as one, can state these principles satisfactorily. They are the most important, for they are the basic principles of this love system. The trouble today is that men are confused. Certain first principles, the lower activity fundamentals, are ingrained and inherent now, and a few of the higher egoic or love principles are seeping through into their bewildered brains, causing an apparent momentary clashing of ideas. Therefore, like Pilate, they say, "What is truth?" If they will but remember that the higher principles deal with the good of the group and the lower with the good of the individual, mayhap clarity will ensue. The lower activity of personal life, no matter how good or how worthy, must eventually be transcended by the higher love life that seeks the good of the group and not of the unit. All that tends to synthesis and divine expression in collections of units is approaching closer to the ideal and approximating the higher principles. In thinking out these ideas may come some helpfulness. You have an illustration of what I say in the fact that many of the struggles that arise in organizations are based on the fact that some worthy people follow personalities, sacrificing themselves for a principle, yes, but a principle governing the personality life. Others, dimly glimpsing something higher and seeking the good of the groups and not of a person, stumble onto a higher principle, and in so doing bring in the force of the ego. They are working for others and aiming at the helping of their group. When egos and personalities clash, the victory of the higher is sure, the lower principle must give way to the higher. One is concentrated on what seems to him to be of paramount value, the fulfilling of the wish of the personal life, and, at this period, is only secondarily interested in the good of the many, though he may have moments when he thinks that is his primary intent. The other cares not for what becomes of the personal self and is only interested in the helping of the many. It boils down, to use an apt expression, to the question of selfish or unselfish motive, and, as you know, motives vary as time speeds by and the man nears the goal of the probationary path. Still higher principles are those comprehended by the spirit and are only readily comprehended by the monadic consciousness. Only as the man transcends his active personal life and substitutes the life of love or wisdom as led by the ego can he begin to understand the scope of that life of love and know it as demonstrated power. Just as the personality deals with the principles governing the life of activity of the lower self, and the ego works with the law of love as demonstrated in group work, or love showing itself in the synthesis of the many into the few, so the monad deals with the active life of love shown in power through the synthesis of the few into the one. One deals with the life of the man on the physical plane, or in the three worlds, the second with his life on causal levels, and the last with his life after the attainment of the goal of present human endeavor. One deals with units, another with groups, and the last with unity. One deals with differentiation at its most diverse point, the second with the many resolved into the egoic groups, whilst the third sees the differentiation resolved back into the seven, which marks unity for the human hierarchy. All these factors and many others produce differences among human beings, and in sizing himself up a man must needs bring them into his consideration. It should therefore be borne in mind that a disciple of any of the masters will have his peculiar equipment, and his individual assets and deficiencies. He can nevertheless rest assured that, until the path of knowledge has been added to the path of love, he can never take the major initiations, for these are undergone on the higher levels of the mental plane. Until the path of light is united to the path of life, the great transition from the fourth into the fifth kingdom cannot be taken. Certain expansions of consciousness are possible, initiations on the astral and lower mental planes can be taken, some of the vision can be seen, the sense of the presence can be felt, the beloved can be reached by love, and the bliss and the joy of this contact can carry with it its abiding joy, but that clear perception which comes from the experience undergone on the mount of illumination is a different thing to the joy experienced on the mount of blessing. The heart leads in the one, the head leads in the other. To answer categorically, the path of knowledge is that of the occultist and the sage, that of love is that of the mystic and the saint. The head or the heart approach is not dependent upon the ray, for both ways must be known. The mystic must become the occultist, the white occultist has been the saintly mystic. True knowledge is intelligent love, for it is the blending of the intellect and the devotion. Unity is sensed in the heart, its intelligent application to life has to be worked out through knowledge. It is of prime value to recognize the tendency of the life purpose, and to know whether the head or the heart method is the objective of any specific life. A fine spiritual discrimination is needed here, however, lest the glamour of illusion tempt to the path of inertia. Ponder these words with care, and see that the question is based on a true foundation and does not grow out of an inferiority complex, the consideration of a brother's enterprise and a consequent jealous tendency, or upon a placid complacency which negates activity. As a general rule for the average aspirant to discipleship, it may be safely assumed that the past has seen much application of the hard way, and that in this incarnation the mental unfoldment is of prime importance. An ancient scripture says, "Seek not, O twice-blessed one, to attain the spiritual essence before the mind absorbs. Not thus is wisdom sought. Only he who hath the mind in leash, and seeth the world as in a mirror can be safely trusted with the inner senses. Only he who knoweth the five senses to be illusion, and that naught remaineth save the two ahead, can be admitted into the secret of the cruciform transposed. The path that is trodden by the server is the path of fire that passeth through his heart and leadeth to the head. It is not on the path of pleasure, nor on the path of pain that liberation may be taken, nor that wisdom cometh. It is by the transcendence of the two, by the blending of pain with pleasure, that the goal is reached, that goal that leath ahead, like a point of light seen in the darkness of a winter's night. That point of light may call to mind the tiny candle in some attic drear, but, as the path that leadeth to that light is trodden through the blending of the pairs of opposites, that pinpoint, cold and flickering, groweth with steady radiance till the warm light of some blazing lamp cometh to the mind of the wanderer by the way. Pass on, O pilgrim, with steady perseverance. No candle is there nor earth lamp fed with oil. Ever the radiance groweth till the path ends within a blaze of glory, and the wanderer through the night becometh the child of the sun, and entereth within the portals of that radiant orb. Rule 4. Sound, light, vibration, and the form blend and merge, and thus the work is one. It proceedeth under the law, and naught can hinder now the work from going forward. The man breathes deeply. He concentrates his forces, and drives the thought form from him. The creative work of sound. The science of the breath. Before centering our attention upon this rule, it would be well to recollect certain things, so that our reflection on the rule may proceed with profit. First, the rule we are at present considering concerns work on the mental plane, and before such work is possible it is important to have a developed mind, a well-nurtured intelligence, and also to have achieved some measure of mind control. These rules are not for beginners in the occult sciences, they are for those who are ready for magical work and for labor on the plane of mind. Love is the great unifier, the prime attractive impulse, cosmic and microcosmic, but the mind is the main creative factor and the utilizer of the energies of the cosmos. Love attracts, but the mind attracts, repels, and coordinates, so that its potency is inconceivable. Is it not possible dimly to sense a state of affairs in mental realms analogous to that now seen in the emotional? Can we picture the condition of the world when the intellect is as potent and as compelling as is the emotional nature at this time? The race is progressing into an era wherein men will function as minds, when intelligence will be stronger than desire, and when thought powers will be used for appeal and for the guidance of the world, as now physical and emotional means are employed. There lies in this thought a profoundly necessary incentive for a right understanding of the laws of thought, and a correct instruction to be given of the use of mental matter, and the building of that matter into thought forms. These rules concern themselves with this information. The second necessary recollection is that the worker in magic and the potent entity wielding these forces must be the soul, the spiritual man, and this for the following reasons. 1. Only the soul has a direct and clear understanding of the creative purpose and of the plan. 2. Only the soul, whose nature is intelligent love, can be trusted with the knowledge, the symbols, and the formulas which are necessary to the correct conditioning of the magical work. 3. Only the soul has power to work in all three worlds at once, and yet remain detached, and therefore karmically free from the results of such work. 4. Only the soul is truly group conscious and actuated by pure unselfish purpose. 5. Only the soul, with the open eye of vision, can see the end from the beginning, and can hold in steadiness the true picture of the ultimate consummation. You ask, whether workers in black magic possess not an equal power? I answer, no. They can work in the three worlds, but they work from and in the plane of mind, and do not function, therefore, outside their field of endeavor, as does the soul. They can achieve, from their proximity and identification with their working materials, results more potent temporarily and more rapid in accomplishment than the worker in the White Brotherhood, but the results are ephemeral, they carry destruction and disaster in their wake, and the black magician is eventually submerged in the resulting cataclysm. Let us therefore remember the necessity of a correct use of the mind, and, at the same time, let us ever hold a position beyond and detached from the creative work of our minds, desires, and physical accomplishment. For words stand forth as one considers Rule 4. First, sound, the formula, or word of power which the soul communicates and so starts the work. This word is dual. It is sounded forth on the note to which the soul responds, his own peculiar note, blended with that of his personality. This chord of two notes is the producer of the resulting effects, and is more important than the set phrase composing the word of power. Herein lies the problem, to sound these two notes synchronously and with the mind focused. Herein lies a clue to the significance of the AUM or OM. In the early stages of meditation work, the word is sounded audibly, whilst later it is sounded inaudibly. This training in the sound of the AUM is an unconscious preparation for the dual work of spiritual creation, and facility comes as the attentive aspirant accustoms himself to hear within his brain the soundless sound of OM. I would suggest here that students accustom themselves to work in this manner, sounding the word audibly and with much frequency at the close of the morning meditation, but emphasizing in the early part that close attention to the inaudible hearing which will develop the sensitivity of the inner ear, the etheric ear. Later, when the personal note or sound is established and the inner sound is sensed, there can be definite practice in blending the two. This entails the closest attention and the power to perform two activities simultaneously, with the mental attitude of attention to both. Students whose aspiration is keen and clear would do well to face the issue where the magical work is concerned, and study their aptitude in meditation and their willingness to proceed with stability and caution with the needed discipline. To facilitate this, I would suggest that any who are deeply concerned in the work should study and answer the following questions in the light of their souls, and to their higher selves make reply. 1. Do you feel you have reached the stage wherein you can A. Eliminate the meditation form as you now have it. B. Enter with relative facility into the state of contemplation. C. Recognize the vibration of your own soul. 2. Does the sacred word mean anything to you, and could you formulate clearly the reason you sound it? 3. Are you anxious to proceed in this work because your personality aspires, or because your soul is beginning consciously to utilize its mechanism? In connection with this last question, a close analysis is called for, and I conjure you to speak truth to yourself and thus clearly ascertain the true position. This question lies between a man's soul and himself. I would like to interpolate here a few words in connection with myself. Students can sidetrack their energies in idle speculation as to my identity. Of what moment is it? My province in relation to the group is to give needed assistance to those who seek to fit themselves for active work as disciples. I am a disciple and, having progressed further along the path of return than the aspirants who study these instructions, know somewhat the pitfalls, understand what is needed, and can aid in the preparation for the momentous moment when they pass the portal. Is more necessary? Is not truth of equal value if enunciated by an aspirant, a disciple, or a master, or even a Christ? Mayhap the nearer I am to you the greater may be my usefulness. My anonymity will not be broken, and speculations as to my identity are fruitless waste of time. Suffice it that I am an Oriental, that I am on the teaching ray, and closely associated with the Master K.H., that part of my work is the steady search for aspirants of strong heart, fervent devotion, and trained minds, and that I am a disciple, as are all from the humblest probationer up to the greatest of the great ones. One lesson all aspirants need to learn, and to learn early, and that is, that concentration upon the personality of the teacher, hoping for personal contact with him, and constant visioning of that condition called accepted cheliship, serves to postpone that contact and delay the acceptance. Seek to equip your instrument, learn to function in quietness, fulfill your obligations and do your duty, develop restraint of speech and that calm poise that comes from an unselfish life motive, and forget the selfish satisfaction that might well up in the heart when recognition of faithfulness comes from the watching hierarchy. Give this instruction careful consideration. These are days wherein many adjustments and changes are being wrought in the world of men. In the resulting confusion, individuals are appreciating the necessity for the uniting of their forces and for cooperation in their efforts, and the need for group work is more apparent than ever before. These are days, therefore, wherein quietness and confidence must be your strength, and wherein the only safeguard lies in a close searching of all underlying motives. As seen on the surface, many apparently diverse principles emerge, and the surge of battle appears to go, first one way and then another. As seen on the inner side, the emerging factors are simpler. The watching guides, who, in every group, are capable of clear thinking, accurate discrimination, patient endurance, and an ability to proceed along the probationary path toward the portal of initiation, untrammeled and undisturbed in their inner life by the upheavals on the surface. Could you but see it, the unrest and difficulty everywhere is producing a good which far outweighs the seeming evil. Souls are finding themselves and learning dependence upon the inner ruler. When all outward props fail and when all the apparent authorities differ in the solution proffered, then souls are thrown back upon themselves and learn to seek within. This inner contact with the higher self is becoming apparent in gradually unfolding degree, and leads to that self-reliance and inward calm which is based upon the rule of the inner God, and which, therefore, makes a man an instrument for service in the world. Several things are apparent at this juncture to the careful, thoughtful student of men and of motives. First, that idealism and the sensing of the plan for humanity have a close relationship. Idealism is analogous to the thought that precedes creation. The capacity for abstract thought and for concentration on the ideal is only now in process of development, for this capacity involves the utilization of certain atoms, the employment of matter of the higher subplanes, and the ability to synchronize one's vibrations with the great ones. Only a few people in the race are true idealists, though their numbers are increasing. The small minority only employ the concrete mind, while the masses are swayed entirely by the emotions. The time is coming when the intuitional body, the Buddhic vehicle, will be organized, utilizing the higher spiritual mind as its medium. When that organization is completed, the lower concrete mind will be nothing but a transmitter or an interpreter. Even abstract or concrete thought will be superseded, and we shall have simply the inflow of the intuition, taking form through the medium of the mind's stuff. We shall, therefore, have the apprehension of much that is now incomprehensible to our lower plane vision. In all great movements you have some thought or aggregation of thoughts cast into the minds of the so-called idealists by the great white brotherhood. The idea is sounded forth by them. They choose a man or a group of men and cast into their minds some idea. There it germinates and is embodied by them in other thoughts, not so pure or so wise but necessarily colored by the individuality of the thinker. These thought forms are, in their turn, picked up by the concrete thinkers of the world who, grasping the main outline of the idea, crystallize it and build it into more definite shape, into one more easily apprehended by the general public. It has therefore now reached the lower levels of the mental plane, and a further development becomes possible. It is then seized upon as desirable by those who are focused upon the astral plane. To them it makes an emotional appeal, becoming public opinion. It is now practically ready to take shape upon the physical plane, and we have the practical adaptation of an ideal to the needs of the physical life. It has been stepped down, it has lost much of its original beauty, it is not as pure and as lovely as when first conceived, and it is distorted from its original shape, but it is, nevertheless, more adapted to public use and can be employed as a stepping stone to higher things. Secondly, in this sensing of the plan and its later materialization, human units are involved and men have perforce to be employed. A vision is given of tremendous possibilities, and indications are also granted of the manner in which these possibilities may become facts, but beyond that the great ones do not go. The detail and the method of concretizing the ideal and the necessary work is left to the sons of men. To the disciple who is an organizer and transmitter of the plan falls the work of filling in the details and of taking the necessary action. At this point it is wise for him to remember that he comes, with his little plans, under the same law as do the great ones in their large endeavors, and that it is in his dealings with people and his manipulation of the human equation that the difficulties arise. Units for work fall into three groups. A. Those who can sense the plan and are commissioned to work it out. B. Those who can be used but who are blind to the greater issues. C. Those who can sense nothing except those things which concern their own selfish interests. The first group the masters can contact. They work with these units of the human family and expect fair promise of average success. These both hear the sound and vision the plan. The second group have to be utilized as best may be by the disciples of the world. The final group are frequently to be offset from the energy standpoint and only used when necessary. One of the primary conditions that a disciple has to cultivate in order to sense the plan and be used by the master is solitude. In solitude the rose of the soul flourishes, in solitude the divine self can speak, in solitude the faculties and the graces of the higher self can take root and blossom in the personality. In solitude also the master can approach and impress upon the quiescent soul the knowledge that he seeks to impart, the lesson that must be learnt, the method and plan for work that the disciple must grasp. In solitude the sound is heard. The great ones have to work through human instruments, and the plan and the vision are much handicapped by failure on the part of these instruments. Third, this brings me to the third point, the problems and the difficulties with which the masters have to contend as they seek to further the plans of evolution through the medium of the sons of men. In conclave wise they make their plans, with judgment, after due discussion, they apportion the tasks, then, to those who offer themselves for service and who have some measure of soul contact, they seek to transmit as much of the plan as possible. They impress the plan and some suggestion as to its scope upon the mind of some man or some woman upon the physical plane. If that mind is unstable or oversatisfied, if it is filled with pride, with despair, or with self-depreciation, the vision does not come through with clarity of outline. If the emotional body is vibrating violently with some rhythm set up by the personality, or if the physical vehicle is ailing and concentrated attention is therefore prevented, what will happen? The master will turn sadly away, distressed to think of the opportunity for service that the worker has lost through his own fault, and he will seek someone else to fill the need, someone perhaps not so fundamentally suitable, but the only one available on account of the failure of the first one approached. It might incidentally be of value here to remind aspirants to service that much work done by many is the result of overzealousness and is not a carrying forward of the master's work. With wise discrimination he apportions the work and never lays upon one human being more than he can adequately accomplish. He can and does train his disciple so that it appears to the onlooking world as if he accomplishes miracles, but forget not that the vast amount of work accomplished by one useful disciple only becomes possible when the control of all his three bodies is coordinated and his alignment accomplished. He who has a stable mental body that is strongly positive in reception from above, whilst negative to lower vibrations, he who has an astral body that is clear, uncolored and still, he who also has a physical body with steady nerves and stable rhythm, it will be like a casket, beautiful, yet strong as steel, will serve as a vessel meet for the master's use, a channel through which he can unhindered pour his blessing upon the world. Fourth, it should be noted that even the great ones themselves have to lay their plans largely allowing for the lack of perception of those on the physical plane through whom they have to work. They are handicapped and dependent upon their physical plane instruments, and their main trouble concerns the point of evolution reached by the mass of men in the Occident. Remember that this point is indicative of the success of the evolutionary process and not of its failure, but, because much yet remains to be done, the work of the Lodge is often hindered. The point reached at this time might be expressed as a swinging from the rank materialism of the past into a growing and profound realization of the unseen worlds without the balance that comes from self-acquired knowledge. The forces that have been set in motion by the thinkers, the scientists of the world, the truly advanced religious men, the spiritualists, the Christian scientists, the New Thought workers, the theosophists, and the modern philosophers and workers in other fields of human thought, are gradually and steadily affecting the subtler bodies of humanity and are bringing them to a point where they are beginning to realize three things. A. The reality of the unseen worlds. B. The terrific power of thought. C. The need for scientific knowledge on these two matters. Fifth, certain dangers which aspirants must watch as they seek to be of use should here be mentioned. They must guard against overemphasizing one aspect at the expense of another part of the plan or vision. They must avoid unequal concentration of thought upon that part of the plan which appeals the most to them personally. They must recognize the inability of the workers to continue to bring through the plans and to work together peacefully and steadily. Friction is oft unavoidable. They must watch for the creeping in of self-interest and of ambition. They must guard against fatigue, due to long effort in materializing the plan and the strain incident upon high endeavor. They must develop the capacity to recognize those who are sent to help them in the work. They must above all watch against failure to keep in touch with the higher self and with the Master. Another point that has to be remembered is that the problem to be solved by all who are seeking to cooperate with the Great White Lodge has four objects in view. First, that in the working out of the plan there is also the working out of karma. This karma is not merely individual nor purely national, but is part of the total working out of world karma. Second, another object is the preparing of an instrument for service in the inauguration of the new age during the next 200 years. The integration of a group of knowers and of mystics is going on steadily in all parts of the world and in all organizations. One group is being gathered, but its members belong to many groups. To this group of knowers and mystics is given the opportunity of being the channel through which the hierarchy can work, and through which the great ones can send their illuminating thought. Through it also they can work for the uplift, in the occult sense, of humanity and thus aid evolution on every plane. According to the response of disciples, of mystics, and of knowers everywhere, so will be the rapid coming in of the new age. I here seek to sound a word of warning, in the failure to respond, in the failure to adjust, construct and refine, in the failure to turn the inner ear to those voices on the subtler planes which utter the words of reconstruction, may come the ultimate transference of the forces of reconstruction to other channels, the consequent withholding of opportunities and the ultimate discarding of the instrumentality of the group as a medium of service. I would like to emphasize the statement anent the words of reconstruction, begging all of you who earnestly desire to hear these words to study the introduction to the book, Light on the Path. Let it be remembered that if the great ones have to change their plans as to this integrating group of mystics, it will be changed by the mystics themselves, viewed as a group. The third objective is the development of the intuition and discrimination of the disciples in the world, and their ability to sense the higher vision and to achieve at the cost of the lower, the consciousness of that higher plane. They will have to remember that the lower objective, owing to its proximity, will loom in many ways more attractive, and can only be transcended at infinite cost. Intuition must be developed in many people, and their sense of values adequately adjusted before this group, which must inaugurate the new age, can measure up to the requirements. Present-day troubles are largely due to the lack of intuitive perception in the past, and this fault lies primarily among the mystics of the world and not so much among the lower aspirants. The trouble has not lain in lack of idealism or even in a lack of intelligence and sincerity, it consists in the failure to sacrifice the personality at all times in order to make the intuitive realization demonstrate its realities. Compromise has been permitted, and in the occult world compromise is forbidden. When indulged in, it leads to disaster and sweeps away eventually, in ruin and in storm, the personalities of those who so stoop. People have sought to adjust the truth to the hour instead of adjusting the hour to the truth, and in diplomacy they have endeavored to bring about as much of the reality as they deem wise. The masters are looking out for those with clear vision, uncompromising adherence to the truth as sensed, and capacity to drive steadily forward toward the ideal. This entails the following factors. 1. A recognition of that ideal through meditation. 2. Its application to the present through one-pointedness. 3. Removal of the old and hindering thought forms through self-sacrifice. 4. A refusal to compromise, through clear vision. 5. A discrimination that enables the disciple always to distinguish between the acts of an individual and the individual himself. 6. Realization that, in the occult work, it is not permitted to interfere with personal karma any more than it is permitted to shield from the consequences of action. This entails therefore a refusal to interfere in anyone's business, that is, as regards the personality life, and yet involves a refusal to shirk the business of the larger cause. It is essential that the workers learn to discriminate between the factors which make for personal liberty and those which militate against group liberty. The fourth result to be brought about by the present opportunity to work is the bringing in the new cycle and the new group of participants. Workers in the new era will be drawn from all groups, and the test of their choice depends largely upon the measure of impersonality with which they work and the strength of their inner contact with the soul. It is not easy for any of you, therefore, submerged as you are in the smoke and roar of battle, to judge results with accuracy or to judge people with perfect propriety. These things have to be dealt with on the inner planes and are noted by the watching guides of the race. I would like here briefly to point out a few of the things for which the great ones look. They look to see whether the inner flame, the result of effort wisely to work and think and do, burns with increased brilliance. They note whether it remains hidden and dim through the whirl of astral currents and by thought forms of personal antagonism, ambition, and envy. As a result of world work, some will be drawn into closer connection with the work of the hierarchy, and others will be temporarily set back. Capacity to dominate the astral and to work from mental levels will largely count. They look to see who can struggle and contend for principle with personalities, and yet keep the link of love intact. This counts perhaps more than men realize, and a man who can stand for principle and yet love all human beings, refusing compromise and yet refusing hate, has something rare to offer in these days, and the great ones can use him. See to it, therefore, all of you who work, that with clear vision, upright purpose, and firm undeviating action you forge ahead. See to it that you deal with patience and forbearance with those of your brothers who choose the lesser principle and the lesser right, who sacrifice the good of the group for their own personal ends or who use unworthy methods. Give to them love and care and a ready helping hand, for they will stumble on the way and sound the depth of the law. Stand ready then to lift them up and to offer to them opportunities for service, knowing that service is the great healer and teacher. The great ones look to see the faculty of pliability and adaptability working out, that faculty of adaptation that is one of the fundamental laws of species which nature so wonderfully demonstrates. The transference of this law to the inner planes and its working out in the new cycle of effort must be undertaken. This law of adaptation involves the appreciation of the need, the recognition of the new force coming in with the new cycle, and the consequent bringing together in wide synthesis of the need and of the force, regarding the personal self simply as a focal point for action and transmutation. It involves the transmutation of the five senses and their extension into the subtler planes so that sight, hearing, touch, taste and smell are welded into one synthetic cooperating whole, for use in the great work. On the physical plane, these tend to the unification of the personal life and to the adaptation of the physical world to the needs of the personal self. On the subtler planes they must be transmuted until they are adequate to the needs of the group of which the individual forms a fragmentary part. The ability to do this is one of the things that the Great Ones look for in those individuals whose privilege it may be to inaugurate the new age. Above all, they look for an enlarged channel from the soul to the physical brain, via the mind. Such an enlarged channel indicates that a man can be used. One might almost express it by saying that they look for the perfecting of the antakarana, that channel of communication between the soul consciousness and the brain whose possessor is one whom the masters can successfully use. They are guided in their choice of workers by a man's personally achieved capacity and by his own hard-won ability. When there is capacity, ability, and faculty, then the Great Ones joyfully employ him. The wrong angle has been, at times, overemphasized and the reverse of this taught. The masters must not be sought because a man seeks capacity. They will be found when a man has capacity that makes him available for group work and that can be extended under careful instruction into the higher powers of the soul. Leadership in groups controlling the work of the new age will grow out of the discipline of the individual, and leaders will be found among those who sense the inner issue. Leadership that endures does not come to those who strive for place and power, nor for those who have their eyes only on outward conditions and overlook the underlying causes. Leadership does not come to those who place the personal self and its position and power before the good of the group. It comes enduringly to those who seek nothing for the separated self, to those who lose themselves in the good of the whole. To resume our consideration of the AUM. The sound or the sacred word when correctly used has various effects which might be touched upon here. AUM sounded forth, with intent thought behind it, acts as a disturber, a loosener of the coarse matter of the body of thought, of emotion, and of the physical body. When sounded forth with intense spiritual aspiration behind it, it acts as an attractive medium, and gathers in particles of pure matter to fill the places of those earlier thrown out. Students should strive to have these two activities in their minds as they use the word in their meditation. This utilization of the word is of practical value, and results in the building of good bodies for the use of the soul. The use of the AUM serves also to indicate to the workers on the universal planes, and to those in the outer world who are gifted with spiritual perception, that a disciple is available for work and can be utilized actively in the needed places of the earth. This should be borne in mind by all aspirants and should serve as an incentive in making the outer phenomenal life coincide with the spiritual impulse. The use of the sacred word has its place also in the magical work of the hierarchy. Thought forms are created for the embodiment of ideas, and these embodied forms are sent forth to contact the minds of the disciples who are responsible in the group of a master for the carrying forward of the plan. Through the cultivated receptivity of the developed and controlled mental body, aspirants become aware of the ideas which the masters bring through from the plane of the universal mind, and hence are in a position to cooperate intelligently. They, in their turn, as this rule seeks to indicate, create thought forms of those received ideas, and utilize them in their groups for the helping of the world. The main work of a disciple on the mental plane is to train himself to do four things. 1. To be receptive to the mind of the master. 2. To cultivate a right intuitive understanding of the thoughts sent him by the master. 3. To embody the ideas received in such form as will be suitable for those he is engaged in helping. 4. Through sound, light and vibration to make his thought form active, embodying as much of the universal thought as is desirable, so that other minds may contact it. Thus are groups gathered, organized, taught and lifted, and thus the hierarchy of adepts can reach the world. There are many other uses, of course, but if the students will ponder on these three, they will make it possible for further uses to be imparted later. May I add that the sound is only truly potent when the disciple has learned to subordinate the lesser sounds. Only as the sounds he sends forth normally into the three worlds are reduced in volume and in activity, as well as in quantity, will it be possible for the sound to be heard, and so to accomplish its purpose. Only as the multitude of spoken words is reduced, and silence in speech is cultivated, will it be possible for the word to make its power felt on the physical plane. Only when the many voices of the lower nature and of our environment are silenced, will the voice that speaketh in the stillness make its presence felt. Only when the sound of many waters dies away in the adjustment of the emotions will the clear note of the God of the waters be heard. People seldom realize the potency of a word, yet it is stated, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Without him was not anything made that was made." When therefore we read those words, our minds go back to the dawn of the creative process when, through the medium of sound, God spoke and the worlds were made. It has been said that the chief agency by which nature's wheel is moved in a phenomenal direction is sound, for the original sound or word sets in vibration the matter of which all forms are made and initiates that activity which characterizes even the atom of substance. The literature and the scriptures of all the ancient nations and great religions bear testimony to the efficacy of sound in producing all that is tangible and visible. The Hindus say very beautifully that the great singer built the worlds, and the universe is his song. This is another way of expressing the same idea. If this is realized and the science of this concept somewhat understood, the significance of our own words and the utterance of sound in speech becomes almost a momentous happening. Sound or speech and the use of words have been regarded by the ancient philosophers, and are increasingly so regarded by modern thinkers, as the highest agent used by man in molding himself and his surroundings. Thought, speech, and the resultant activity on the physical plane complete the triplicity which make a man what he is, and place him where he is. The purpose of all speech is to clothe thought and thus make our thoughts available for others. When we speak, we evoke a thought and make it present, and we bring that which is concealed within us into audible expression. Speech reveals, and right speech can create a form of beneficent purpose, just as wrong speech can produce a form which has a malignant objective. Without realizing this, however, ceaselessly and irresponsibly, day after day, we speak, we use words, we multiply sounds, and surround ourselves with form worlds of our own creation. Is it not essential, therefore, that before we speak we should think, thus remembering the injunction, "You must attain to knowledge, ere you can attain to speech"? Having thought, let us then choose the right words to express the right thought, attempting to give correct pronunciation, proper values, and true tonal quality to every word we utter. Then will our spoken word create a thought form which will embody the idea we have in our minds. Then too will our words carry no discord, but will add their quota to that great harmonizing chord or unifying word which it is the function of mankind ultimately to utter. Wrong speech separates, and it is interesting to bear in mind that the word, the symbol of unity, is divine, whereas speech in its many diversifications is human. As evolution proceeds, and the human family rises into its true position in the great plan of the universe, right and correct speech will be increasingly cultivated, because we shall think more before we utter words, or, as a great teacher has said, through meditation we shall rectify the mistakes of wrong speech, and the significance of word forms, true and correct sounds, and vocal quality will become ever more apparent. The second word of importance in this fourth rule is the word light. First the sound and then the first effect of sound, the pouring forth of light, causing the revelation of the thought form. Light is known by what is revealed. The absence of light produces the fading away, into apparent non-existence, of the phenomenal world. The thought form created by the sound is intended to be a source of revelation. It must reveal truth, and bring an aspect of reality to the cognizance of the onlooker. Hence the second quality of the thought form in its highest use is that it brings light to those who need it, to those who walk in darkness. I deal not here with light as the soul, cosmically or individually. I touch not upon light as the universal second aspect of divinity. I seek only in these instructions to deal with that aspect of truth which will make the aspirant a practical worker, and so enable him to work with intelligence. His main work, and increasingly he will find this to be so, is to create thought forms to carry revelation to thinking human beings. To do this he must work occultly, and through the sound of his breathed forth work, through the truth revealed in form, will he carry light and illumination into the dark places of the earth. Then he finally makes his thought form live through the power of his own assurance, spiritual understanding, and vitality. Thus the significance of the third word, vibration, appears. His message is heard, for it is sounded forth. It carries illumination, for it conveys the truth and reveals reality. It is of vital import, for it vibrates with the life of its creator, and is held in being as long as his thought and sound and intelligence animate it. This is true of a message, of an organization, and of all forms of life, which are but the embodied ideas of a cosmic or a human creator. Students would find it of value to take these three vital words and trace their relation to all embodied thought forms: a cosmos, a plane, a kingdom in nature, a race, a nation, a human being. Consider the diverse groups of creating agencies: solar logoi, solar angels, human beings, and others. Consider the spheres of the creative process and see how true the old commentary is when it says, "The sound reverberated amidst varying wheels of uncreated matter, and lo, the sun and all the lesser wheels appeared. The light shone forth amidst the many wheels, and thus the many forms of God, the diverse aspects of his radiant robe blazed forth. The vibrant palpitating wheels turned over. Life, in its many stages and in its many grades, commenced the process of unfolding, and lo, the law began to work. Forms arose and disappeared, but life moved on. Kingdoms arose, holding their many forms which drew together, turned together, and later separated, but still the life moved on. Mankind, hiding the Son of God, the Word incarnate, broke forth into the light of revelation. Races appeared and disappeared. The forms, veiling the radiant soul, emerged, achieved their purpose and vanished into night, but lo, the life moved on, blended this time with light. Life merged with light, both blending to reveal a beauty and a power, an active liberating force, a wisdom, and a love that we call a Son of God. Through the many sons of God, who in their inmost center are but one, God in his fatherhood is known. Yet still that lighted life moved on to a dread point of power, of force creative, concerning which we say, it is the all, the container of the universe, the persistent center of the spheres, the one. We have touched upon two words of significance in the fourth rule, sound and light, and one paramount idea emerges. The soul is to be known as light, as the revealer, whilst the spirit aspect will later be recognized as sound. Complete light and illumination is the right of the disciple who attains to the third initiation, whilst the true comprehension of the sound, of the triple aum, the synthesizing factor in manifestation, appears only to the one who stands master of the three worlds. The word vibration must next engage our attention, but it may not be dissociated from the next word in the sequence form. Vibration, the effect of divine activity, is twofold. There is the first effect in which the vibration, issuing from the realm of subjectivity in response to sound and light, produces response in matter, and therefore attracts or calls together the atoms out of which molecules, cells, organisms, and finally the integrated form can be built. This affected, the aspect of vibration is to be noted as a duality. The form, through the medium of the five senses, becomes aware of the vibratory aspect of all forms in the environment wherein it, itself, is a functioning entity. Later, in time and space, that functioning form becomes increasingly aware of its own interior vibration, and by tracing back that vibration to its originating source becomes aware of the self, and later of the kingdom of the self. Humanity as a whole is aware of its environment and, through the information conveyed by the sense of sight, hearing, touch, taste and smell, the phenomenal world, the outer garment of God, is known, and communication between the self and what we call the natural world is set up. As the mind appropriates and synthesizes this knowledge, the dweller in the form passes through the following stages. 1. Vibration is registered, and the environment has its effect upon the form. 2. This effect is noted, but not understood. The man, under the slow and steady impact of this vibratory effect, slowly awakens to consciousness or awareness. 3. The environment begins to interest the man and he regards it as desirable. Steadily the attraction of the three worlds grows and holds the man in reiterated incarnation. The word reiterated is literally and more academically correct than the word repeated. Each of us is really a reiterated word, sounding in time and space. 4. Later, when the vibration of the environing forms of the natural world becomes monotonous through constant impact over many lives, the man begins to turn a deaf ear and an unseeing eye upon the familiar phenomenal world of desire. He becomes insensitive to its vibratory impact and increasingly aware of the vibration of the self. 5. Later, on the path of probation and of discipleship, this subtler vibratory activity exerts an increasing allure. The outer world ceases to attract. The inner world of the self assumes paramount place in the desire nature. 6. Little by little, using the language of modern psychology, within the outer form, which is the response apparatus for the process of becoming aware of the phenomenal world, the disciple builds a new subtler response apparatus whereby the subjective worlds can be known. When this stage is reached, there ensues a steady turning away from vibratory contact with the outer worlds of form, and an atrophying of desire in that direction. All seems arid and undesirable, and all fails to satisfy the ardent and aspiring soul. The difficult process of reorientation toward a new world, a new state of being and a new condition of awareness is set up, and because the inner subtle response apparatus is only in an embryonic condition, there is a devastating sense of loss, a groping in the dark, and a period of spiritual wrestling and exploration that tests the endurance and steadfastness of purpose of the aspirant to the very limits. But, and this is the encouraging point to be remembered, all proceedeth under the law, and naught can hinder the work from going forward. Note these words in Rule 4. There comes a stage when a man is verily and indeed founded on the rock, and though he may experience the alternation of light and shade, though the waves of the purifying waters may roll over him, and threaten to sweep him off his feet, and though he may feel himself deaf and dumb and blind, naught can ultimately defeat the purpose of the soul. All that is lacking is the developed spiritual body which is equipped to respond to the vibration of the inner spiritual world. It exists in embryo, and the secret of its use lies in the attitude of the brain to the functions of the etheric body, as it exists as an intermediary between the brain, nervous system, and the mind, or between the soul, mind, and the brain. This cannot be elaborated here, but the hint can be given for the reflection of the keen aspirant. We have therefore the following stages dealt with in Rule 4 and pointed out with lucid clarity, yet with that parsimony of phrase which distinguishes all occult and symbolic writings. 1. The integration of the form, as the result of the activity of the soul, through the use of a. Sound, b. Light, c. Vibration. 2. The development of a response apparatus for use in the phenomenal world. 3. The eventual turning away from the phenomenal world, as the result of use and consequent satiety, and the gradual use of the subtler response apparatus. 4. The response apparatus of the soul, mind, etheric body, brain, and nervous system, is reoriented, and the man becomes aware of the kingdom of the soul, another kingdom in nature. 5. The turning away from the kingdom of the world to the kingdom of the soul becomes an esoteric habit, and in this thought lies hid the secret of esoteric psychology. The man is stabilized in the spiritual life. Naught can now hinder. The science of the breath. Now we come to the significant words in Rule 4. The man breathes deeply. This is a phrase covering many aspects of rhythmic living. It is the magical formula for the science of pranayama. It covers the art of the creative life. It sweeps a man into tune with the pulsating life of God Himself, and this through detachment and reorientation. It is notably interesting as a demonstration of the succinctness and inclusiveness of occult phrases as in Rule 4. The art of breathing is dealt with in 3 phases, and these I commend to each of you for the most careful consideration. There is first the aspect of inhalation. The man breathes deeply. From the very depths of his being he draws the breath. In the process of phenomenal living, he draws the very breath of life from the soul. This is the first stage. In the process of detaching himself from phenomenal living, he draws from the depths of his being and experiences the life, that it may be rendered again back to the source from whence it came. In the occult life of the disciple, as he develops a new and subtler use of his response apparatus, he practices the science of the breath, and discovers that through deep breathing, including the 3 stages of the deep, middle, and top breath, he can bring into activity, in the world of esoteric experiences, his vital body with its 4 centers. Thus the 3 aspects of deep breathing cover the entire soul experience, and the relationship to the 3 types of breath, touched upon above, can be worked out by the interested aspirant. Next we read, he concentrates his forces. Here we have the stage indicated which can be called retention of the breath. It is a holding of all the forces of the life steadily in the place of silence, and when this can be done with ease and with forgetfulness of process through familiarity and experience, then the men can see and hear and know in a realm other than the phenomenal world. In the higher sense, this is the stage of contemplation, that lull between 2 activities, as it has been so aptly called. The soul, the breath, the life has withdrawn out of the 3 worlds, and in the secret place of the Most High, is at rest and at peace, contemplating the beatific vision. In the life of the active disciple it produces those interludes which every disciple knows, when, through detachment and the capacity to withdraw, he is held by nothing in the world of form. As he is but wrestling toward perfection and has not yet attained, these interludes of silence and of detachment are frequently difficult and dark. All is silence and he stands appalled by the unknown, and by the apparently empty stillness in which he finds himself. This is called, in advanced cases, the dark night of the soul, the moment before the dawn, the hour before the light streams forth. In the science of pranayama it is the moment following upon inhalation wherein all the forces of the body have, through the medium of the breath, been carried upward to the head and concentrated there, prior to the stage of breathing forth. This moment of retention, when properly carried forward, produces an interlude of intense concentration, and it is in this moment that the aspirant must seize opportunity. Herein lies a hint. Then comes the process of exhalation. We read in Rule 4, he drives the thought form from him. This is ever the result of the final stage of the science of the breath. The form, vitalized by the one who breathes in correct rhythm, is sent forth to do its work and fulfill its mission. Study this idea with care, for it holds the secret of creative work. In the experience of the soul, the form for manifestation in the 3 worlds is created through intense meditation, which is ever the paralleling activity of breathing. Then by an act of the will, resulting in a breathing forth, and engendered or arrived at dynamically in the interlude of contemplation or retention of the breath, the created form is sent forth into the phenomenal world, to serve as a channel of experience, a medium of expression and a response apparatus in the 3 worlds of human living. In the life of the disciple, through meditation and discipline he learns to reach high moments of interlude whenever he concentrates his forces on the plane of soul life, and then again by an act of his will, he breathes forth his spiritual purposes, plans, and life into the world of experience. The thought form that he has constructed as to the part he has to play, and the concentration of energy which he has succeeded in bringing about become effective. The energy needed for the next step is breathed forth by the soul and passes down into the vital body, thus galvanizing the physical instrument with the needed constructive activity. That aspect of the plan which he has appreciated in contemplation, and that part of the general purpose of the hierarchy in which his soul feels called upon to cooperate is breathed forth simultaneously, via the mind into the brain, and thus he drives the thought forms from him. Finally, in the science of pranayama, this stage covers that exhaling breath which, when carried forward with thought and conscious purpose behind it, serves to vitalize the centers and fill each of them with dynamic life. More need not be said here. Thus, in this science of breathing deeply, we have the whole process of creative work and of the evolutionary unfoldment of God in nature covered. It is the process whereby the life, the one existence, has brought the phenomenal world into being, and Rule 4 is a digest of the creation. It is equally the formula under which the individual soul works as it centers its forces for manifestation in the three worlds of human experience. The right use of the life breath is the whole art at which the aspirant, the disciple, and the initiate work, bearing in mind, however, that the science of the physical breath is the least important aspect and follows sequentially upon the right use of energy, which is the word we apply to the divine breath or life. Finally, in the mental life of the disciple, and in the great work of learning to be a conscious creator in mental matter and so produce results in the phenomenal world, this fourth rule holds the instructions upon which the work is based. It embodies the science of the entire magical work. Therefore, this rule warrants the closest consideration and study. Rightly understood and rightly studied, it would lead each aspirant out of the phenomenal world into the kingdom of the soul. Its instructions, if carried out, would lead the soul back again into the phenomenal world as the creating force in soul magic and as the manipulator and dominating factor of, and through, the medium of the form. In the training of the Occidental student, blind unquestioning obedience is never asked. Suggestions are made as to method and as to a technique which has proved effective for thousands of years and with many disciples. Some rules as to breathing, as to helpful process and as to practical living on the physical plane will be imparted, but in the training of the new type of disciple during the coming age, it is the will of the watching gurus and rishis that they be left freer than has heretofore been the case. This may mean a slightly slower development at the beginning but will result, it is hoped, in a more rapid unfoldment during the later stages upon the path of initiation. Therefore, students are urged to go forward during their period of training with courage and with joy, knowing that they are members of a band of disciples, knowing that they are not alone but that the strength of the band is theirs, the knowledge of the band is theirs too as they develop the capacity to apprehend it, and knowing also that the love and wisdom and understanding of the watching elder brothers are back of every aspiring son of God, even though apparently, and wisely, he is left to wrestle through to the light in the strength of his own omnipotent soul. Rule 5. 3 things engage the solar angel before the sheath created passes downward: the condition of the waters, the safety of the one who thus creates, and steady contemplation. Thus are the heart, the throat, and eye, allied for triple service. The soul and its thought forms. Heart, throat, and eye. The awakening of the centers. The soul and its thought forms. We have been dealing with the processes of creation as they concern 1. The creator of a solar system or a planetary scheme. 2. The ego, as it creates its body of manifestation. It should here be remembered that the entire human family has been brought into manifestation by a paralleling group of egos. 3. Man, as he creates those thought forms by which he expresses himself, through which he works, and by which he is surrounded. It should also here be borne in mind that this definite creative work is only possible to those who function on mental levels, the thinkers of the world and the disciples of the masters. In every case, as we have seen, the objective form has been the result of meditation on the part of the creating agency, of response from the material acted upon by the force generated in meditation, thus producing the building of the form, and its utilization through sound. This is succeeded by the stage wherein the form is seen objectively and becomes a vibrant living entity. Thus is the Word made flesh, and thus do all forms, universes, men, and ensouled thoughts, come into being. This fifth rule touches upon 3 factors which engage the attention of the creating agent before the physical form emerges into view on the exterior plane. These 3 are: 1. The condition of the waters. 2. The safety of the one who thus creates. 3. Steady contemplation. We will deal briefly with these 3 and then we will consider the 3 factors which the disciple needs to relate if he ever aims to become an active and potent cooperator with the hierarchy. These are the eye, the heart, the throat. The interpretation and significance of these rules can be carried forward along several lines. For our purposes, the one followed will be that relating to the disciple and his work, and will deal with his training in the magical work of the ego, as that ego occupies and employs a physical form. These teachings are intended to be practical. They will emphasize the training and discipline of the disciple, and, scattered throughout, will be found those hints and esoteric suggestions which, when followed, will lead the aspirant on to experiment and to experience of truth. Those who are not true aspirants will fail to recognize the hints and thus will be preserved from danger and premature experience. Let us therefore take up the three factors which engage our attention, and let us consider them from the standpoint of the human being who is creating thought forms, and not primarily from the standpoint of a solar creator or of an ego, preparing to take incarnation through the medium of form. Two collateral thoughts are here of value. One is that the process of creating thought forms is part of the work done by every aspirant in the daily meditation process. If the student would remember that every time he sits down to his morning meditation he is learning to build and vitalize thought forms, his work might assume greater interest. The tendency of most aspirants is to be occupied with their deficiencies in the work of meditation and their inability to control their minds, whereas both those aspects of their endeavor would be aided if they were to be occupied by the profoundly engrossing work of thought form building. A secondary and less important thought is that as egos, preparing to take human bodies, are deeply engaged in meditation work, it is highly improbable that they can be reached by the ordinary medium in the ordinary séance. At the most, only those who have passed over quite recently can be thus contacted, and they are, in most cases, in a condition of deep abstraction of a different kind. There is no time or purpose in enlarging upon this theme here, but it is of interest to those investigating these matters. 1. The condition of the waters. The creating agency, man, has through the incentives of a coordinating purpose, intent meditation, and creative activity built the thought form which he is ensouling with his own vitality and directing with his will. The time has come for the thought form to be sent upon its mission and to carry out the purpose of its being. As we saw in the earlier rule, the form is driven from its creator by the power of the expulsive breath. This is a symbolic statement but, at the same time, an experimental fact in the magical work. In the disciple's work, there is often failure owing to his inability to understand both the esoteric and the literal significance of this expulsive breath as he carries forward his meditation work. This expulsive breath is the result of a preceding period of rhythmic breathing, paralleled by concentrated meditation work, then a definite focusing of the attention and the breath, as the purpose of the created form is mentally defined, and finally, the vitalizing of the thought form, by its creator, and its consequent energizing into independent life and activity. The first hindrance to the potency of the work comes through the failure of the disciple to carry on these activities simultaneously. The second cause of failure lies in his neglecting to consider the condition of the waters or the state of the emotional substance into which this mental form must go and so gather to itself the matter of the astral plane which will enable it to become a functioning entity on that plane. If it cannot do this, it becomes simply and eventually a dead form on the plane of mind, for it will lack that motivating power of desire which is necessary to carry it forward to completion on the physical plane. It is interesting to remember this. If a thought form is sent forth into the emotional world to gather to itself a body of desire, the impelling force which produces all objectivity, and is immersed in a condition of the waters which can best be described as purely selfish, all that occurs is as follows: it is lost, by being drawn into the astral body of the disciple, which is the focal point for all astral energy employed by the disciple. It is swept into a vortex of which the individual astral body is the center and loses its separate existence. The simile of the whirlpool is of value here. The thinker is like a man throwing a toy boat from the shore into a stream of water. If he throws it into a whirlpool, it is sucked in time into the central vortex and so disappears. Many forms, thus constructed by an aspirant in his meditation work, are lost and fail in their objective because of the chaotic and whirling state of the aspirant's emotional body. Thus good intentions come to naught, thus good purpose and planned work for the master fail to materialize because, as the thought form passes downward onto the plane of desire and emotion, it contacts only the seething waters of fear, of suspicion, of hatred, of vicious or purely physical desire. These being more potent than the little form, drown it, and it passes out of sight and out of existence, and the man becomes conscious of another abortive effort. Or again, the condition of the waters is not that of a self-engendered whirlpool, but is more allied to that of a pool, stirred into a frothy and boiling surge, through the activities of others. There are many disciples who have achieved a fair measure of self-control and of personal disinterestedness. They are not the victims of personality desire and aims, and are comparatively free from the whirlpool of selfish tendencies. But their astral bodies are again and again swept into a state of agitation by the group four, and in which they work. They are elated or depressed, satisfied or dissatisfied by the results they achieve or fail to achieve, this achievement or lack of achievement and the steadiness or disloyalties of their fellow servers produce agitation and emotional upset, and on this powerful reaction their thought forms, constructed so diligently and prayerfully, come to naught. Their skill in action is lost, because they are tied to the desired result and so their labor produces nothing. There are many other conditions of the waters which each aspirant can for himself supply. There is one more, however, upon which I would like to touch. The emotional body of the disciple, which must feed and nurture the baby thought form, with its mental nucleus, is necessarily part of the planetary emotional form and hence vibrates in unison with that form. This should also be carefully considered, for the emotional body is thrown into a state of activity by the general astral condition and must be handled wisely from this angle. At this time there are three qualities predominating in the planetary form: fear, expectancy, and a climaxing desire, in the human family, for material possession. Note the word climaxing. The summation of human desire for material happiness has been reached, and the peak of that desire has been passed. Thus mankind has achieved and surmounted much. But the rhythm of the ages is strong. These three qualities have to be grasped and discounted by the aspirant as he seeks to serve from mental levels. In the place of fear he must substitute that peace which is the prerogative of those who live always in the light of the eternal. In the place of questioning expectancy he must substitute that placid, yet active, assurance of the ultimate objective which comes from a vision of the plan and his contact with other disciples and later with the Master. Desire for material possession must be superseded by aspiration for those possessions which are the joy of the soul, wisdom, love and power to serve. Peace, assurance, and right aspiration. These three words, when understood and experienced in the life of every day, will bring about that right condition of the waters, which will ensure the survival of every thought form, rightly engendered in meditation by the man, functioning as a soul. 2. The safety of the one who thus creates. It might be said here with emphasis, even if it is a recognized truism, that people are frequently slain, in the occult and therefore in the more important sense, by their own thought forms. Thought creation, through concentration and meditation, is a potently dangerous matter. This must never be forgotten. There are forms of thought, unencumbered by much desire matter, which, failing to pass downward, poison the men on mental levels. This they do in two ways. 1. By growing so potent on the mental plane that the man falls a victim to the thing he has created. This is the idée fixe of the psychiatrist, the obsession which drives to lunacy, the one-pointed line of thought which eventually terrorizes its creator. 2. By multiplying so fast that the mental aura of the man becomes like unto a thick and dense cloud, through which the light of the soul must fail to penetrate, and through which the love of human beings, the lovely and beautiful and comforting activities of nature and of life in the three worlds equally fail to pierce. The man is smothered, is suffocated by his own thought forms, and succumbs to the miasma which he himself has engendered. Or again, there are lines of thought which draw forth from the emotional body a reaction of a poisonous nature. A certain line of thought is followed by a human being in relation to his brethren. It breeds hatred, jealousy, and envy, and works through into manifestation in such a manner that it produces those physical plane activities which cause the death of their creator. This may be literal as in the case of murder, which is in many cases the result of crystallized intent, or it may result in disease. Pure thought, right motive, and loving desire are the true correctives of disease, and where the desire for these, which does animate many, is raised to constructive thinking, there will be the gradual elimination of disease. As yet, though many desire, few think. Let it never be forgotten that the great ones do not look for those who only desire and aspire. They look for those who blend with their desire the determination to learn to use their mental bodies and become creators, and who will work constructively towards these ends. Thus it will be seen why, in all systems of true occult training, the emphasis is laid on right thinking, loving desire, and pure, clean living. Only thus can the creative work be carried forward with safety, and only thus can the thought form pass downward into objectivity, and be a constructive agent on the plane of human existence. 3. Steady contemplation. You will note here that the word meditation is not used. The thought is a different one. The meditation process, involving the use of thought and the mental building of the form so that it can be completed and rounded out and in line with the thought form of the disciples' group of co-disciples, and therefore with the plan, has been completed to the best of the man's ability. Now he must, with steadiness, contemplate that which he has created, and with equal steadiness inspire it with needed life, so that it can fulfill its function. He ceases to reason, to think, to formulate, and to build in mental matter. He simply pours his life into the form and sends it forth to carry out his will. Just as long as he can contemplate and hold steady, so will his creation fulfill his intention and act as his agent. Just so long as he can focus his attention on the ideal for which he created his thought form and can link the form and the ideal together in one steady vision, just so long will it serve his purpose and express his ideal. Herein lies the secret of all successful cooperation with the plan. We will now study for a while the words heart, throat, and eye, for they have a peculiar significance. These three form the apparatus to be employed by all disciples during the world cycle which is so rapidly coming. That there is not as yet a very large body of disciples in incarnation at this time, and that the apparatus with many who are functioning on the level of discipleship is but an embryo, is profoundly true. It should be remembered, however, that the world cycle has only just been inaugurated and will cover a vast period of time. There are only about 400 accepted disciples in the world at this time, that is, men and women who really know they are disciples and know what their work is and are doing it. There are nevertheless many hundreds, out of the present generation of young people, who stand on the verge of acceptance, and thousands are upon the probationary path. In all truly esoteric groups, there should be forming a group in which an intellectual understanding of this mechanism of heart, throat, and eye will be found. It should be constituted of those who are submitting themselves to a discipline and a training which will make its use a demonstrated fact in nature to them. I would call attention to those words, and request their careful study. A mechanism in the natural body comes into use in two ways. First, its use is involuntary, and there is no comprehension of how, or why, or when, the apparatus is used. An animal employs a mechanism, analogous in many respects to that employed by men. He sees, and hears, and functions organically along similar lines to the human, but lacks the mental understanding and the linking of cause and effect which are characteristic of the higher kingdom in nature. A similar state of affairs exists in the early stages of the path of discipleship, and the final stages of the probationary path. The disciple becomes aware of capacities and powers which are not as yet intelligently under his control. He experiences flashes of insight, and of knowledge which seem unaccountable and of no immediate value. He contacts vibrations and the phenomena of other realms but remains unaware of the process whereby he has done so, and is incompetent either to renew or recall the experience. Within his etheric body, he senses active forces. Sometimes he can localize them, and in any case he admits theoretically that there is awakening into conscious activity, a sevenfold structure, which is symbolic in form, and potent when employed. He cannot as yet control it, and he is quite incapable of calling it into intelligent cooperation with his purposes and ideas, no matter how hard he tries. All that he can do is to register such phenomena and keep a record of these experiences, bearing always in mind that in the early stages of his unfoldment only the coarsest and most material of the vibrations will be registered on his brain consciousness. He simply has to wait and to bring his mind to bear upon the purifying of his vehicles and the elimination of all that he recognizes as liable to distort his vision. This period may be long or short according as the aspirant is entering into the subjective consciousness for the first time or is taking up the thread of an older or partially achieved undertaking. I would like here to make perfectly clear to all true and earnest aspirants that, in the training to be given during the next few decades, the unfoldment of astral vision and hearing will be entirely ruled out, or, if it exists, will eventually have to be overcome. The true disciple has endeavored to center himself on the mental plane with the object in view of transferring his consciousness higher still, into the wider and inclusive awareness of the soul. His aim is to include the higher, and there is no need for him, at this stage, to regain that astral facility which was the possession, as you well know, of the little evolved races of the earth, and of many of the higher animals. Later on, when adeptship has been reached, he can function on the astral plane should he so choose, but it should be remembered that the Master works with the soul aspect of humanity, and of all forms, and does not work with their astral bodies. This has been oft forgotten by teachers both in the East and in the West. In working with souls the true technique of evolution is carried forward, for it is the soul within the forms in every kingdom in nature which is responsible for the developing work of, and within, the form. May I say therefore to students that their main objective is to become aware of the soul, to cultivate soul consciousness, and to learn to live and work as souls. Until such time as their use of their apparatus becomes voluntary, they would be well advised to train their minds, study the laws governing manifestation, and learn to include all that which we now cover by the word higher, a misnomer, but it must suffice. Second, when the use of the subjective instrument becomes voluntary and a man knows how it should be employed, when he is using it, and can discontinue its use or resume it at will, then his whole status changes and his usefulness increases. Through the use of the mind, humanity has become aware of the purposes and employment of the physical apparatus. Now through the use of a still higher faculty, which is a characteristic of the soul, he enters into voluntary and intelligent control of his instrument and learns to understand the purposes for which it exists. This higher faculty is the intuition. May I add with emphasis that only as the man becomes intuitive does he become of use in a master's group, and I commend to all aspirants that they most carefully study the meaning and significance of the intuition. When it is beginning to function, then the disciple can pass from the stage of probation to that of acceptance in a master's group. You might ask here how this can be known or ascertained by the probationer. A great deal of training is given to a probationer without his really recognizing it consciously. Fault tendencies are indicated to him as he seeks with sincerity to train himself for service, and the analysis of motive when truthfully undertaken serves amazingly to lift the would-be disciple out of the astral or emotional world into that of the mind. It is in the mental world that the masters are first contacted, and there they must be sought. But the time has come when the light in the head is not only present but can be somewhat used. The karma of the aspirant is such that it becomes possible for him, through strenuously applied effort, to handle his life in such a way that he can not only fulfill his karma and carry out his obligations, but has sufficient determination to enable him to handle the problems and obligations of discipleship also. His service to others is carried out with the right motive, and is beginning to count and make its power felt, and he is losing sight of his own interests in those of others. When this occurs, certain esoteric happenings take place. The Master confers with some of his senior disciples as to the advisability of admitting the aspirant within the group aura, and of blending his vibration with that of the group. Then, if decision is arrived at, for the space of 2 years a senior disciple acts as the intermediary betwixt the Master and the newly accepted aspirant. He works with the new disciple, stepping down, if I so might express it, the vibration of the Master so as to accustom the disciples' bodies to the higher increased rate. He impresses the disciple's mind, via his ego, with the group plans and ideals, and he watches his reaction to life's occurrences and opportunities. He practically assumes, pro tem, the duties and position of master. All this time the aspirant remains in ignorance of what has happened and is unaware of his subjective contacts. He, however, recognizes in himself three things. Increased mental activity. This at first will give him much trouble, and he will feel as if he were losing in mind control instead of gaining it, but this is only a temporary condition and gradually he will assume command. Increased responsiveness to ideas and increased capacity to vision the plan of the hierarchy. This will make him, in the early stages, fanatical to a degree. He will be continually swept off his feet with new ideals, new isms, new modes of living, new dreams for race betterment. He will take up one cult after another as they seem to make possible the coming millennium. But after a time he regains his poise, and purpose assumes control of his life. He works at his own job, and carries forward his contribution to the activity of the whole, to the best of his ability. Increased psychic sensitiveness. This is both an indication of growth and at the same time a test. He is apt to be taken in by the allurements of the psychic powers. He will be tempted to sidetrack his efforts from specialized service to the race into the exploitation of the psychic powers and their use for self-assertion. The aspirant has to grow in all parts of his nature, but until he can function as the soul, the psyche, consciously and with the use of cooperative intelligence, the lower powers must be quiescent. They can only be safely used by advanced disciples and initiates. They are weapons and instruments of service to be then used in the three worlds by those who are still tied by the law of rebirth to those worlds. Those who have passed through the great liberation and have, occultly crossed the bridge, have no need to employ the powers inherent in the lower sheaths. They can use the infallible knowledge of the intuition, and the illumination of the principle of light. There is much misapprehension in people's minds as to how a master lets an accepted disciple become aware that he is accepted. An impression is abroad that he is told so and that an interview is accorded wherein the master accepts him and starts him to work. Such is not the case. The occult law holds good in discipleship as an initiation, and the man goes forward blindly. He hopes, but he does not know. He expects that it may be so, but no tangible assurance is given. From a study of himself and of the requirements he arrives at the conclusion that perhaps he has reached the status of accepted disciple. He therefore acts on that assumption, and with care he watches his acts, guards his words, and controls his thoughts so that no overt act, unnecessary word or unkind thought will break the rhythm which he believes has been set up. He proceeds with his work but intensifies his meditation. He searches his motives, he seeks to equip his mental body, he sets before himself the ideal of service and seeks ever to serve, and then, when he is so engrossed in the work on hand that he has forgotten himself, suddenly one day he sees the one who has for so long seen him. This may come in two ways, in full waking consciousness or by the registering of the interview on the physical brain as it has been participated in during the hours of sleep. But accompanying this recognition of the event by the disciples will come certain other recognitions. 1. The event is recognized as fact past all controversy. No doubt remains in the disciple's mind. 2. There is recognized an inhibition on the disciple's part to mention the happening to anyone. Months or years may slip away before the disciple will mention it, and then only to those who are also recognized as disciples or to some fellow worker, also under the same group influence, whose right it is to know and whose right is sanctioned by the master of the group. 3. Certain factors, governing the master's relation to the disciple, are gradually recognized and begin increasingly to govern the disciple's life. A. He recognizes that his points of contact with his master are governed by group emergency and need, and deal with his group service. It gradually dawns on him that his master is only interested in him insofar as his ego can be used in service, through the personality on the physical plane. He begins to realize that his master works with his soul and that it is his ego, therefore, which is en rapport with the master and not the personal self. His problem, therefore, becomes increasingly clear, and this is the problem of all disciples. It is to keep the channel of communication open between the soul and the brain, via the mind, so that when the master seeks to communicate, he can do so at once and easily. Sometimes a master has to wait weeks before he can get his disciple's ear, for the channel upward is closed and the soul is not in rapport with the brain. This is especially true of the early stages of discipleship. B. He finds that it is he who shuts the door in the majority of cases through lower psychism, physical disability, and lack of mind control, and he therefore discovers that he has to work constantly and ceaselessly with his lower self. C. He finds that one of the first things he has to do is to learn to discriminate between his own soul's vibration, the vibration of the group of disciples with whom he is associated, the vibration of the master. All three are different and it is easy to confuse them, especially at first. It is a safe rule for aspirants to assume when they contact a high vibration and stimulus that it is their own soul contacting them, the master in the heart, and not run off with the idea, so flattering to their pride and personality, that the master is endeavoring to reach them. D. He finds also that it is not the habit of the masters to flatter or to make promises to their disciples. They are too busy and too wise, nor do they trouble themselves to tell their disciples that they are destined for high office, or that they are their intermediaries and that the hierarchy is depending upon them. Ambition, love of power, and the self-sufficiency which characterizes many mental types test out the struggling aspirant, and he gets from his personality all that he needs in that line. These qualities delude him and lead him astray, forcing him onto a pedestal from which eventually he must descend. The masters say nothing to feed pride in their disciples, nor do they speak words to them which could foster in their cellist the spirit of separateness. The disciple soon finds also that the masters are not easily accessible. They are busy men, ill-able to spare even a few moments in which to communicate with the disciple, and only in emergencies, in the case of a beginner on the path of discipleship, do the masters expend the necessary energy with which to get en rapport. With old and tried disciples, the contacts are more frequent, being more easily achieved and bearing more rapid results. It should be remembered, however, that the newer the disciple the more he demands attention and considers he should have it. The old and more experienced servers seek to fulfill their obligations and carry forward their work with as little contact with the masters as possible. They seek to save the master's time and frequently consider an interview with the master as demonstrating failure on their part, and producing, therefore, regret that they have had to take the master's precious time, and force him to use his energy in order to safeguard the work from error and the disciple perhaps from harm. The aim of every high disciple is to carry out his work and be in rapport with the spiritual force center which is his group, and thus in steady touch with the master, without interviews and phenomenal contacts. Many only expect to contact their master once a year, usually at the time of the full moon in May. He finds also that the relationship between master and disciple is governed by law and that there are definite stages of contact and grades in the desired rapport. These can be enumerated, but cannot be enlarged upon. 1. The stage wherein a disciple is contacted by the master through another cella on the physical plane. This is the stage of little cellaship. 2. The stage wherein a higher disciple directs the cella from the egoic level. This is the stage called a cella in the light. 3. The stage wherein, according to necessity, the master contacts the cella through a vivid dream experience, b. a symbolic teaching, c. a using of a thought form of the master, d. a contact in meditation, e. a definite, remembered interview in the master's ashram. This is definitely the stage of accepted disciple. 4. The stage wherein, having shown his wisdom in work, and his appreciation of the master's problem, the disciple is taught how, in emergencies, to attract the master's attention and thus draw on his strength and knowledge and advice. This is an instantaneous happening, and practically takes none of the master's time. This stage has the peculiar name of a cella on the thread, or sutratma. 5. The stage wherein he is permitted to know the method whereby he may set up a vibration and a call which will entitle him to an interview with the master. This is only permitted to those trusted chelas who can be depended upon not to use the knowledge for anything except the need of the work. No personality, reason, or distress would prompt them to use it. At this stage the disciple is called one within the aura. 6. The stage wherein the disciple can get his master's ear at any time. He is in close touch always. This is the stage wherein a chela is being definitely prepared for an immediate initiation or, having taken initiation, is being given specialized work to do in collaboration with his. At this stage he is described as one within his master's heart. There is a later stage of a still closer identification, where there is a blending of the lights, but there is no adequate paraphrase of the terms used to cover the name. The 6 stages above mentioned have been paraphrased for Occidental understanding and must in no way be considered as translations of the ancient terms. Such are some of the teachings concerning disciples and their recognitions, and it is valuable for aspirants to ponder them. It should be realized that though good character, high ethics, sound morality, and spiritual aspiration are basic and unalterable requirements, yet more is needed if the right to enter the Master's ashram is to be granted. To be admitted to the privilege of being an outpost of his consciousness requires an unselfishness and a self-surrender for which few are prepared. To be drawn within his aura so that the disciple's aura forms an integral part of the group aura presupposes a purity which few can cultivate. To have the ear of the Master and to earn the right to contact him at will necessitates a sensitiveness and a fine discrimination which few would care to purchase at the price. Yet a door stands wide open to all who care to come, and no earnest, sincere soul, who meets the requirements, ever receives a rebuff. There is no question at this time that those who are in any way advanced in evolution are having that evolution hastened as never before in the history of the world. The crisis is so grave and the need of the world so great, that those who can contact the inner side of life, who can even in a small way sense the vibrations of the senior disciples and the elder brothers of the race, and who can bring down the ideals, as known on the higher planes, are being very carefully, forcefully, yet strenuously trained. It is necessary that they should be enabled to act accurately and adequately as transmitters and interpreters. I would like to point out certain factors and methods which should be borne in mind in connection with inspirational writing and mediumship, and which have a bearing on the writing of such books as The Secret Doctrine, The Scriptures of the World, and those transmitted volumes which potently affect the thought of the race. The interpretation of the process arises from many causes. The status of the writers can be overestimated or not sufficiently appreciated. The terms used by the transmitter being dependent upon his educational status may also be incorrect or give rise to misinterpretation. It is necessary, therefore, that some understanding of the process should be found. Some transmitters work entirely on astral levels, and their work is necessarily part of the great illusion. They are unconscious mediums and are unable to check the source from whence the teachings come. If they claim to know that source, they are frequently in error. Some receive teaching from discarnate entities of no higher evolution, and frequently of lower, than themselves. Some are simply abstracting the content of their own subconsciousnesses, and hence we have the beautiful platitudes, couched in Christian phraseology, and tinctured by the mystical writings of the past, which litter the desks of disciples, working consciously on the physical plane. Some work only on mental levels, learning, through telepathy, that which the elder brothers of the race and their own souls have to impart. They tap the sources of knowledge stored in the egoic consciousness. They become aware of the knowledge stored up in the brains of disciples on the same ray as themselves. Some of them, being outposts of the Master's consciousness, become also cognizant of his thought. Some use several of the methods, either consciously or unconsciously. When they work consciously, it is then possible for them to correlate the teaching given and, under the law of correspondences and through the use of symbols, which they see through mental clairvoyance, to ascertain the accuracy of their teaching. Those who work unconsciously, I refer not to astral psychics, can use only trust and discrimination until they are further evolved. They must accept nothing that contradicts facts imparted through the Lodge's great messengers, and they must be ready to superimpose upon the modicum of knowledge which they possess a further structure of greater extent. Each generation now should produce its seers. I like the word spelt seers, for to see is to know. The fault of all of you is that you see not, you perceive an angle, a point of vision, a partial aspect of the great fabric of truth, but all that lies hidden behind is occult to your three-dimensional vision. It is necessary for those who want to act as true transmitters and intermediaries between the knowers of the race and the little ones, that they keep their eyes on the horizon and seek thus to extend their vision, that they hold steadily the inner realization that they already have and seek to increase its scope, that they hold on to the truth that all things are headed towards the revelation, and that the form matters not. They must seek preeminently to be dependable instruments, unswayed by passing storms. They must endeavor to remain free from depression, no matter what occurs, liberated from discouragement, with a keen sense of proportion, a right judgment in all things, a regulated life, a disciplined physical body and a wholehearted devotion to humanity. Where these qualities are present, the masters can begin to use their destined workers. Where they are absent, other instruments must be found. Some people learn at night and regularly bring over into their physical brain consciousness the facts they need to know and the teachings they should transmit. Many methods are tried, suited to the nature of the aspirant or chela. Some have brains that act telepathically as transmitters. I deal with safer and rarer methods which utilize the mental vehicle as the intermediary between the soul and the brain, or between the teacher and the disciple. Methods of communication on the astral level, such as the Ouija board, the planchette pencil, automatic writing, the direct voice and statements made by the temporarily obsessed medium are not utilized as a rule by chelas, though the direct voice has had its use at times. The higher mental methods are more advanced and surer, even if rarer. The true transmitters from the higher egoic levels to the physical plane proceed in one or other of the following ways. 1. They write from personal knowledge, and therefore employ their concrete minds at the task of stating this knowledge in terms that will reveal the truth to those that have the eyes to see, and yet will conceal that which is dangerous from the curious and the blind. This is a hard task to accomplish, for the concrete mind expresses the abstract most inadequately and, in the task of embodying the truth in words, much of the true significance is lost. 2. They write because they are inspired. Because of their physical equipment, their purity of life, their singleness of purpose, their devotion to humanity and the very karma of service itself, they have developed the capacity to touch the higher sources from which pure truth, or symbolic truth, flows. They can tap thought currents that have been set in motion by that great band of contemplators, called nirmanakas, or those definite, specialized thought currents originated by one of the great staff of teachers. Their brains, being receptive transmitters, enable them to express these contacted thoughts on paper, the accuracy of the transmission being dependent upon the receptivity of the instrument, that is, the mind and the brain, of the transmitter. In these cases, the form of words and the sentences are largely left to the writer. Therefore, the appropriateness of the terms used and the correctness of the phraseology will depend upon his mental equipment, his educational advantages, the extent of his vocabulary and his inherent capacity to understand the nature and quality of the imparted thought and ideas. 3. They write because of the development of the inner hearing. Their work is largely stenographic, yet is also partially dependent upon their standard of development and their education. A certain definite unfoldment of the centers, coupled with karmic availability, constitutes the basis of choice by the teacher on the subtler planes who seeks to impart a definite instruction and a specialized line of thought. The responsibility as to accuracy is therefore divided between the one who imparts the teaching and the transmitting agent. The physical plane agent must be carefully chosen, and the accuracy of the imparted information, as expressed on the physical plane, will depend upon his willingness to be used, his positive mental polarization, and his freedom from astralism. To this must be added the fact that the better educated a man may be, the wider his range of knowledge and scope of world interests, the easier it will be for the teacher on the inner side to render, through his agency, the knowledge to be imparted. Frequently the dictated data may be entirely foreign to the receiver. He must have a certain amount, therefore, of education, and be himself a profound seeker of truth before he will be chosen to be the recipient of teachings that are intended for the general public or for esoteric use. Above everything else, he must have learned through meditation to focus himself on the mental plane. Similarity of vibration and of interests hold the clue to the choice of a transmitter. Note that I say, similarity of vibration and of interests and not equality of vibration and of interests. This form of work might be divided into three methods. There is first the higher clairaudience that speaks directly from mind to mind. This is not exactly telepathy but a form of direct hearing. The teacher will speak to the disciple as person to person. A conversation is therefore carried on entirely on mental levels with the higher faculties as the focusing point. The use of the head centers is involved and they must both be vivified before this method can be employed. In the astral body the centers corresponding to the physical have to be awakened before astral psychism is possible. The work that I refer to here involves a corresponding vivification in the mental body counterparts. Secondly, we have telepathic communication. This is the registry in the physical brain consciousness of information imparted. A. Direct from master to pupil, from disciple to disciple, from student to student. B. From master or disciple to the ego and thence to the personality, via the atomic subplanes. You will note therefore that only those in whose bodies atomic subplane matter is found can work this way. Safety and accuracy lie in this equipment. C. From ego to ego via the causal body and transmitted direct according to the preceding method or stored up to work through gradually and at need. Thirdly, we have inspiration. This involves another aspect of development. Inspiration is analogous to mediumship, but is entirely egoic. It utilizes the mind as the medium of transmission to the brain of that which the soul knows. Mediumship usually describes the process when confined entirely to the astral levels. On the egoic plane this involves inspiration. Ponder on this explanation for it explains much. Mediumship is dangerous. Why is this so? Because the mental body is not involved and so the soul is not in control. The medium is an unconscious instrument, he is not himself the controlling factor, he is controlled. Frequently also the discarnate entities who employ this method of communication, utilizing the brain or voice apparatus of the medium, are not highly evolved, and are quite incapable of employing mental plane methods. Some people combine the method of inspiration and of receiving instruction along various lines and, when this is the case, great accuracy of transmission is found. Occasionally again, as in the case of H.P.B., you have deep knowledge, ability to be inspired and mental clairaudience combined. When this is the case you have a rare and useful instrument for the aiding of humanity. Inspiration originates on the higher levels, it presupposes a very high point in evolution, for it involves the egoic consciousness and necessitates the use of atomic matter, thus opening up a wide range of communicators. It spells safety. It should be remembered that the soul is always good, it may lack knowledge in the three worlds and in this way be deficient, but it harbors no evil. Inspiration is always safe, whereas mediumship is always to be avoided. Inspiration may involve telepathy, for the person inspiring may do three things. A. He may use the brain of the appointed channel, throwing thoughts into it. B. He may occupy his disciple's body, the latter standing aside, consciously, in his subtler bodies, but surrendering his physical body. C. A third method is one of a temporary fusing, if I might so call it, an intermingling when the user and the used alternate or supplement, as needed, to do the appointed work. I cannot explain more clearly. 4. They write what they see. This method is not of such a high order. You will note that in the first case you have wisdom or availability on Buddhic or intuitional levels, in the second case you have transmission from the causal body, from the higher mental levels, in the third case you have sufficient development to enable the aspirant to receive dictation. In the fourth case, you have the ability to read in the astral light but frequently no ability to differentiate between that which is past, that which is, and that which will be. Therefore you have illusion and inaccuracy. This is a method, however, sometimes used but, unless directly used under stimulation applied by a master, it is liable to be most misleading, as is its corollary, astral clairaudience. It is the method of mental clairvoyance, and requires a trained interpreting mind, which is rare indeed to find. In all these cases that I have cited, error may creep in owing to physical limitation and the handicap of words, but in the case of those who write from personal knowledge, the errors in expression will be of no real moment, whilst in the second and third cases the errors will be dependent upon the point in evolution of the transmitting agent. If, however, he couples intelligence, devotion, and service with his capacity to receive and hear, he will soon correct the errors himself and his understanding will grow. Later, 2 new methods will be employed which will facilitate the transmission of truth from the inner side to the outer plane. Precipitated writing will be given to those who can be trusted, but the time is not yet for its general use. It will be necessary to wait until the work of the esoteric schools has reached a more definite phase of development. Conditions as yet are not appropriate, but humanity is urged to be ready and open-minded and prepared for this development. Later will come the power to materialize thought forms. People will come into incarnation who will have the ability temporarily to create and vitalize these thought forms, and so enable the general public to see them. The time, however, is not yet. There is too much fear, and not enough experience of truth in the world. More knowledge must be acquired as to the nature of thought and of matter, and this must be followed experimentally by those with acute trained minds, a high rate of vibration, and bodies built of the finest matter. The attainment of this will involve discipline, pain, self-abnegation, and abstinence. See you to it. The group of teachers with whom the average aspirants and probationary disciples may be in touch on the mental plane are but men of like passions but with a longer experience upon the path and a wiser control of themselves. They do not work with aspirants because they personally like or care for them, but because the need is great and they seek those whom they can train. The attitude of mind that they look for is that of teachableness and the ability to record and refrain from questioning until more is known. Then the aspirant is urged to question everything. May I remind you of the words of one teacher who said, "Know us for sane and balanced men who teach as we taught on earth, not flattering our pupils but disciplining them. We lead them on, not forcing them forward by feeding their ambitions by promises of power, but giving them information and leading them to use it in their work, knowing that right use of knowledge leads to experience and achievement of the goal." How often does one find a student more occupied with the master and what he will do than he is with his own side of the question? And yet the fitting of himself for service and the equipping of himself for useful cooperation is, or should be, his main preoccupation. Inquiry about the master is more interesting than inquiry about the needed qualifications for discipleship. Interest for the data available in relation to the adepts is more potent than the steadfast investigation into limitations and disabilities which should engross the aspirant's attention. Curiosity as to the habits and methods of specific masters and their ways of handling their disciples is more prone to be displayed than patient application to right habits and ways of work in the life of the would-be disciple. All these matters are side issues and only handicap and limit, and one of the first things we advise one who would enter into communication with the masters is to take his eyes off those things which concern him not, focus his attention on the needed steps and stages which should demonstrate in his life, and eliminate those wasted moments, moods, and thought periods which so often occupy the major part of his thought life. When a master seeks to find those fitted to be instructed and taught by him, he looks for 3 things first of all. Unless these are present, no amount of devotion or aspiration, and no purity of life and mode of living suffices. It is essential that all aspirants should grasp these 3 factors and so save themselves much distress of mind and wasted motion. 1. The master looks for the light in the head. 2. He investigates the karma of the aspirant. 3. He notes his service in the world. Unless there is indication that the man is what is termed esoterically a lighted lamp, it is useless for the master to waste his time. The light in the head, when present, is indicative of a. The functioning to a greater or less extent of the pineal gland, which is, as is well known, the seat of the soul and the organ of spiritual perception. It is in this gland that the first physiological changes take place incident upon soul contact, and this contact is brought about through definite work along meditation lines, mind control, and the inflow of spiritual force. B. The aligning of the man on the physical plane with his ego, soul, or higher self, on the mental plane, and the subordination of the physical plane life and nature to the impress and control of the soul. This is covered sufficiently in the first 2 or 3 chapters of Letters on Occult Meditation, and these should be studied by aspirants. C. The downflow of force via the sutratma, magnetic cord, or thread from the soul to the brain via the mind-body. The whole secret of spiritual vision, correct perception, and right contact lies in the proper appreciation of the above statement, and therefore the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali are ever the textbook of disciples, initiates, and adepts, for therein are found those rules and methods which bring the mind under control, stabilize the astral body, and so develop and strengthen the thread soul that it can and does become a veritable channel of communication between the man and his ego. The light of illumination streams down into the brain cavity and throws into objectivity 3 fields of knowledge. This is often forgotten, and hence the undue distress and premature interpretations of the partially illuminated disciple or probationer. The light first throws into relief and brings into the foreground of consciousness those thought forms and entities which depict the lower life, and which, in their aggregate, form the dweller on the threshold. Thus the first thing of which the aspirant becomes aware is that which he knows to be undesirable, and the revelation of his own unworthiness and limitations, and the undesirable constituents of his own aura burst on his vision. The darkness which is in him is intensified by the light which glimmers faintly from the center of his being, and frequently he despairs of himself and descends into the depths of depression. All mystics bear witness to this, and it is a period which must be lived through until the pure light of day drives all shadows and darkness away, and little by little the life is brightened and lightened until the sun in the head is shining in all its glory. D. Finally, the light in the head is indicative of the finding of the path, and there remains then for the man to study and understand the techniques whereby the light is centralized, intensified, entered, and eventually becomes that magnetic line, like unto a spider's thread, which can be followed back until the source of the lower manifestation is reached and the soul consciousness is entered. The above language is symbolic and yet vitally accurate, but is expressed thus in order to convey information to those who know, and protect those who as yet know not. The path of the just is as a shining light, and yet at the same time a man has to become that path itself. He enters the light and becomes the light, and functions then as a lamp set in a dark place, carrying illumination to others and lighting the way before them. The next point that a master has to consider before admitting a man into his group is whether or no such a step is karmically possible, or whether there exist in a man's record those conditions which negate his admission in this life. There are 3 main factors to be considered separately and in their relation to each other. First, are there such karmic obligations in a man's present life as would render it impossible for him to function as a disciple? In this connection it must be carefully borne in mind that a man can become a disciple and merit the attention of a master only when his life counts for something in the world of men, when he is an influence in his sphere, and when he is molding and acting upon the minds and hearts of other men. Until that is the case, it is waste of a master's time to personally deal with him, for he can be adequately helped in other ways and has, for instance, much knowledge from books and teachers which is as yet theory and not practice, and much experience to pass through under the guidance of his own ego, the master in his heart. When a man is a disciple, he is one because he can be used for working out the plan of the hierarchy, and can be influenced to materialize those endeavors which are planned to enable humanity to make the needed forward steps. This involves, in his physical plane life, time, and thought, right circumstance, and other considerations, and it is quite possible for a man to have reached the stage from the character standpoint, where he merits the recognition of a master, and yet have obligations and duties to work through which would handicap him for active service in some particular life. This the master has to consider, and this a man's own ego also considers. The result quite frequently at this time is that, perhaps unconsciously to the physical brain, a man will shoulder a great amount of experience, and undertake the working out of an abnormal amount of responsibility in one particular life, in order to free himself for service and celliship in a later life. He works then at the equipping of himself for the next life, and at the patient performance of duty in his home, his circle of friends, and his business. He realizes that from the egoic standpoint one life is but a short matter and soon gone, and that by study, intelligent activity, loving service, and patient endurance, he is working out of those conditions which are preventing his prompt acceptance in a master's group. A master also studies the condition of an aspirant's physical body and of the subtler bodies to see whether in them are to be found states of consciousness which would hinder usefulness and act as obstacles. These conditions are likewise karmic and must be adjusted before his admission among other cellists becomes possible. A sick physical body, an astral body prone to moods, emotions, and psychic delusions, and a mental body uncontrolled or ill-equipped are all dangerous to the student unless straightened out and perfected. A cella is subjected constantly to the play of force coming to him from three main sources. 1. His own ego. 2. His master. 3. The group of co-disciples, and unless he is strong, purified and controlled, these forces will serve but to stimulate undesirable conditions, to foster that which should be eliminated and to bring to the surface all the hidden weaknesses. That this has to be done inevitably is so, but much must be done along this line before admission into a group of disciples, otherwise much of the master's valuable time will perforce be given to the elimination and nullifying of the effects of the cella's violent reactions on other cellists in the same group. It is better to wait and work gradually and intelligently oneself than force one's way unprepared into lines of forces before one can handle either them or their consequences. Another factor that an adept has to consider is whether there are in incarnation those cellists with whom a man has to work and who are karmically linked to him by ancient ties and old familiarity in similar work. Sometimes it may be deemed wiser for a man to wait a little while before being permitted to step off the physical path until a life comes in which his own co-workers, key to his vibration, and accustomed to work with him, are also in physical bodies, for a master's group is entered in service to be rendered and specific work to be done, and not because a man is to receive a cultural training which will make him an adept some day. Cellists train themselves, and when ready for any work a master uses them. They develop themselves and work out their own salvation, and as step by step is taken their particular master lays more and more responsibility upon them. He will train them in service technique, and in vibratory response to the plan, but they learn to control themselves and to fit themselves for service. There are other karmic factors to be considered by a master, but these are the three paramount ones and of the most importance for aspirants to consider now. They are specified so that no true and earnest worker need be depressed and discouraged if he has no conscious link with the master and is unaware of any affiliation with an esoteric group of cellists. It may not be because he is not fit. It may simply be because his ego has chosen this life to clear the decks for later action, to eliminate hindrances in one or other, or all of the three lower bodies, or to wait for that time when his admission may count the most. The third factor, that of service, for which the master looks, is one upon which the aspirant has the least to say and may very probably misinterpret. Spiritual ambition, the desire to function as the center of a group, the longing to hear oneself speaking, teaching, lecturing, or writing are often wrongly interpreted by the aspirant as service. The master looks not at a worker's worldly force or status, not at the numbers of people who are gathered around his personality, but at the motives which prompt his activity and at the effect of his influence upon his fellow men. True service is the spontaneous outflow of a loving heart and an intelligent mind. It is the result of being in the right place and staying there. It is produced by the inevitable inflow of spiritual force and not by strenuous physical plane activity. It is the effect of a man's being what he truly is, a divine son of God, and not by the studied effect of his words or deeds. A true server gathers around him those whom it is his duty to serve and aid by the force of his life and his spiritualist personality, and not by his claims or loud speaking. In self-forgetfulness he serves, in self-abnegation he walks the earth, and he gives no thought to the magnitude or the reverse of his accomplishment and has no preconceived ideas as to his own value or usefulness. He lives, serves, works, and influences, asking nothing for the separated self. When a master sees this manifestation in a man's life, as the result of the awakening of the inner light and the adjustment of his karmic obligations, then he sounds out a note and waits to see if the man recognizes his own group note. On this recognition, he is admitted into his own group of co-workers, and can stand in the presence of his master. Heart, throat, and eye. Later, when the knowledge here conveyed is assimilated, the aspirant will come to an understanding of the true meaning of the heart, the throat, and the eye, which it is the effect of the guides of the race to stimulate into functioning activity at this time. We will therefore consider now 1. The heart center, the throat center, and the center between the eyes. 2. Their awakening and coordination. 3. To what uses they will be put in the coming world cycle. This subject is of vital importance to the modern aspirant, for the mechanism of the heart, the throat, and the eye, constituting part of the inner structure which he must learn to use, has to be mastered and consciously employed by him before any true creative work is possible. When I use the words creative work, I am speaking esoterically and am not referring to the valuable work done by the artists of the world in their many lines of expression. Their efforts, to the seer, are indicative of an inner stirring, of an inner coordination and a motivated activity which will lead to true esoteric endeavor and to creative work on the subtler planes. I am assuming in the student an elementary knowledge of the vital body and of its force centers, and I am assuming that these 7 centers or lotuses have, theoretically, a place in his imagination. I use the word imagination with purposeful intent, for until there is knowledge and clear vision, imaginative assumption is a potent factor in bringing about the activity of the centers. Let us, for the sake of clarity, list these lotuses with their petal numbers, and their location. Their colors are immaterial at present from the standpoint of the student, for much that has been given out is erroneous or in the nature of a blind, and in any case, the esoteric colors are widely different from the exoteric. 1. The base of the spine, 4 petals. 2. The sacral center, 6 petals. 3. The solar plexus center, 10 petals. 4. Heart center, 12 petals. 5. Throat center, 16 petals. 6. Center between the eyebrows, 2 petals. 7. Head center, 1,000 petals. Next, let the student remember 2 important facts, which may be regarded as elementary and preliminary but which nevertheless have to be worked out into conscious realization and become part of the purposed intent of the aspirant's training. It is easy to generalize. It is difficult to realize. It is simple to grasp the informative intellectual data regarding the centers of force. It is most difficult to bring about the rearrangement of the forces flowing through these vortices, and to learn to function consciously through the higher centers, subordinating the lower ones. This has to be done also without laying the emphasis upon the form aspect, as is the case in many practices used to vitalize the centers. The 2 facts of importance are: 1. The 3 centers below the diaphragm. A. Base of spine. B. Sacral center. C. Solar plexus center. Which are, at present, the most potent in average humanity and the most alive, require to be reorganized, reoriented, and to be brought from a state of positivity into that of negativity. Equally, the 4 centers above the diaphragm. A. The heart center. B. The throat center. C. The center between the eyebrows. D. The head center, must be awakened and brought from a state of negativity into that of positivity. This has to be brought about in 2 ways. First, by the transference of the positive energy of the lower centers into that of the higher, and secondly by the awakening of the head center by the demonstration of the activity of the will. The first effect is produced by character building, and by the purification of the bodies, as used by the soul in the 3 worlds. The second is the result of meditation and the development of organized purpose, imposed by the will upon the daily life. Character building, clean living, controlled emotional reactions, and right thinking are the platitudes of all religious systems and have lost weight from our very familiarity with them. It is not easy to remember that as we live purely and rightly, we are verily and indeed working with forces, subjecting energies to our needs, subordinating elemental lives to the requirements of spiritual being, and bringing into activity a mechanism and a vital structure which has hitherto been only latent and quiescent. Nevertheless, it remains a fact that when the energies, latent at the base of the spine, are carried to the head and are brought, via the solar plexus, that clearing house of energy, and the medulla oblongata, to the center between the eyebrows, then the personality, the matter aspect, reaches its apotheosis, and the Virgin Mary, in the individual sense, which is a finite parallel of an infinite reality, is carried up into heaven, there to sit by the side of her Son, the Christ, the soul. When the energies of the sacral center, focused hitherto on the work of physical creation and generation and therefore the source of physical sex life and interest, are sublimated, reoriented and carried up to the throat center, then the aspirant becomes a conscious creative force in the higher worlds. He enters within the veil, and begins to create the pattern of things which will bring about eventually the new heavens and the new earth. When the energies of the solar plexus, expressions hitherto of the potent desire nature, feeding the emotional life of the personality, are equally transmuted and reoriented, then they are carried to the heart center and there is brought about as a result a realization of group consciousness, of group love, and group purpose which makes the aspirant a server of humanity and a fit associate of the elder brethren of the race. When these three transfers have been consummated, then an activity transpires in the head center, the ultimate governing factor, and by an act of the will of the indwelling ruling soul, certain happenings take place which we can consider later in our studies. 2. The second fact to bear in mind is that as these changes and reorientations take place, the disciple begins to awaken psychologically to new states of consciousness, to new states of existence, and to new states of being. It will be apparent therefore how necessary it is to go slowly in these matters, so that the mental apprehension and ability to reason logically and sanely may parallel the growth of the intuition and of spiritual perception. Many schools are simply forcing schools, prematurely developing the higher faculties and leading the aspirant, if I might express it in mystical language, directly out of the realm of feeling and of desire into that of the intuition, but leaving the intellectual faculties and the mental apparatus totally undeveloped and latent. When this is the case, then, again speaking mystically, an hiatus or a gap occurs in part of the equipment which the soul must perforce use in the three worlds of its endeavor. The interpreting, organizing, understanding mind is unable to play its part. Where there is lack of understanding and of mental ability, there is danger of misapprehension, of credulity, and of wrong interpretation of the phenomena of other states of being. A sense of values will be lacking, and the aspirant will overestimate the non-essentials and fail to grasp the value of the spiritual realities. Energy may pour into the four centers in these cases, but because there is no directing intelligence it will run riot, and we then have those sad cases which strew the path of occult endeavor and have brought the work of the lodge into disrepute, cases of overemphasized personalities, of superstitious devotees, of credulous followers of leaders, of fanatical unbalanced idealists, and of those warped minds which arrogate to themselves powers which are not theirs. Men and women become swayed by astralism and wander in the veil of illusion regarding themselves as different from other men, placing themselves upon a pedestal far above average humanity. They fall consciously into the sin of separateness. Add to the above category the cases of sex perversion, brought about by overstimulation of the sacral center, the cases of neuroticism and oversensitivity and emotionalism, brought about by the premature vitalization of the solar plexus center, and lastly the cases of insanity, brought about by overstimulation of the brain cells through unwise meditation work, and it will become increasingly clear why it is deemed necessary to proceed slowly and to develop the mental processes as well as the spiritual nature. The average student starts with the knowledge that he has centers, and with a desire for purity of character. He is assured by those who know that, as he strives, meditates, studies and serves, certain changes will take place within him, and that there will arise from the depths of his being an awakening which will be dynamic. He is told that there will follow a breathing forth, a stirring and a vitalising which will bring his subjective spiritual life into prominence. This subjective life expresses itself as spiritual energy, through the medium of the energy or vital body, and the energy thus expressed will change his life focus and interests, and produce a magnetic and dynamic effect which will attract and lift humanity. This energy is sevenfold in nature and utilizes 7 focal points in the etheric body as its agents. It is not possible for the aspirant to work with and utilize all these 7 types of energy intelligently in the early stages of the path of discipleship. The emphasis, for training purposes, is laid upon only 3 of them. These are: 1. That of will, strength, or power, through the medium of the head center. This is the energy of the spiritual man, and comes directly from the monad, via the soul. Up to the 3rd initiation, however, all that the disciple needs to grasp is that the will aspect of the soul should control the personality, via the mental body to the head center. When this is the case, the 1,000-petaled lotus begins to function. The line of this stream of force is monad, atma, spiritual will. The inner circle of petals in the egoic lotus, the will petals. The mental body. The head center in the etheric body. The nervous system and brain. 2. That of love wisdom, through the medium of the heart center. This center, when awakened, leads to that expansion of consciousness which initiates a man into his group life. He loses the sense of separateness, and finally emerges into the full light of realization, a realization of unity with his own indwelling God, with all humanity, with all souls and all forms of nature, and so with the Oversoul. This force stream comes likewise from the monad, via the soul, and its line is as follows. Monad. Buddhi. Spiritual love. The intuition. The 2nd circle of petals in the egoic lotus, the love petals. The astral body. The heart center. The blood stream. In the little evolved man, this force stream simply passes through the heart center direct to the solar plexus and expends its 2 aspects of vital life and of soul quality, one energizing the blood stream and the other awakening the solar plexus center. This then becomes the dominant factor in the energy life of the man, and the force through which his desire nature expresses itself, until such time as the aspirant brings about the needed transmutation and reorientation of his emotional desire nature. Then the heart awakens into activity and the life of the solar plexus center becomes subordinated to that of the heart. This is brought about by the development of group interests, by the cultivation of inclusiveness and the steady loss of interest in the personality, and in things separative and selfish. 3. That of active intelligence, or the energy which animates the form aspect, and which creates forms in line with the subjective purposes of the presiding intelligence, God or man, human or divine. This also proceeds from the 3rd aspect of the monad, and the line of its contact is monad. Manas. Spiritual intelligence. The higher mind. The 3rd or outer circle of petals in the egoic lotus, the knowledge petals. The etheric body as a whole, as it pervades the dense physical body. The throat center. The cells of the body. In the little evolved man, as in the case of the 2nd aspect and its unfoldment, the energy simply passes through the throat center and goes directly to the sacral center, and thus brings into activity the generative processes and creative faculties, utilized in the reproductive work and sex life of the race. This is a broad and general outline of the 3 main streams of force or divine energy and their direction. The relationship of the head center to the base of the spine, where lies the sleeping fire, will not be considered here, nor will the function of the solar plexus center as a clearinghouse for the lower energies be touched upon. I am anxious for the student simply to grasp the general idea and the skeleton of the teaching. Every human being in the course of time works his way back on the path of return to one of the 3 major rays. All have eventually to express intelligent creative faculty, to be animated by divine love, and to bring into functioning activity the will, as it works out divine purpose and plan. The first center which the aspirant seeks consciously to energize and on which he concentrates during the early stages of his novitiate is the heart center. He has to learn to be group conscious, to be sensitive to group ideals, and to be inclusive in his plans and concepts. He has to learn to love collectively and purely, and not be actuated by personality attraction and the motive of reward. Until there is this awakening in the heart, he cannot be trusted to wield the creative powers of the throat center, for they would be subordinated to self-aggrandizement and ambitions of various kinds. Here it should be noted that none of these unfoldments can ever be approached from the standpoint of complete static passivity or from the angle of an entirely new undertaking. We are in process of evolution. Certain aspects of our force centers are already awakened and functioning in relation to the form aspect, but are not yet expressing soul qualities. We have behind us a long and fruitful past. We are none of us purely selfish or separative. Human society is now cohesive and interdependent. Humanity, as a whole, has already done much in bringing the heart center into partial activity, and in awakening some of the more important aspects of the throat center. The problem with many aspirants today is that of the solar plexus, for it is wide open, actively functioning and almost fully awakened. The work of transmutation is however going on simultaneously, leading, as one might naturally suppose, to a good deal of difficulty and to chaotic conditions. The heart center is also beginning to vibrate, but is not yet awakened. The throat center is frequently prematurely awakened, through the transfer of energy from the sacral center. This is due to several causes, sometimes to spiritual purpose and intent, but more frequently to a negation of the normal sex life, owing to economic conditions, or to a lack of physical vitality, which predisposes to celibacy. This lack of vital force is in its turn due to many factors, but primarily to a long heredity, producing a degeneracy of the physical body, or to enforced celibacy in past lives. This enforced celibacy was very often the result of monasticism and the living of the mystical life. When this creative awakening finds expression through any of the arts, literature, painting, music, or in group organization and executive work, there is no harm wrought, for the energy finds a normal creative outlet. These points should be remembered by the aspirant. He is facing a most complex problem. He enters blindly into a situation which is the result of a long evolutionary process and to which he has not the key. Especially in the early stages and prior to the first initiation is this the case, for he has no knowledge of the history of the past, nor any provision as to the future. He has simply to take his equipment and his opportunity and do the best he can, guided by the age-old rules of Raja Yoga and the light of his own soul. As the heart center is awakened and the throat center swings into creative work, a definite relation is set up and there is an interplay of energy between the two. This activity in its turn brings about a response from that aspect of the thousand-petaled lotus, a synthetic lotus, through which the energy always animating the heart and throat centers normally passes. This responsive activity and interaction brings about two results, and these should be most carefully noted. First, the light in the head makes its appearance. A sparking, if I might so express it, is set up between the higher positive overshadowing energy as it is centralized within the form of the thousand-petaled lotus, and the steadily heightening vibration of the heart and throat centers or lotuses. These two lower centers in their turn are responding to the energies being lifted and raised from the centers below the diaphragm. Secondly, the center between the eyebrows also begins to make its presence felt, and this significant two-petaled lotus begins to vibrate. It symbolizes the work of at one ing the soul and the body, the subjective and the objective. In some occult books it is called the lotus with the 96 petals, but this is only a differentiation dealing with the energies focused in the two petals. It will be noted that the sum total of the force petals in the centers, excluding the two head centers, amount in all to 48 petals. These energies in their two aspects of physical vital energy and soul qualities make up the 96 aspects or vibrations of the two petals of the ajna or eyebrow center. It must be remembered also that the word petal only symbolizes an expression of force and its apparent effect in matter. The 5 centers with their 48 petals are synthesized therefore into the 2-petaled lotus, and then we have 48 plus 2 equals 50, the number of the perfected personality, for 5 is the number of men and 10 is that of perfection. Symbolically also, if the sum total of the 48 petals of the 5 centers is added to the 96 petals of the center between the eyebrows, the number 144 appears. This number signifies the completed work of the 12 creative hierarchies, 12 times 12, and thus the bringing together of the subjective soul and the objective body in perfect union and at one ment. This is the consummation. To these figures, 144 add that of the number 1000, the number of the petals in the lotus of the head center, and you have the number of the saved in the book of Revelations, the 144,000 who can stand before God, for the 3 ciphers which are found indicate the personality. When man has completed within himself the great work, when the number 144,000 is seen as symbolizing his point of attainment, then he can stand before God, standing now not only before the angel of the presence, but before the very presence itself. The awakening of the centers. The question now arises, how can this awakening and coordination be brought about? What steps must be taken in order to produce this vitalization and the eventual synthetic activity of the 3 centers? Faced with these questions, the true teacher finds a difficulty. It is not easy to make clear the esoteric and paralleling activities which are the result of character building. So oft the aspirant is anxious to be told some new thing, and when he is told some old truth, so old and so familiar that it fails to call forth a registering response, he feels that the teacher has failed him and so succumbs to a sense of futility and depression. However, this must be met and the questions must be answered. I will state therefore the necessary requirements as succinctly as possible, giving them in their sequential order and according to their importance from the standpoint of the average aspirant. Let us then enumerate them in tabulated form, and then we will deal briefly with each point afterwards. 1. Character building, the first and essential requisite. 2. Right motive. 3. Service. 4. Meditation. 5. A technical study of the science of the centers. 6. Breathing exercises. 7. Learning the technique of the will. 8. The development of the power to employ time. 9. The arousing of the Kundalini fire. This last and 9th point will not be considered at this stage of our training. The reason is obvious. Most aspirants are at the stage of the 3rd and 4th points and are just beginning to work at the 5th and 6th. Let us touch briefly upon each of these necessary steps, and let me enjoin upon you the need there is to realize in some measure the responsibility entailed by knowledge. Do you appreciate the fact that if you were making full use of each piece of information given in the course of the training, and making it a fact in your experience, and were living out in your daily life the teaching so steadily imparted, you would be standing ere now before the portal of initiation? Do you realize that truth has to be wrought out in the texture of daily living before new truth can be safely imparted? 1. Character building. These 9 points are to be studied from their force aspect, and not from their ethical or spiritual import. It is the world of force into which the initiate enters, and it is the training he receives as an aspirant that makes such a step possible. Each of us enters life with a certain equipment, the product of past lives of endeavor and of experience. That equipment has in it certain deficiencies or lacks, and is seldom of a balanced nature. One man is too mental. Another is too psychic. A third is primarily physical, and still another is too mystical. One man is sensitive, irritable, and impressionable. Another is the reverse of all these qualities. One person is centered in his animal nature, or is strictly material in his outlook on life, whilst another is visionary and free from the sins of the flesh. The diversities among men are innumerable, but in each life there is a predominant trend towards which all the energies of his nature turn. Perhaps he is swayed strongly by his physical forces and lives consequently the life of an animal. Or he is swayed by astral energy and lives a potently emotional and psychic life. Perhaps, like so many, he is swayed by three types of energy: physical, emotional, and an occasional flow of soul energy. The point to be remembered is that the bodies in which we, as souls, are functioning, constitute primarily energy bodies. They are composed of energy units, atoms in a state of constant flux and movement, and find their place in an environment of a similar nature. Acting as the positive nucleus in these energy bodies, and at present, in the majority of cases relatively static, is the soul. It exerts as yet little pressure upon its sheaths and identifies itself with them, thus temporarily negating its own intrinsic life. The day comes, however, when the soul awakens to the need of dominating the situation and of asserting its own authority. Then the man, spasmodically at the beginning, takes stock of the situation. He has to discover first which type of energy preponderates and is the motivating force in his daily experience. Having discovered this, he begins to reorganize, to reorient, and to rebuild his bodies. The whole of this teaching can be summed up in two words: vice and virtue. Vice is the energy of the sheaths, individual or synthesized in the personality, as it controls the life activities and subordinates the soul to the sheaths and to the impulses and tendencies of the lower self. Virtue is the calling in of new energies and of a new vibratory rhythm, so that the soul becomes the positive controlling factor and the soul forces supersede those of the bodies. This process is that of character building. Let me illustrate. A man is the victim of an irritable and nervous disposition. We say to him that he needs to be calm and peaceful and to cultivate detachment and so gain control of himself. We teach him that in place of a cross disposition there should be sweetness and calm. This sounds a platitude and most uninteresting. Yet what is really being stated is that in place of the restless self-centered emotional nature and the activity of the solar plexus center, carrying the powerful forces of the astral plane, there should be imposed the steady detached and harmonizing rhythm of the soul, the higher self. This work of imposing the higher vibration on the lower is character building, the first prerequisite upon the path of probation. On reading this, the earnest student can begin to sum up his energy assets. He can tabulate the forces which he feels control his life, and thus arrive at a reasonable and truthful understanding of the forces which require to be subordinated and those which require to be strengthened. Then, in the light of true knowledge, let him go forward upon the path of his destiny. 2. Right motive. The master of the wisdom, we are told, is the rare efflorescence of a generation of inquirers. The question which the seeker now asks and which he only has the right to answer is, what is the motive governing my aspiration and my endeavor? Why do I seek to build upon a true foundation? Why do I so diligently invoke my soul? The development of right motive is a progressive effort, and constantly one shifts the focus of one's incentive when one discovers himself, as the light shines ever more steadily upon one's way, and constantly a newer and higher motive emerges. Again, let me illustrate. An aspirant in the early stages is practically always a devotee. To measure up to the standard set by a loved friend and teacher, he struggles and strives and gains ground. Later, this object of his devotion and ardent effort is superseded by devotion to one of the great ones, the elder brothers of the race. He bends all his powers and the forces of his nature to their service. This incentive is, in its turn, surely and steadily superseded by a vital love for humanity, and love of one individual, be he ever so perfect, is lost sight of in love for the whole brotherhood of man. Unceasingly, as the soul takes more and more control of its instrument and the soul nature steadily manifests, this too is superseded by love of the ideal, of the plan, and of the purposes underlying the universe itself. The man comes to know himself as naught but a channel through which spiritual agencies can work, and realizes himself as a corporate part of the one life. Then he sees even humanity as relative and fractional, and becomes immersed in the great will. 3. Service. A study of right motive leads naturally to right service, and often parallels in its objective form, the motivating consciousness. From service to an individual as an expression of love, to the family, or to the nation, there grows service to a member of the hierarchy, to a master's group, and thence service to humanity. Eventually there is developed a consciousness of and service of the plan, and a consecration to the underlying purpose of the great existence who has brought all into being for the fulfillment of some specific objective. 4. Meditation. Upon this matter we will not enlarge, as it has formed the basis of much of the teaching in my other books, and many of you are working steadily upon the work of meditation. I have placed it fourth upon the list, for meditation is dangerous and unprofitable to the man who enters upon it without the basis of a good character and of clean living. Meditation then becomes only a medium for the bringing in of energies which but serve to stimulate the undesirable aspects of his life, just as the fertilizing of a garden full of weeds will produce a stupendous crop of them, and so crush out the weak and tiny flowers. Meditation is dangerous where there is wrong motive, such as desire for personal growth and for spiritual powers, for it produces, under these conditions, only a strengthening of the shadows in the veil of illusion and brings to full growth the serpent of pride, lurking in the valley of selfish desire. Meditation is dangerous when the desire to serve is lacking. Service is another word for the utilization of soul force for the good of the group. Where this impulse is lacking, energy may pour into the bodies, but, lacking use and finding no outlet, will tend to overstimulate the centers, and produce conditions disastrous to the neophyte. Assimilation and elimination are laws of the soul life as well as of the physical life, and when this simple law is disregarded, serious consequences will follow as inevitably as in the physical body. 5. Study of the centers. This we are now beginning. It is a study as yet in its infancy in the West, and little applied in the East. Our approach will be somewhat new, for though we will accustom ourselves to the names, locations, and relationships of the centers, we shall do no meditation work upon them. Eventually we shall arrive at an appreciation of their vibration, of their tone and colors, and of the astrological significances. We shall not work with the centers down the spinal column, nor aim at their conscious utilization as does the clairvoyant and clairaudient person. All the work done by students must be done entirely in the head and from the head. There is the seat of the will, or spirit aspect, working through the soul. There also is the synthetic expression of the personality, and in the understanding of the relation of the two head centers and their mutual interplay will come gradually the domination of the personality by the soul. This will lead to the consequent and subsequent guided activity of the 5 other centers. The work in these 5 centers will eventually be as automatic as the present functioning of the heart and the lungs in the physical body. The presiding intelligence, the self, seated on the throne between the eyebrows, and guided by the light in the head, will be awake to the interests of the soul and as alert as is the I consciousness of the average self-centered man. By the rhythm of his divine life and by his conscious cooperation with the plan, and functioning through the use of the will, must the disciple in incarnation act as the agent of his soul in the 3 worlds. 6. Breathing exercises. Little by little as progress is made will the needed instruction be imparted. Let me point out, however, that no breathing exercises can be safely used where there is no attempt to impose rhythm upon the life of every day. The 2 activities must go hand in hand. The effect of breathing exercises is varied. A. There is an oxygenating effect. The blood stream is purified and pressure is relieved. A symbolism underlies this, for as the blood is oxygenated, so is the life of the men in the 3 worlds permeated by spiritual energy. B. There is the imposition of a peculiar rhythm, brought about by the particular spacing and time limit of the breaths, inhalation, retention, and exhalation, and this will vary according to the counts. C. There is a subtle effect of prana, which is the subjective element underlying the air breathed in and out, which affects most potently the body of prana, the vital or etheric body. Students should remember that subtle effects are more powerful than the physical effects. They produce results in 2 directions, on the physical body and on the etheric body. The entire vital body assumes a particular rhythm according to the breathing exercises. This kept up for a long period of time will have a shattering or a cohesive effect upon the physical body, and devas or vitalize the etheric body correspondingly. D. There is the effect upon the centers, which is most effectual and which follows the trend of the aspirant's thought. If, for instance, a man thinks upon the solar plexus, that center will inevitably be vitalized and his emotional nature be strengthened. Hence the need for students to hold their meditation steady in the head and so awaken the head center. Let no one doubt the effect of breathing exercises upon the vital body. As surely as eating and drinking build or destroy the physical body, and aid or hinder its right functioning, so do breathing exercises produce potent effects, if rightly used over a long enough period of time. And what shall I say about the last three requirements? Nothing much, for the time is not yet ripe for their correct understanding. Step by step must the aspirant proceed, and his theory must not persistently run ahead of his experience. Perhaps I can give the clue to each of these three through the formulation of a simple rule for daily living. This will be grasped by those for whom it is intended and will not work harm to the unevolved. This rule, when followed, will bring about, gently and subjectively, the necessary conditions for the manifestation of the requirement. Learn to use the will through the development of steady purpose and the organizing of the daily life, so that that purpose may reach fulfillment. Learn to do something else with time besides organize it and use it. Learn to do several things simultaneously, and utilize therefore all the three bodies synchronously. Let me illustrate. When you are practicing your daily breathing exercise, keep your count with accuracy. Listen attentively for the sound that soundeth in the silence of the interlude. At the same time think of yourself as the soul, the imposer of rhythm, and the voice that speaks. This is something which can be acquired by practice by each of you. Discover the serpent of illusion by the help of the serpent of wisdom, and then will the sleeping serpent mount upwards to the place of meeting. Rule 6. The devas of the lower four feel the force when the eye opens. They are driven forth and lose their master. The work of the eye. We have for consideration now one of the simplest of the rules for magic, yet at the same time one of the most practical, and one upon which the entire success of all magical work depends. I would like to point out to the investigating aspirant that the key to the situation depicted in the rule lies in the word contemplation found in the preceding one. Let us therefore study that word with care and seek its accurate definition. To contemplate involves steady vision, one pointedly directed towards a specific objective. The soul or solar angel might be regarded as gazing in three directions. 1. Towards the light supernal, towards that central life or energy which holds hid within itself the purpose and plan towards which all being tends. I know not how to express this more clearly. What that directive force may be, what is the secret of being itself, is only revealed during the more advanced initiations, and is only finally grasped when the causal body itself, the Karana Sarira, disintegrates and the final limitation slips away. With this direction of the solar angel's vision we need not concern ourselves. 2. Over the kingdom wherein the solar angel reigns supreme, over the world of souls, or egoic impulses, of hierarchical work and of pure thought. This is the kingdom of God, the world of heavenly being. It is the state whereof disciples are becoming increasingly aware, wherein initiates work, and from which the masters in their graded ranks direct the evolutionary process of the planet. These two directions in which the soul looks constitute the world of its spiritual experience and the object of its aspiration. Let it not be forgotten that the spiritual man, the solar angel, has also his goal of endeavor, and that his becomes the predominant impulse once the subjugation of the vehicle in the three worlds is brought about. Just as the fully intelligent human being can only begin consciously to function as a soul and to contact the kingdom of the soul, so only the fully active and dominant soul, in which the Buddhic principle is potentially controlling, can begin to contact the state of pure being in which the monad or spirit eternally rests. The development of the intellect in man marks his fitness for the work of treading the path back to full soul consciousness. The development of the Buddhic or wisdom-love aspect in the solar angel demonstrates his fitness for further progression in the awareness of the state of pure being. 3. The third direction in which the soul looks and wherein he exercises the faculty of contemplative vision is towards his reflection in the three worlds. The object of the long struggle between the higher and the lower men has been to make the lower responsive to and sensitively aware of the forces emanating from the soul as the soul contemplates his triple instrument. There is an interesting relation between these three directions of contemplation and the awakening in the three major centers. This cannot be more than hinted at owing to the abstruseness of the subject. So many factors govern this awakening, and each aspirant has to determine for himself the order and mode of his awakening. The center between the eyebrows, commonly called the third eye, has a unique and peculiar function. As I have pointed out elsewhere, students must not confound the pineal gland with the third eye. They are related, but not the same. In the secret doctrine they are apparently regarded as the same, and the casual reader can easily confound them, but they are by no means identical. This H.P.B. knew, but the apparent confusion was permitted until more of the etheric nature of forms was known. The third eye manifests as a result of the vibratory interaction between the forces of the soul, working through the pineal gland, and the forces of the personality, working through the pituitary body. These negative and positive forces interact, and when potent enough produce the light in the head. Just as the physical eye came into being in response to the light of the sun, so the spiritual eye equally comes into being in response to the light of the spiritual sun. As the aspirant develops, he becomes aware of the light. I refer to the light in all forms, veiled by all sheaths and expressions of the divine life, and not just to the light within the aspirant himself. As his awareness of this light increases, so does the apparatus of vision develop, and the mechanism whereby he can see things in the spiritual light comes into being in the etheric body. This is the eye of Shiva, for it is only fully utilized in the magical work when the monadic aspect, the will aspect, is controlling. By means of the third eye the soul accomplishes three activities. 1. It is the eye of vision. By its means, the spiritual man sees behind the forms of all aspects of divine expression. He becomes aware of the light of the world, and contacts the soul within all forms. Just as the physical eye registers forms, so does the spiritual eye register the illumination within those forms, which illumination indicates a specific state of being. It opens up the world of radiance. The elemental of earth, who is the sum total of the many lives which form the physical body, is controlled and feels the eye of the master, the one master in the head, upon it. The gross elements constituting that body are driven forth, and better and more adequate atoms or lives are built in. The elemental of the astral or body of water undergoes a similar activity plus a stabilizing effect which brings to an end the restlessness and fluidic tempestuousness which have hitherto characterized it. Through the controlling magnetic power of the spiritual eye, the soul rebuilds the astral body and holds it steady and coherent through its focused attention. Again, an analogous process goes forward in the mental body. Old forms disappear before the clear light in which the spiritual man is working, and as the old commentary puts it, one glance the soul doth cast upon the forms of mind. A ray of light streams out and darkness disappears, distortions and evil forms fade out, and all the little fires die out, the lesser lights are no more seen. The eye through light awakens into life the needed modes of being. To the disciple this will carry knowledge. To the ignorant no sense is seen, for a sense lacks. The elemental of the air, symbolically understood, is that substratum of energy which works through the forms of the etheric body, which is dealt with through the breath, and handled through the science of pranayama. This elemental form is the intricate etheric structure, the nadis and centers, and all advanced students know well how these are controlled by the focused attention of the soul in contemplation, acting through the head center, focused in the region of the third eye and swept into right and specific activity by an act of the will. In the above sentence I have concentrated the formula for all magical work on the physical plane. It is through the etheric body and the force, directed through one or other of the centers, that the soul carries on the work in magic. It is through the intense focusing of intention in the head and the turning of the attention through the third eye towards the center to be used that the force finds its correct outlet. That force is made potent by the energizing, directed intelligent will. Study these points, for in them you will find the clue to the magical work in your own life reconstruction, to the magical work of human reconstruction which certain adepts are carrying on, and to the magical work of the evolution of the divine plan which is the motivating power of the occult hierarchy. Rule 7. The dual forces on the plane, whereon the vital power must be sought, are seen. The two paths face the solar angel, the poles vibrate. A choice confronts the one who meditates. The battleground of the astral plane. The two paths. We must start our study and consideration of the seventh rule for magic. We have completed the first 6 rules which deal specifically with work on the mental plane, and hence have a practical value only for those who are beginning to utilize the power of the mind in the magical work of creation. It is interesting to note in this connection that, as humanity enters into its heritage of mind, there appears simultaneously a growing tendency towards magical work. Schools of affirmation are cropping up on all sides, whose announced intent is to create those natural conditions wherein a man may have what he deems to be admirable and advisable. Books on the subject of the creative mind are flooding the markets, and discussions on the force back of the creative arts are deemed of vital interest. Psychologists are giving the entire matter much consideration, and though at present the ideal is viewed almost entirely in terms of the physical plane, yet the sum total indicates a vibratory activity in the world soul, as it expresses itself through humanity, and issues forth from the mental realm. The pioneers of the race, and the foremost thinkers and creative workers of humanity are but the sensitives who respond most readily to the mental impulses. They are in the minority as yet, and most people respond to the forces and vibrations emanating from the plane of the emotions and of desire. More and more, however, are awakening, and the significance of the 6 first rules of magic will become increasingly apparent. These 15 rules are divided into 6 rules on the mental plane, 5 rules on the desire or astral plane, 4 rules on the physical plane. The main thought to be held clearly in the mind is that they confine themselves to the use of energy in the 3 worlds, and that this energy is either consciously manipulated by the governing soul or is swept into activity by the force inherent in the matter of the 3 worlds, independently of the soul. When this is the case, the man is a victim of his own form energies and the matter aspect of all manifestation. In the other case, he is the intelligent ruler, controller of his own destinies, and swings the lower energies into forms and activities through the power of his mind impulses, and the focused attention of his own soul. In the 6 rules already considered, 1 or 2 thoughts most clearly emerge and might be summed up in the following terms. Rule 1, recollection, resulting in concentration. Rule 2, response, resulting in an interaction between higher and lower. Rule 3, radiation, resulting in a sounding forth. Rule 4, respiration, resulting in creative work. Rule 5, reunion, resulting in the at-one-ment. Rule 6, reorientation, resulting in a clear vision of the plan. Students would do well to consider these relationships, and to work out the underlying synthesis. In the words of this rule, the astral plane, with its function and problem, is ably synthesized. Note the terms used in the description given in a few short phrases. 1. The plane of dual forces. 2. The plane of the 2 paths. 3. The plane whereon the vital power is sought. 4. The plane of the vibrating poles. 5. The plane whereon a choice is made. One of the most vital things every aspirant has to do is to learn to understand the astral plane, to comprehend its nature, and to learn both to stand free from it and then to work on it. In this instruction, I seek to give some clear teaching on this plane, for the moment a man can see on the astral plane, and can achieve equilibrium and hold steady in the midst of its vibrating forces, that moment he is ready for initiation. First, let us gather together some of the terms which are used to describe this sphere of divine being wherewith a man has first to identify himself, penetrate to the center, pierce through its veiled illusion, and eventually stand poised, untouched, detached, uninfluenced and free. The term astral, so often used, is in reality a misnomer. H.P.B. was basically right when she used the term in connection with the etheric or vital planes of the physical plane. When contact is made with the etheric world, the first impression given is always of a starry light, of brilliance, of scintillation. Gradually, however, the word became identified with karma or desire, and so was used for the plane of emotional reaction. It is interesting to note this, for it is in itself an instance of the effect of the astral plane upon the human brain, which in its uninformed condition reverses the reality and sees things in an upside-down state. The appearance of the astral plane when first definitely seen by the opened eye of the aspirant is one of dense fog, confusion, changing forms, interpenetrating and intermingling colors, and is of such a kaleidoscopic appearance that the hopelessness of the enterprise seems overwhelming. It is not light, or starry, or clear. It is apparently impenetrable disorder, for it is the meeting ground of forces. Because the forces in the aspirant's own body are equally in disorder, he blends in with the surrounding chaos to such an extent that it is at first almost impossible for the onlooking soul to dissociate its own astral mechanism from the astral mechanism of humanity as a whole, and from the astral mechanism of the world. One of the first things then that the aspirant has to learn is to dissociate his own aura in the emotional sense from that of his surroundings, and much time is expended in learning to do this. It is for this reason that one of the first qualifications of discipleship is discrimination, for it is through the use of the mind, as analyzer and separator, that the astral body is brought under control. Secondly, the astral plane is the plane of illusion, of glamour, and of a distorted presentation of reality. The reason for this is that every individual in the world is busy working in astral matter, and the potency of human desire and of world desire produces that constant outpicturing and form-building which leads to the most concrete effects of astral matter. Individual desire, national desire, racial desire, the desire of humanity as a whole, plus the instinctual desire of all subhuman lives causes a constant changing and shifting of the substance of the plane. There is a building of the temporary forms, some of rare beauty, some of no beauty, and a vitalising by the astral energy of its creator. Add to these forms that persistent and steadily growing scenario we call the Akashic records, which concern the emotional history of the past, add the activities of the discarnate lives which are passing through the astral plane, either out of or towards incarnation, add the potent desire, purified and intelligent, of all superhuman lives, including those of the occult planetary hierarchy, and the sum total of forces present is stupendous. All play upon, around, and through every human being, and according to the caliber of his physical body, and the condition of his centers will be his response. Through this illusory panorama, the aspirant has to make his way, finding the clue or thread which will lead him out of the maze, and holding fast to each tiny fragment of reality as it presents itself to him, learning to distinguish truth from glamour, the permanent from the impermanent, and the certainty from the unreal. As the old commentary puts it, let the disciple seize hold of the tail of the serpent of wisdom, and having with firmness grasped it, let him follow it into the deepest center of the hall of wisdom. Let him not be betrayed into the trap set for him by the serpent of illusion, but let him shut his eyes to the colorful tracery upon its back, and his ears to the melody of its voice. Let him discern the jewel set in the forehead of the serpent whose tail he holds, and by its radiance traverse the miry halls of Maya. No glamour, no illusion can long hold the man who has set himself the task of treading the razor-edged path which leads through the wilderness, through the thick-set forest, through the deep waters of sorrow and distress, through the valley of sacrifice and over the mountains of vision to the gate of deliverance. He may travel sometimes in the dark, and the illusion of darkness is very real. He may travel sometimes in a light so dazzling and bewildering that he can scarcely see the way ahead. He may know what it is to falter on the path, and to drop under the fatigue of service and of strife. He may be temporarily sidetracked and wander down the bypaths of ambition, of self-interest, and of material enchantment, but the lapse will be but brief. Nothing in heaven or hell, on earth or elsewhere can prevent the progress of the man who has awakened to the illusion, who has glimpsed the reality beyond the glamour of the astral plane, and who has heard, even if only once, the clarion call of his own soul. The astral plane is also the Kurukshetra, both of humanity as a whole and of the individual human unit. It is the battleground whereon must be found the Waterloo of every aspirant. In some one life, there comes an emotional crisis in which decisive action is taken, and the disciple proves his control of his emotional nature. This may take the form of some great and vital test, covering a brief time but calling forth every resource of wisdom and of purity that the disciple possesses, or it may be a long and protracted emotional strain, carried over many years of living. But in the attaining of success and in the achievement of clear vision and right discernment, through right discrimination, the disciple testifies to his fitness for the second initiation. I would like to point out that it is this test and crisis through which humanity is now passing, and which began in those conditions which culminated in the World War and the present world strain. The first initiation of humanity, as an entity, took place when individualization became possible, and the soul was born in the body of humanity. This was preceded by a period of fearful stress and strain, dimly sensed by the pioneers into the human kingdom from the ranks of the animal men. Should this crisis be successfully passed, the second initiation of humanity will be the result, the passing through the baptism and the entering of the stream. So the world war and its resulting effects constitute the Kurukshetra of the world Arjuna, and the outcome is still in the balance. Let this not be forgotten. There is, however, no cause for pessimism. The outcome of good is inevitable. It is, however, a question of a slow or a rapid realization and liberation from the great world illusion, and to this end every aspirant is begged to work strenuously and to lend his aid. Every man who liberates himself, who sees clearly, and who releases himself from the glamour of illusion aids in the great work. Again, the astral plane is that whereon the pairs of opposites act and interact, and whereon the pull of the great dualities is most potently felt. Primarily, the interaction is between the soul and its vehicle, matter, but there are many lesser dualities which play their part and are more easily recognized by the average man. Light and darkness interact, as do pleasure and pain, good and evil meet and form the playground of the gods, and poverty and riches are offset one against the other. The entire modern economic situation is of an astral nature. It is the outcome of desire and the result of a certain selfish use of the forces of matter. Heat and cold, as we understand the term, in a most peculiar manner are the result of the interplay of the pairs of opposites, and an interesting line of occult study concerns itself with the effects of racial emotions on climatic conditions. We most truly make our climate in one significant sense. When desire has burnt itself out, planetary life comes to an end, as climatic conditions will negate form life as we understand it. In relation to the human unit, the secret of liberation lies in the balancing of the forces and the equilibrising of the pairs of opposites. The path is the narrow line between these pairs which the aspirant finds and treads, turning neither to the right nor to the left. It must be remembered always that when the pairs of opposites are discerned, when a man balances the forces of his own nature, when he has found the path and become the path, then he can work with the world forces, can preserve the balance and the equilibrium of the energies of the three worlds and so become a co-worker with the masters of the wisdom. Let us pray and hope that this may be the practical outcome of our understanding of the nature of the battleground of the astral plane. The two paths. Passing from our consideration of the nature of the astral plane, we will deal with its functions and the relation of the disciple to its activities. Let us remember certain things about it. First, it is preeminently the battleground, and on it is fought the warfare which eventuates in the final release of the imprisoned soul. It is useful to have in mind the outstanding characteristics of the three planes and the three bodies which function on them. The physical plane is the plane of active experience in and through matter. It is the plane of externalization and, according to the condition and point of development of the inner man, so will be the outer form and its activities. The astral plane is the plane whereon the man passes through three stages of consciousness. A. He gains, through his sensory apparatus, consciousness in the world of forms, and develops ability to react to those forms with wisdom and intelligence. This consciousness he shares with the animal world, though he goes far beyond them in some respects, owing to his possession of a correlating and coordinating mind. B. Sensitivity, or awareness of moods, emotions and feelings, desires and aspirations which have their roots within him in the principle of self-consciousness, or in the ahamkara principle, as the occultist, who loves difficult phrases, is apt to call it. This he shares in common with his fellow men. C. Spiritual awareness or sensitiveness to the spiritual world, and the feeling aspect of the higher consciousness. This has its roots in the soul, presupposes the dominance of the mental nature, and is that faculty which constitutes him a mystic. This awareness he shares in common with all disciples, and it is the reward of the gained victories of his astral plane experience. The mental plane comes next. In it the right use of the intellect is the outstanding achievement. This is also characterized by 3 stages. A. The stage wherein the mind is the receiver of impressions from the outer world, via the 5 senses and the brain. This is a negative condition, and, in it, the modifications of the thinking principle are brought about through the impacts of the external world and the reactions of the astral world. B. The stage wherein the mind initiates its own activities, and wherein the intellect is a dominating factor. Though thrown into activity by the factors enumerated above, it is responsive also to the thought currents of the mental plane as well, and becomes exceedingly active as the result of these 2 contacts. Out of these a third activity supervenes wherein the reasoning principle acts upon the information gained in these 2 ways, sets its own streams of thoughts, and formulates its own thought forms, as well as registering those of others. C. The stage wherein the soul, through concentration and meditation, succeeds in imposing its ideas and impressions upon the mind held steady in the light, and so enables the mental body to respond to impressions and contacts emanating from the subjective and spiritual worlds. Yet the battle, par excellence, is fought out in the astral body, and only reaches its most intense point and its potent fierceness when there is a good physical instrument and a well-equipped mentality. The greater the sensitivity of the astral body, the greater its reactions to the physical world and to the mental condition, and hence the fact emerges that disciples and the more highly evolved people in the world have a more potent astral body and work under greater emotional strain than the less highly evolved and the liberated sons of God. Students are therefore begged to deal drastically and potently with their emotional natures, remembering that victory descends from above and cannot be worked up to from below. The soul must govern, and its instrument in the warfare is the consecrated mind. It is interesting to note the occult sequence in the description given of this plane in the rule under consideration. It is first of all the plane of dual forces. The first thing the aspirant becomes aware of is duality. The little evolved man is aware of synthesis, but it is the synthesis of his material nature. The highly spiritual man is aware also of synthesis, but it is that in his soul, whose consciousness is that of unity. But in between is the wretched aspirant, conscious of duality above all else and pulled hither and thither between the 2. His first step has, for its objective, to make him aware of the pairs of opposites and of the necessity to choose between them. Through the light, which he has discovered in himself, he becomes aware of the dark. Through the good which attracts him, he sees the evil which is for him the line of least resistance. Through the activity of pain, he can visualize and become aware of pleasure, and heaven and hell become to him realities. Through the activity of the attractive life of his soul, he realizes the attraction of matter and of form, and is forced to recognize the urge and pull of both of them. He learns to feel himself as pendant twixt the 2 great forces, and, once the dualities are grasped, it dawns on him slowly and surely that the deciding factor in the struggle is his divine will, in contradistinction to his selfish will. Thus the dual forces play their part until they are seen as 2 great streams of divine energy, pulling in opposite directions, and he becomes then aware of the 2 paths, mentioned in our rule. One path leads back into the dreary land of rebirth, and the other leads through the golden gate to the city of free souls. One is therefore involutionary and involves him in deepest matter, the other leads him out of the body nature, and makes him eventually aware of his spiritual body, through which he can function in the kingdom of the soul. One path, later on, when he is a true and pledged chela, is known to him as the left-hand path and the other the path of right activity. On one path, he becomes proficient in black magic, which is only the developed powers of the personality, subordinated to the selfish purposes of a man whose motives are those of self-interest and worldly ambition. These confine him to the three worlds and shut the door which opens onto life. On the other path, he subordinates his personality and exercises the magic of the White Brotherhood, working always in the light of the soul with the soul in all forms, and laying no emphasis upon the ambitions of the personal self. Clear discrimination of these two paths reveals what is called in some occult books that narrow razor-edged path, which lies between the two. This is the noble middle path of the Buddha and marks the fine line of demarcation between the pairs of opposites, and between the two streams which he has learned to recognize, one going up unto the gates of heaven, and the other passing down into the nethermost hell. By the exercise of the two main weapons of the aspirant, discrimination and dispassion, he gains that quality which is called in this rule the vital power. Just as the eye is the instrument of choice in choosing the way of travel on the physical plane and has besides a potency all its own whereby it attracts and develops its own sign language, so a vital power is felt in the aspirant. This eventually brings the third eye into activity, and so there is gained a potency and a clear vision which make right choice and quick progress upon the way a steady progression. We are told that power is grown or developed in silence, and only he who can find a center of peace within his head, where the paths of the bodily forces and the spiritual inflowing tides meet, can rightly practice true discrimination and that dispassion which bring the controlled astral and mental bodies under the guidance of the soul. Then he can understand the significance of the vibrating poles and achieve that point of equilibrium which is the result of their interaction and vibration. The sensing of the dual forces and the clear discrimination of the two paths leads to the development of the vital power. This vital power demonstrates its first activity in enabling the aspirant to achieve a point of balance and so stand on that pinnacle of achievement whereon a choice is made. What is that choice? For the aspirant, it is that between rapid and slow progress. For the disciple, accepted and loyal, it is the choice between methods of service. For the initiated oft lies betwixt spiritual advancement and the arduous work of staying with the group and working out the plan. For the master it is the choice between the seven paths, and it will therefore be apparent how much more strenuous and difficult is his problem. All, however, prepares the aspirant for right choice through right discrimination leading to right action, and made possible through practiced dispassion. In this sentence is summed up the technique of the warrior upon the battlefield of the desire plane. It should here be noted that in the steadily developing power of choice, and the loyally fought battle of the astral plane, the consciousness in the man shifts stage by stage. First, it is the battered earth-weary aspirant who has to struggle with desire, with glamour, with ambition, and with his sensitive emotional body. He thinks the battle is stupendous, but from the wider angle it is relatively small, yet all that he can stand. Later, it is the experienced probationary disciple who wrestles in the veil of illusion, and deals not alone with his own nature but with the forces of that veil also, recognizing its dual nature. Then, the disciple comes forth to battle and faces with courage, and often with clear vision, the forces arrayed against him. They involve not only those in his own nature and in those aspects of the astral plane to which he naturally reacts, but also involve the forces of illusion arrayed against the group of disciples to which he belongs. Let all disciples take note of this and have it in mind in these difficult and strenuous days. Such disciples are in conscious contact at times with their soul forces, and for them there is no defeat nor turning back. They are the tried warriors, scarred and tired, yet knowing that triumphant victory lies ahead, for the soul is omnipotent. Accepted disciples, who battle all the above enumerated factors, plus the black forces arrayed against the elder brothers, can call upon the spiritual energies of their group and at rare and indicated moments upon the master under whom they work. Thus the work and labor expands, thus the responsibility and struggle steadily increases, Yet at the same time there is also a steadily growing reception of potencies which can be contacted and utilized and which when correctly contacted ensure victory at the end. The phrase, "the one who meditates," relates to the soul. Arjuna, the aspiring disciple, resigns the struggle and hands the weapons and the reins of government to Krishna, the soul, and is rewarded at last by understanding and by a vision of the divine form which veils the Son of God who is himself. When this battle has been fought and won, the disciple steps into the ranks of the white magicians of our planet and can wield forces, cooperate with the plan, command the elementals, and bring order out of chaos. He is no longer immersed in the world illusion but has risen above it. He can no longer be held down by the chains of his own past habits and his karma. He has gained the vital power and stands forth an elder brother. Such is the path ahead of each and all who dare to tread it. Such is the opportunity offered to all students who have made their choice with dispassion and are prompted by love and the desire to serve. Rule 8. The Agnisuryans respond to the sound. The waters ebb and flow. Let the magician guard himself from drowning at the point where land and water meet. The midway spot, which is neither dry nor wet, must provide the standing place whereon his feet are set. When water, land, and air meet, there is the place for magic to be wrought. Types of astral force. Cyclic ebb and flow. Types of astral force. It would be advisable for the student to read with care the commentary on this rule as given in the Treatise on Cosmic Fire. It will be noted how extremely abstruse it is and how full of almost blind occult information. This should, however, be studied. The word astral plane should also be looked up and a general idea gained as to its nature and its function as the battleground of the senses, and as the place from which magic is wrought. The intelligent and constructive desire of the white magician, acting under the instruction of his own soul and therefore occupied with group work, is the motivating power back of all magical phenomena. This magical work is begun in the magician's own life, extends to the world of the astral plane and from thence, when potent there, can begin to demonstrate on the physical plane and on the higher planes eventually. We shall, therefore, take a good deal of time over this rule, for it covers the immediate work and activity of the intelligent aspirant. It is the most important in the book from the standpoint of the average student. It cannot be understood where there is no soul contact, nor can the magical force of the soul work out in manifestation upon the physical plane until the meaning of its esoteric phrases has been somewhat wrought out in the inner experience of the magician. Most true aspirants are now at the midway spot, and can either drown, and so make no further progress this life, stand and so hold the ground gained, or become true practicing magicians, efficient in white magic, which is based on love, animated by wisdom and intelligently applied to forms. We will, therefore, divide this rule into several parts, the more easily to study it and take them up step by step, so as to grasp their application to the average life of the probationary disciple, and to gain a wise understanding of their wide implications. These three divisions are: 1. The response of the astral elementals and the consequent ebb and flow of the waters. 2. The dangers of the midway spot, its nature, and the opportunity it affords. 3. The place where magic is wrought. We will study now the first point, which is summed up for us in the words: the Agnisuryans respond to the sound. The waters ebb and flow. The situation might be stated in the following terse statements. The rules already studied convey the truth anent the magician. 1. The soul has communicated with his instrument in the three worlds. 2. The man on the physical plane recognizes the contact, and the light in the head shines forth, sometimes recognized and sometimes unrecognized by the aspirant. 3. The soul sounds forth its note. A thought form is created in consonance with the united meditation of the soul and the man, his instrument. 4. This thought form, embodying the will of the ego or soul, cooperating with the personality, takes to itself a triple form, constituted of the matter of all three planes, and vitalized through the activity and by the emanations from the heart, throat, and ajna centers of the white magician, the soul in conjunction with its instrument. 5. The personality sheaths, each with its own individual life, feel they are losing their power, and the battle between the forces of matter and the force of the soul is violently renewed. 6. This battle must be fought out on the astral plane and will decide three things. A. Whether the soul will, in any one life, for some life holds the critical stage, be the dominant factor and the personality from henceforth be the servant of the soul. B. Whether the astral plane is no longer the plane of illusion, but can become the field of service. C. Whether the men can become an active cooperator with the hierarchy, able to create and to wield mental matter, and so work out the purposes of the universal mind, which are prompted by boundless and infinite love, and are the expression of the one life. This is the crux of the entire situation, and when the man has mastered the forces opposed to him, he is ready for the second initiation, which marks the release of the soul from the prison of the astral body. Henceforth the soul will use the astral body, and mold desire into line with divine purpose. It is of value for the student to know where he stands and what his particular problem is. The average man is learning the control of the physical body and the organizing of his physical plane life. The student on the probationary path is learning a similar lesson in relation to his astral body, its focus, its desires, and its work. The student on the path of accepted discipleship has to demonstrate this control and begin to discipline the mind nature and so function consciously in the mental body. The work of the initiate and the adept grows out of these achievements, and they need not be dealt with here. The battle is spread over quite a series of lives, but in some one life it becomes critical. The final stand is made and Arjuna triumphs in the fight, but only by letting Krishna assume the reins of control, by learning mind control, and by the revelation of the form of God. By distinguishing between the soul and the form, and by a vision of the perfection of the glory which can radiate from the forms, indwelt by God, he learns to choose the way of light and to see his form and all forms as custodians of the light. So he buckles down to the work of making the astral body simply a reflector of that light, and by the quelling of desire, through the subjugation of the Agnisuryans, who constitute his astral body and are the living substance of the astral plane, he learns to function as an adept on that plane, to pierce through its illusion and to see life true. Speaking symbolically, the substance of the astral plane is animated by three types of divine force, which, when brought together, produce the great illusion. These are: first, the force of selfish desire. This involutionary energy plays a big part in bringing about evolution, for selfishness is the nursery of infant souls. Hence the aspirant refuses to be held by it. Second, the force of fear. This is the product of ignorance, and in its initial stages it is not the product of wrong thinking. It is basically instinctual and is found dominating in the non-mental animal kingdom as well as in the human kingdom. But in the human, its power is increased potently through the powers of the mind, and through memory of past pain and grievance, and through anticipation of those we foresee. The power of fear is enormously aggravated by the thought form we ourselves have built of our own individual fears and phobias. This thought form grows in power as we pay attention to it, for energy follows thought, till we become dominated by it. Second-rate people are peculiarly a prey to this. For the majority of them it constitutes the dweller on the threshold, just as ambition and love of power, backed by frantic desire and unscrupulousness, form the dweller for the first-rate types. The crystallized thought form of intellectual achievement for selfish ends, and the use of knowledge for personality objectives stand before the portal of the path in the case of the third-rate person, and unless broken up and destroyed will dominate him and turn him into a black magician. You oft have been told that fear is an illusion. Yet this statement does not help. It is a generalization that one can admit, yet which remains profoundly difficult to apply individually. The fears to which aspirants are subject, note the mode of wording this, are seldom of a selfish nature except insofar as suffering has caused them to recoil from a further continuation of untoward happenings. Their fears are wrapped in seeming love around their loved ones. Yet should each disciple ask himself a most practical question: how many of the torturing hours have been expended on realities and on tangible happenings, and how many on illusory premonitions and on doubts and questionings, based on that which has never happened. I would like to point out to my brothers that they need to do two things. To meditate on truth in daily life, using the concept of truth practiced and lived by as their seed thought in meditation. To this end I would suggest that they memorize and use at all times when swept by illusory fears and needless foreboding the following formula or prayer. Let reality govern my every thought, and truth be the master of my life. Let each say this to himself as constantly as need requires, forcing his mind to focus attention upon the significance of these spoken words. I would suggest also sound common sense and the cultivation of an attitude of mind which refuses to permit time for illusory fears to grow. Fear is the main obstacle frequently to a very vital step forward which could be taken in this life, but may have to be delayed to another if due opportunity is not taken and the will nature powerfully excited. The first-ray aspirant who fails to overcome his dweller may become a destroyer of souls, as it is called, and be condemned, until he learns his lesson, to work in the forces of matter, and with the forms which hold all souls in prison. This is the occult significance of the misunderstood words, death and destruction. Of this type, the devil is the great prototype. The second-ray aspirant who builds his dweller and permits its steady and increasing control becomes a deluder of souls. He is the true Antichrist, and through false teaching and the working of so-called miracles, through hypnotism and mass suggestion he draws a veil over the world and forces men to walk in the great illusion. It is interesting to note that the work of the devil, the imprisoner of souls, is beginning to lose its power, for the race is on the verge of understanding that true death is immersion in form, and that matter is but a part of the divine whole. The thought form of this dweller on the threshold, which humanity has built for millions of years, is on the verge of destruction. But the work of Antichrist is only rising now to its height, and the delusion of riches, of possession, of false teaching will increasingly hold sway, but the term of the delusion will be shorter than the term of destruction, for all these factors function under their own cycles and have their own ebb and flow. The third-rate person who also fails to shatter his dweller becomes what is called a manipulator of souls, and uses the mind to destroy the real and to put a veil between the man and reality. It must be remembered that none of these names and these activities refer to the soul on its own plane but only to human souls in incarnation on the physical plane. This must be stressed, for on its own plane the souls of all men stand free from illusion, and neither can be destroyed, deluded, nor manipulated. It is only the souls in prison who are subject to the activities of the forces of evil, and only for a term. The first group works through governments, through politics, and the interplay between nations, and is relatively small in number. The second-ray group who delude and deceive work through religious agencies, through mass psychology, and the misuse and misapplication of devotion and of the arts. They are largest in number. The third group work primarily through commercial relations in the business world, and through the use of money, the concretization of prana or universal energy, and the outer symbol of the universal flux and flow. These thoughts are suggestive but not vital, dealing as they do with the cosmic tendencies. Thirdly, the force of sex attraction. This is a pull from the physical plane and the swinging back of a type of involutionary energy onto the path of return. Cosmically speaking, it manifests as the attractive force between spirit and matter. Spiritually speaking, it is demonstrated as the activity of the soul, as it seeks to draw the lower self into full realization. Physically speaking, it is the urge which tends to unite male and female for the purpose of procreation. When man was purely animal, no sin was involved. When to this urge was added emotional desire, then sin crept in, and the purpose for which the urge manifested was perverted into the satisfaction of desire. Now that the race is more mental, and the force of mind is making itself felt in the human body, an even more serious situation is apparent, which can only be safely worked out when the soul assumes control of its triple instrument. Humanity is now at the midway point, as this rule shows. Man is swept by selfish desire and by ambition, for all of us have first-rate qualities. He is racked by fear, his own family fears, national fears and racial, for all of us swing to the rhythm of the second ray. He is dominated by sex and by money, which is another manifestation of the energy of matter, and hence has a triple problem with which he is well equipped to deal through the medium of his triple vehicle and the triple potencies of his divine soul. Let us close the instruction on that note, well equipped to deal. We can overcome mental inertia and begin to function as souls in command of our environment. The soul is omniscient and omnipotent. Cyclic ebb and flow. Let us consider now the words, the ebb and flow of the waters. In the understanding of the law of cycles, we gain knowledge of the underlying laws of evolution and come to a realization of the rhythmic work of creation. Incidentally also we gain poise as we study our own life impulses, for they also have their ebb and flow, and alternate between periods of light and periods of darkness. We have with us always that symbolic daily occurrence wherein the part of the world in which we live swings out into the clear light of the sun, and later returns into the healing dark of the night. Our very familiarity with the phenomenon causes us to lose sight of its symbolic significance and to forget that under the great law, periods of light and dark, of good and evil, of submergence and emergence, of progress into illumination and apparent betrayal into darkness, characterize the growth of all forms, distinguish the development of races and nations, and constitute the problem of the aspirant who has built for himself a picture of walking in a constant illumined condition and of leaving all dark places behind. In these instructions, it is not possible for me to deal with the ebb and flow of the divine life as it manifests in the various kingdoms in nature and through the evolutionary growth of humanity, through experience in races, nations, and families. I seek, however, to elaborate somewhat the cyclic experience of a soul in incarnation, indicating the apparent ebb and flow of its unfoldment. The outstanding cycle for every soul is that of its forthgoing into incarnation and its return or flowing back into the center from whence it came. According to the point of view will be the understanding of this ebb and flow. Souls might esoterically be regarded as those seeking the light of experience, and therefore turn towards physical expression, and those seeking the light of understanding, and therefore retreating from the realm of human undertaking to forge their way inward into the soul consciousness, and so become dwellers in the light eternal. Without appreciating the significance of the terms, the psychologists have sensed these cycles and call certain types extroverts, and others introverts. These mark an ebb and flow in individual experience and are the tiny life correspondences to the great soul cycles. This passing into, and passing out of, the web of incarnated existence are the major cycles of any individual soul, and a study of the types of pralaya dealt with in the secret doctrine and a treatise on cosmic fire would be found of real value by the student. There is also an ebb and flow in soul experience on any one plane, and this, in the early stages of development, will cover many lives. They are usually quite extreme in their expression. A study of the racial ebb and flow will make this clearer. In Lemurian days the flow, or the outward-going cycle, spent itself on the physical plane, and the ebb carried the life aspect right back to the soul itself, and there was no secondary ebb and flow on the astral or mental planes. Later, the tide broke on the shores of the astral plane, though including the physical in less degree. The flow directed its attention to the emotional life, and the drift back to the center took no account of the mental life at all. This was at its height for humanity in Atlantean days and is true also of many today. Now the ebb and flow is increasingly inclusive, and the mental experience has its place so that all three aspects are swept by the life of the soul, all are included in the outgoing energy of the incarnating soul, and for many lives and series of lives this cyclic force spends itself. Within the aspirant there arises an understanding of what is going on, and he awakens to the desire to control consciously this ebb and flow, or, to put it in simple words, to turn the forces of the outgoing energy in any direction he chooses, or to withdraw to his center at will. He seeks to arrest this process of being swept out into incarnation without having any conscious purpose, and refuses to see the tide of his life beat out on emotional or mental spheres of existence, and then again see that life withdrawn without his conscious volition. He stands at the midway point and wants to control his own cycles, the ebb and flow, as he himself may determine it. With conscious purpose he longs to walk in the dark places of incarnated existence, and with equally conscious purpose he seeks to withdraw into his own center. Hence he becomes an aspirant. The life of the aspirant begins to repeat earlier cycles. He is assailed by a sudden stimulation of the physical nature and violently swept by ancient desires and lusts. This may be succeeded by a cycle wherein the physical body is conscious of the flowing away from it of vital energy and is devitalist, because not the subject of attention. This accounts for much of the sickness and lack of vitality of many of our most cherished servers. The same process can affect the emotional body, and periods of exaltation and of highest aspiration alternate with periods of the deepest depression and lack of interest. The flow may pass on to the mental body and produce a cycle of intense mental activity. Constant study, much thought, keen investigation, and a steady intellectual urge will characterize the mind of the aspirant. To this may succeed a cycle wherein all study is distasteful, and the mind seems to lie entirely fallow and inert. It is an effort to think, and the futility of phases of thought assail the mind. The aspirant decides that to be is better far than to do. Can these dry bones live, he asks, and has no desire to see them revitalized. All true seekers after truth are conscious of this unstable experience and frequently regard it as a sin or as a condition to be strenuously fought. Then is the time to appreciate that the midway spot, which is neither dry nor wet, must provide the standing place whereon his feet are set. This is a symbolic way of saying that he needs to realize two things. 1. That states of feeling are quite immaterial and are no indication of the state of the soul. The aspirant must center himself in the soul consciousness, refuse to be influenced by the alternating conditions to which he seems subjected, and simply stand in spiritual being, and then, having done all, stand. 2. That the achievement of equilibrium is only possible where alternation has been the rule, and that the cyclic ebb and flow will continue just as long as the soul's attention fluctuates between one or other aspect of the form and the true spiritual one. The ideal is to achieve such a condition of conscious control that at will a man may be focused in his soul consciousness or focused in his form aspect, each act of focused attention being brought about through a realized and specific objective, necessitating such a focusing. Later, when the words of the great Christian teacher have significance, he will be able to say, whether in the body or out of the body, is a matter of no moment. The act of service to be rendered will determine the point where the self is concentrated, but it will be the same self, whether freed temporarily from the form consciousness or immersed in the form in order to function in different aspects of the divine whole. The spiritual man seeks for the furthering of the plan and to identify himself with the divine mind in nature. Withdrawing to the midway spot, he endeavors to realize his divinity, and then, having done so, he focuses himself in his mental form, which puts him en rapport with the universal mind. He endures limitation so that thereby he may know and serve. He seeks to reach the hearts of men and to carry to them inspiration from the depths of the heart of spiritual being. Again he asserts the fact of his divinity, and then, through a temporary identification with his body of sensory perception, of feeling, and of emotion, he finds himself at one with the sensitive apparatus of divine manifestation which carries the love of God to all forms on the physical plane. Again he seeks to aid in the materializing of the divine plan on the physical plane. He knows that all forms are the product of energy rightly used and directed. With full knowledge of his divine sonship and a potent mind realization of all that that term conveys, he focuses his forces in the vital body and becomes a focal point for the transmission of divine energy, and hence a builder in union with the building energies of the cosmos. He carries the energy of illumined thought and sanctified desire down into the body of ether, and so works with intelligent devotion. You ask for a clearer definition of the midway spot. For the probationer it is the emotional plane, the Kurukshetra, or the plane of illusion, where land, physical nature, and water, emotional nature, meet. For the disciple it is the mental plane where form and soul make contact and the great transition becomes possible. For the advanced disciple and the initiate, the midway spot is the causal body, the Karana Sarira, the spiritual body of the soul, standing as the intermediary between spirit and matter, life and form, the monad and the personality. This can also be discussed and understood in terms of the centers. As every student knows, there are two centers in the head. One center is between the eyebrows and has the pituitary body as its objective manifestation. The other is in the region at the top of the head and has the pineal gland as its concrete aspect. The pure mystic has his consciousness centered in the top of the head, almost entirely in the etheric body. The advanced worldly man is centered in the pituitary region. When, through occult unfoldment and esoteric knowledge, the relation between the personality and the soul is established, there is a midway spot in the center of the head in the magnetic field which is called the light in the head, and it is here that the aspirant takes his stand. This is the spot of vital import. It is neither land or physical, nor water or emotional. It might be regarded as the vital or etheric body which has become the field of conscious service, of directed control, and of force utilization towards specific ends. Here the magician takes his stand and through the medium of his force or energy body performs the magical creative work. One point is rather abstrusely dealt with in this rule, but it clarifies, if the words are studied with care. At the close of the rule we are told that when water, land, and air meet, there is the place for the working of magic. Curiously, in these phrases the idea of location is omitted and only the time equation considered. Air is the symbol of the Buddhic vehicle, of the plane of spiritual love, and when the three above enumerated, in their energy aspects, meet, it is indicative of a focusing in the soul consciousness and a centralization of the man in the spiritual body. From that point of power, outside of form, from the central sphere of unification and from the focused point within that circle of consciousness, the spiritual man projects his consciousness into the midway spot within the brain cavity where the magical work must, in relation to the physical plane, be carried out. This ability to project the consciousness from the plane of soul realization into that of creative magical work on the etheric subplanes is gradually made possible as the student in his meditation work develops facility in focusing his attention in one or other of the centers in the body. This is accomplished through the medium of the force centers in the etheric body. He gradually gains that plasticity and that fluidity of the self-directed consciousness which will enable him to play on the centers, as a musician utilizes the 7 notes of music. When this has been achieved he can begin to train himself in wider and more extended focusings and must learn to withdraw his consciousness, not only to the brain, but to the soul on its own plane and thence redirect his energies in the performance of the magical work of the soul. The fundamental secret of the cycles lies in this withdrawal and the subsequent refocusing of attention, and it must be remembered in this connection that the basic law underlying all magical work is that energy follows thought. If aspirants would remember this, they would live through their periods of aridity with greater ease and would be conscious of the underlying purpose. It might here be asked, what are the dangers of this midway spot? The dangers of too violent fluctuation between land and water, or between the emotional response to life and truth or life on the physical plane. Some aspirants are too emotional in their reactions, others too materialistic. The effect of this is felt in the midway spot and produces a violent instability. This instability has a direct effect on the solar plexus center, which was the midway spot in early Atlantean times, and is still the midway point in the transmutation processes of the aspiring personality. It transmutes and transmits the energies of the sacral center and of the center at the base of the spine, and is the clearing house for all energies focused in the centers below the diaphragm. The dangers incident to a premature and uncontrolled pouring in of pure spiritual energy to the mechanism of the personality. That vital spiritual force enters through the cranial aperture and pours into the head centers. From them will follow the line of least resistance, which is determined by the daily trend of the aspirant's thought life. Another and rather potent danger is the result, literally, of the bringing together of the land and water. It demonstrates as the pouring into the brain consciousness, the land aspect, of the knowledges of the astral plane. One of the first things an aspirant becomes aware of is a tendency to the lower psychism. It is a reaction from the solar plexus center. But this midway point can be utilized as a jumping-off place into the world of astral phenomena. This will produce death by drowning, for the aspirant's spiritual life can be swamped and entirely submerged in the interests of the lower psychical experiences. It is here that many worthy aspirants go astray. Temporarily it may be, but the times are so critical that it is a matter to be deplored if any time is lost in futile experimentation and the retracing of any path chosen. A clue to the significance of these words is to be found in the recognition of the following occult fact. The place where water and land meet is the solar plexus center. The place where water, land, and air meet is in the head. Land is the symbol of the physical plane life, and of the exoteric form. Water is the symbol of the emotional nature. It is from the great center of the personality life, the solar plexus, that the life is usually ruled and government administered. When the center of direction lies below the diaphragm, there is no magic possible. The animal soul controls and the spiritual soul is perforce quiescent. Air is the symbol of the higher life in which the Christ principle dominates, in which freedom is experienced and the soul comes to full expression. It is the symbol of the Buddhic plane, as water is of the emotional. When the life of the personality is carried up into heaven, and the life of the soul comes down onto earth, there is the place of meeting, and there the work of transcendental magic becomes possible. This meeting place is the place of fire, the plane of mind. Fire is the symbol of the intellect, and all magical work is an intelligent process, carried out in the strength of the soul, and by the use of the mind. To make itself felt on the physical plane, a brain is required which is receptive to higher impulses and which can be impressed by the soul utilizing the chit, or mental substance, in order to create the needed thought forms, and so express the ideas and purposes of the intelligent loving soul. These are recognized by the brain and are photographed upon the vital airs found in the brain cavity. When these vital airs can be sensed by the magician in meditation, and the thought forms imprinted on this miniature reflection of the astral light, then the real potency in magic can begin to make itself felt. The brain has heard occultly the injunctions and instructions of the mind as it relays the behests of the soul. The vital airs are swept into form-making activity just as their higher correspondents, the modifications of the thinking principle, the mind stuff, as Patanjali calls it, are thrown into an analogous form-making activity. These can then be seen interiorly by the man who is seeking to perform the magical work, and much of his success is dependent upon his ability to register impressions exactly, and to see with clarity the forms of the process in magic which he is seeking to demonstrate as magical work in the outer world. It might therefore be said that there are 3 stages in the form-making process. First, the soul or spiritual man, centered in the soul consciousness and functioning in the secret place of the Most High, visualizes the work to be done. This is not a sequential act, but the finished completed work of magic is visioned by a process that does not involve the time element or spatial concepts at all. Secondly, the mind responds to the soul, calling attention to the work to be performed, and is swept into thought form-making activity by this impression. According to the lucidity and illumination of the mind stuff, so will be the response to the impression. If the mind is a true reflector and receiver of soul impress, the corresponding thought form will be true to its prototype. If it is not true, as is usually the case in the early stages of the work, then the thought form created will be distorted and incorrect, unbalanced and out of drawing. It is in meditation that this work of accurate reception and correct building is learnt, and hence the emphasis laid in all true schools of esoteric training upon a focused mind, a capacity to visualize, an ability to build thought forms, and an accurate grasp of egoic intent. Hence also the need of the magician beginning the practical work of magic with himself as the subject of the magical experiment. He begins to grasp the vision of the spiritual man, as he is in essence. He realizes the virtues and reactions which that spiritual man would evidence in physical plane life. He builds a thought form of himself as the ideal man, the true server, the perfect master. He gradually coordinates his forces so that power to be these things in external reality begins to take shape so that all men can see. He creates a pattern in his mind which hews as true as he can make it to the prototype, and which serves to model the lower men and force conformity to the ideal. As he perfects his technique, he finds a transforming power at work upon the energies which constitute his lower nature, until all is subordinated and he becomes in practical manifestation what he is esoterically and essentially. As this takes place, he begins to be interested in the magical work in which it is the function of all true souls to participate. Then the third aspect of the form-making process can manifest. The brain is synchronized with the mind, and the mind with the soul, and the plan is sensed. The vital airs in the head can be modified and respond to the force of the building magical work. A thought form exists then as the result of the previous two activities, but it exists in the place of the brain activity and becomes a focusing center for the soul, and a point through which energy can flow for the performance of the magical work. This magical work, carried out under the direction of the soul, inspiring the mind which in its turn impresses the brain, leads then, as the result of this triple coordinated activity, to the creation of a focusing center, or form, within the head of the magician. The energy which flows through this focal point acts through three distributing agents, and hence all three are involved in all magical work. 1. The right eye, through which the vital energy of the spirit can express itself. 2. The throat center, through which the word, the second aspect or the soul expresses itself. 3. The hands, through which the creative energy of the third aspect works. The white magician works with the eyes open, the voice proclaiming and the hands conferring. These points are of technical interest to the experienced worker in magic, but of symbolic interest only to the aspirants for whom these letters are intended. That the inner vision may be ours, the eye see clearly the glory of the Lord, and the voice speak only in benediction, and the hands be used only in helpfulness, may well be the prayer of each of us. Rule 9. Condensation next ensues. The fire and waters meet, the form swells and grows. Let the magician get his form upon the proper path. The necessity for purity. Fundamental forms. Rule number 9 is found on page 1017 in a treatise on cosmic fire, and the comment given in the treatise is noticeably brief. The rule is very briefly summed up in the injunction, let desire and mind be so pure and so equally apportioned and the created form so justly balanced that it cannot be attracted towards the destructive or left-hand path. The reasons for this brevity may be stated to be due to the extreme simplicity of this rule in the consciousness of the man who knows, and its extreme complexity from the standpoint of the casual reader. Only the simplest and most practical of its significances is there given, but perhaps a few of the deeper meanings can be imparted. It is interesting to note that as progress is made upon the path, the forms in which truth can be given become more and more simple, whilst the meaning grasped becomes more and more wide and inclusive, and hence involves, on analysis, more and more complexity. Finally, resort is had to symbols and the cosmic plan is grasped through the presentation of geometrical forms to the inner eye of the aspirant. The cardinal point emphasized in this rule is purity and, in the last analysis, purity is largely a question of motive. If the incentive to action of any kind in the three worlds is based on personality desire and brought about by the applied use of the mind, then impurity characterizes that action. If the impulse emanates from the dweller in the form, it is then subordinated and controlled by the dweller to the desired end. Then the characteristic is purity within the group limitations, for absolute purity only exists when entire freedom from control has been brought about. The soul is group conscious and group controlled, and, until the causal body has been overcome and liberation from its control achieved, the real significance of purity will not be comprehended. Suffice it to say that there is a close connotation between impurity and limitation of any kind, physical, emotional and mental. But absolute purity need not here be considered by the aspirant. No one in the esoteric groups of the world has yet achieved the fifth initiation, wherein the meaning will enter the consciousness in a blaze of intense realization. For the majority, Physical and emotional purity are the objectives, and primarily therefore liberation from emotional control and desire. Hence the constant, even though badly worded injunction in many of the esoteric books, kill out desire. Perhaps a more just rendering for the immediate present would be reorient desire or redirect desire, for a constant process of reorientation of the entire desire nature so that it eventually becomes a habitual state of mind is the clue to all the transmutation processes and to effective magical work. As progress on the path is made, the thought processes of the aspirant become more potent, and the thought forms, created with definite purpose and in the meditation work, become more effective in the bringing about of results. It will be apparent therefore that in magical work, which has ever to be wrought out on the physical plane, there will always exist the tendency towards the left-hand path until soul consciousness is permanently established and purity of motive has become a habit of the mind. May I remind all who read that the establishing and stabilizing of right habits is, for the aspirant to discipleship, a prime requisite. Those who are working in the field of planetary evolution are looking for dependable instruments, and this cannot be too emphatically impressed upon all of you. People whose emotional moods and feelings run riot or who lack physical control cannot be counted upon in an emergency by those who are seeking helpers. People whose minds are clouded or whose inability to hold the mind steady in the light is inherent are unsuitable workers in the high places of world endeavor. This remark need deter no one in these groups from pushing forward, for the recognition of a defect is a preliminary step towards its overcoming. These groups are in training, and this must be borne in mind, or else discouragement is apt to ensue when the ideal is enunciated. World need and opportunity go hand in hand at this time. The great ones, who stand as a wall between humanity and planetary karma are, we are told, hard-pressed at this time, and I assure you that this is but an inadequate statement of the case. The thoughts of men since the middle of the Atlantean period have steadily been attracted toward the destructive or left-hand path, because selfishness has been the motive, and self-interest the dominant factor. Part of the work of the Christ when he came 2,000 years ago was to offset this tendency by the inculcation, through example and precept, of sacrifice and unselfishness, and the martyr spirit, tinctured as it oft was by hysteria and a heavenly self-interest, was one of the results of this endeavor. Seen from the standpoint of the hierarchy, the effort has been successful, for the Christian spirit stands for reorientation to heavenly things. Hence purity of motive and the instinct for service, which latter keynote is new from the standpoint of the past eternities. In spite of this, however, the tendency to selfish interest is the most potent factor in the world at this time, and hence the critical situation existing between the hierarchy of light and the hierarchy controlling the left-hand path, or the path of control by form and desire. Let there be no discouragement, however, for the spiritual thought, resulting in magical work, of one brother of pure intent is of far greater potency than that of many brothers who follow the tendencies of the personality. Though every true aspirant, as he grasps the magnitude of the plan and surveys the forces arrayed against him, may be overcome by the apparent futility of his effort and the seeming smallness of the part he plays, let him remember that there is a steadily growing group of those similar to him, and that this is a group effort. Under the law, the great ones work through their disciples in all countries, and never before have there been so many endeavoring to fit themselves for this function of being transmitters of the purpose, and never before has there existed such a strong inner integrity and subjective relation between workers in all fields in all parts of the world. For the first time in history is there a coherent group for the masters to use. Heretofore, there have been lonely isolated workers or tiny detached groups, and this has greatly hampered the work. Now this is changed. I want to charge you all to realize this and to work to substantiate this group integrity and to develop the power to recognize all such workers everywhere under any name or organization and to cooperate with them when so recognized. This is no easy thing to do. It presupposes the following. 1. An inner sensitiveness to the plan. 2. An ability to recognize principles governing conduct and administration. 3. A capacity to overlook the non-essentials and to emphasize the essentials. 4. a submergence of personal ambition and interest in the furthering of the group ideals, and 5. A steady preservation of the inner contact through meditation and the overlooking and non-emphasis of personality reactions. These are basic prerequisites and should receive the attention of workers and students in all groups. It would be of value if each student would link up every day at 5 o'clock by an act of the will with this rapidly integrating group of servers, mystics, and brothers. To this end, it might be wise to commit to memory the following brief dedication to be said silently at that hour with the attention focused in the head. May the power of the One Life pour through the group of all true servers. May the love of the One Soul characterize the lives of all who seek to aid the Great Ones. May I fulfill my part in the One work through self-forgetfulness, harmlessness, and right speech. Then carry the thought forward from the rapidly forming group of world servers to the Great Ones who stand back of our world evolution. This can be done in a few seconds of time wherever one may be and in whatever company, and will not only aid in the magical work of the forces of light, but will serve to stabilize the individual, to increase his group consciousness, and to teach him the process of carrying forward interior subjective activities in the face of and in spite of outer exoteric functioning. Fundamental forms. The simplicity of this Rule 9 is such that in a few words the entire process of creative evolution is summarized. On the mental plane, an idea takes form. On the desire plane, sentient energy pervades that form. Under the evolutionary process, the form swells and grows. Through the right direction of the form and its orientation in the needed direction, the purpose of the thinker is fulfilled. All life is vibration, and the result of vibration is form, dense or subtle, and ever subtler as ascension takes place. As the pulsating life progresses, its rate of vibration changes, and in this changing of vibration lies hid the secret of form shattering and form building. Forms are of 4 kinds in this era of the 4th round. 1. The form of the personality, that vehicle of physical, astral, and mental matter that provides the means of contact in the 3 worlds. It is built in each life, the key of the vibration being set up in the life preceding the present. That form proves adequate for the average man and serves him till death. The man who is entering on the occult path starts with the vehicle provided, but during incarnation builds for himself ever a newer and better vehicle, and the more progressed he is, the more consciously he works. Hence eventuates that constant turmoil and frequent ill health of the beginner in the occult life. He senses the law, he realizes the need of raising his key, and frequently he begins with mistakes. He starts to build anew his physical body by diet and discipline, instead of working from the inner outward. In the careful discipline of the mind and the manipulation of thought matter and in transmutation of emotion comes the working out on the physical plane. Add to the 2 above, physical plane purity as to food and manner of life, and in 7 years' time the man has built for himself 3 new bodies around the permanent atoms. 2. The form of the environment. This is really the evolutionary working out of the involutionary group soul. It relates to our contacts, not just exterior, but on the inner planes as well. In similarity of vibration comes coherency. When therefore a man raises his vibration and builds anew from the beginning, and alters consequently his key, it results in dissonance in his surroundings and subsequent discord. Therefore, under the law, there comes always to the striver after the mysteries and the manipulator of the law, a period of aloneness and of sorrow when no man stands by and isolation is his lot. In lesser degree this comes to all, and to the arhat, or initiate of the 4th degree, this complete isolation is a characteristic feature. He stands midway between life in the 3 worlds and that in the world of adepts. His vibration does not synchronize, prior to initiation, with the vibrations of either group. Under the law he is alone, but this is only temporary. When the environment satisfies, then is the moment of anxiety, it indicates stagnation. The application of the law causes primary disruption. 3. The form of the devotee. Yes, I mean just that word, for it expresses an abstract idea. Each person of every degree has his devotion, that for which he lives, that for which, in ignorance, in knowledge, or in wisdom, he wields as much of the law as he can grasp. Purely physical may that devotion be, centered in flesh, in lust for gold, in possessions concrete. He bends all his energies to the search for the satisfaction of that concrete form and therein learns. Purely astral may be the aim of the devotee, love of wife or child, or family, pride of race, love of popularity, or lust of some kind. To them he devotes the whole of his energy, using the physical body to fulfill the desire of the astral. Higher still may be the form of his devotion, love of art, or science, or philosophy, the life religious, scientific, or artistic. To them he consecrates his energies, physical, astral and mental, and always the form is that of devotion. Always the vibration measures up to the goal, finds that goal, passes it and disintegrates. Pain enters into all shattering of the form, and changing of the key. Many lives, for millennia of years, are spent under the lower vibrations. As evolution progresses, more rapid is the development, and the key changes from life to life, whereas in the earlier stages one key or tone might be sounded for several lives in their entirety. As a man nears the path, the probationary path becomes strewn with many shattered forms, and from lesser cycle to lesser cycle he changes the key, often in one life heightening his vibration several times. See therefore how the life of all aspirants, if progressing with the desired rapidity, is one of constant movement, constant changes and differentiations, and continuous building and breaking, planning and seeing those plans disrupted. It is a life of ceaseless suffering, of frequent clashing with the environing circumstances, of numerous friendships made and transferred, of mutation ceaseless and consequent agony. Ideals are transcended only to be found to be stations on the road to higher, visions are seen, only to be replaced by others, dreams are dreamt only to be realized and discarded, friends are made, to be loved and left behind, and to follow later and more slowly the footsteps of the striving aspirant, and all the time the fourth form is being built. 4. The form of the causal body. This is the vehicle of the higher consciousness, the temple of the indwelling God, which seems of a beauty so rare and of a stability of so sure a nature that, when the final shattering comes of even that masterpiece of many lives, bitter indeed is the cup to drink, and unutterably bereft seems the unit of consciousness. Conscious then only of the innate divine spirit, conscious only of the truth of the Godhead, realizing profoundly into the depths of his being the ephemeral nature of the form and of all forms, standing alone in the vortex of initiatory rites, bereft of all on which he may have lent, be it friend, master, doctrine, or environment, well may the initiate cry out, I am that I am, and there is naught else. Well may he then figuratively place his hand in that of his Father in heaven, and hold the other out in blessing on the world of men, for only the hands that have let slip all within the three worlds are free to carry the ultimate blessing to struggling humanity. Then he builds for himself a form such as he desires, a new form that is no longer subject to shattering, but suffices for his need, to be discarded or used as occasion warrants. In these days you will need to ponder on this matter of the form, for with the entering in of a new ray, and the commencement of a new era comes ever a period of much disruption until the forms that be have adapted themselves to the newer vibration. In that adaptation those who have cultivated pliability and adaptability, or who have that for their personality ray, progress with less disruption than those more crystallized and fixed. Particularly now should pliability and responsiveness of form be aimed at, for when he whom we all adore comes, think you his vibration will not cause disruption if crystallization is present? It was so before, it will be so again. Cultivate responsiveness to the great ones, aim at mental expansion and keep learning. Think whenever possible in terms abstract or numerical, and by loving all, work at the plasticity of the astral body. In love of all that breathes comes capacity to vibrate universally, and in that astral pliability will come responsiveness to the vibration of the great Lord. This summation of process and of the forms is equally true of God and his cosmic creative work, of the soul, as it builds its instrument for expression, either unconsciously in the early stages or consciously in the later, of the disciple, as he seeks to express his realization of the work through group work and the organization of his life, and of perfected men, as he learns, through experience, to center his forces on the mental plane and from there accomplish his purpose in generating and producing those thought forms which mold the minds of men, and embody in themselves that aspect of the universal mind which is needed for the right production of that immediate fraction of the plan which his age and generation require. All these various applications of the rule could be elucidated and enlarged upon. Our problem, however, must be kept clearly in mind. We are conscious souls, or in process of becoming conscious. We are beginning, through our meditation work and our application to study, to work on mental levels. We are creating forms continuously, pervading them with energy and sending them out to fulfill their function in line with our realized subjective purpose. The emphasis should be laid upon the word realized in the above paragraph. According to the clarity of vision and the depth of the inner realization, so will be the adequacy of the created form, and so will be the strength of the life which will enable it to perform its intended function. Up to the present time, the majority of aspirants in the world expressed the results of little and weak thought, but rapid action. The goal for students should at this time be rapid concentrated thought and slow action. That slow action, however, will be potent in result. There will be no lost motion, no delayed reactions, and no tendency towards hesitation. The attention of the thinker being focused on the mental plane, the progress of his manifested thought will be sure and inevitable. When the idea is clearly grasped, the attention closely focused, and the energy or life aspect steadily applied, the result will be irresistible appearance and potent action on the physical plane. This thought must be borne in mind if the dangers of the left-hand path are to be avoided. Let me here make some statements in brief tabulated form, which will produce a truer understanding of the words left-hand path. We are dealing here primarily with those thought forms which man creates. 1. The left-hand path concerns the matter aspect, and the life poured into the form serves only to vitalize the atoms in substance. The potency of the love aspect, as wielded by the soul, is lacking. 2. The form created is constituted of mental matter, of astral matter, and of physical substance. It lacks the soul contribution. Its purpose is in line with the development of form, but not in line with soul expression. 3. The left-hand path, therefore, is the path of progress for substance or matter. It is not the path of progress for the soul aspect. It is the way of the Holy Ghost, but not the way of the Son of God. I express this truth in these words as it serves peculiarly to make the distinction clear and yet preserves the integrity of substance matter and their unity within the one life. 4. All forms created at every stage are either confined to the left-hand path or embrace it and yet go beyond it, and follow the right-hand way. This sentence provides food for thought, and its meaning is difficult to gather. It should be borne in mind that all forms, whether they follow the right or left-hand way, are alike up to a certain point. They travel the same progressive stages, and at one time in their career they appear uniform and alike. Only when their purpose appears does the distinction become apparent, and hence the training of the aspirant in right motive as a preparatory step to true occult work. The question might be asked, what is meant by occult work? True occult work involves 1. The contacting of the plan. 2. Right desire to cooperate with the plan. 3. The work of thought form building and the confining of the attention of the creator of these thought forms to the mental plane. This is of so potent a nature that the thought forms created have a life cycle of their own and never fail to manifest and perform their work. 4. The direction of the thought form from the mental plane and the confining of the attention to that specific enterprise, knowing that right thought and right orientation lead to correct functioning and the sure avoidance of the left-hand path. This is a lesson little appreciated by aspirants. They engage in emotional desire for the appearance of their thought form and the manifestation of the idea. They spend much time following the orthodox methods of work and in physical plane activities. They wear themselves out by identifying themselves with the form they have created instead of remaining detached from it, and acting solely as the directing agents. Learn to work on the plane of mind. Build there your form, remembering that if you submerge yourself in the form for which you are responsible, it may obsess and dominate you, and then the form will be the dominant factor and not the purpose of its existence. When the form controls, then comes the danger that it may be turned in the wrong direction and find its way onto the left-hand path, and so increase the power of matter and its hold over sentient souls. It might be briefly added that anything that tends to increase the power of matter and add to the potent energy of form substance produces a tendency to the left-hand path and a gradual attraction away from the plan and the purpose which it veils and hides. All work and all created thought forms, whether they materialize as an organization, a religion, a school of thought, a book, or a life work of any kind, which express spiritual ideals and lay the emphasis upon the life aspect, come under the category of white magic. They then form part of the stream of life which we call the right-hand path, because it leads humanity out of form into life, and away from matter into consciousness. In an ashram of one of the great ones not long ago, a disciple asked his master to express this truth to him in such a way that though the words might be few, yet the import would be worthy of continuous consideration. His master made this reply: "Only the sons of men know the distinction between the magic of the right and left-hand ways, and when they have achieved, these two ways will disappear. When the sons of men know the distinction which exists between matter and substance, the lesson of this epoch will be grasped. Other lessons will be left, but this one passes. Matter and substance together work out the way of darkness. Substance and purpose blended indicate the way of light." Rule 10. As the waters bathe the form created, they are absorbed and used. The form increases in its strength. Let the magician thus continue until the work suffices. Let the outer builders cease their labors then, and let the inner workers enter on their cycle. Thought form building. The centers, energies, and rays. Astral energy and fear. The right use of energy. The present age and the future. The founding of the hierarchy. The new group of world servers. Astrology and the energies. In Rule 10, 2 facts about the form are stated, which are true of all forms, and 3 strong injunctions are given in the following terms. The facts are: 1. The form absorbs and uses the waters in which it is immersed. 2. As a result it grows in strength. The 3 injunctions are: 1. Let the magician go on building his form until its adequate potency is assured. 2. Then let the outer builders cease from labor. 3. Let the inner builders enter on their cycle. We have seen how, in the process of thought form building, the time came when the form had to be oriented in the right direction and set upon the proper path in order to carry out its creator's will and purpose. This takes place fairly early in the work, and after the process of orientation the work of building proceeds, for the thought form is not yet ready for an independent life. There is a true analogy between the gestation period of an infant and that of a thought form. The importance of the right placement of the child within the womb is never overlooked by a good physician, and where there is analogously a wrong position upon the path to be followed into manifested existence, death and trouble often ensue. The analogy is close, as you well know. Birth is preceded by the breaking of the waters, in medical parlance, and before the thought form brings about the desired results on the physical plane there comes too a similar reaction. The waters of desire become so potent as to cause precipitation, and the consequent appearance of the desired form of expression. Let us take the facts and analogies as they stand and study them from the standpoint both of the macrocosm and the microcosm. We note that the form absorbs and uses the substance wherein it is immersed. Our solar system is one of many, and not the greatest. It constitutes a fragment of a greater whole. This greater whole, formed of 7 parts, or 7 solar systems, is itself immersed in the waters of space, is born of desire and, therefore, a child of necessity. It draws its life from its surroundings. Streaming into our solar system from all sides are force currents, emanating from what a treatise on cosmic fire calls the one about whom naught may be said. These currents embody his will and desire, express his love or attractive capacity, and manifest as that great thought form we call our system. In parentheses, it is well to note that this existence is termed the one about whom naught may be said, not because of secrecy or mystery, but because all formulation of ideas about his life and purpose are impossible until one has completed the term of evolution in our solar system. Note, I say, our solar system, not just our planetary existence. Speculation about the existence who, through his life, informs 7 solar systems is wasted energy. On our planet, only such great lives as the Buddha, the Kumaras, and the planetary logos are beginning to sense the dynamic impulse of the greater whole, and even they are only sensitive to it but are, as yet, utterly unable to conceive of its trend, for it lies beyond mind and love and will. It brings into play factors for which we have no terms and tendencies which are as yet not even remotely visioned on our planet. We have generated a term we call the ether. Occultly speaking, this is the modern way of expressing the waters of space, which are the waters of desire, in which we are immersed. It is in constant ebb and flux, and is the stream of life, constituted of 49 types of energy, which pours through the cosmic egoic lotus, and, radiating forth from it, feeds with its measure of sustenance the form, solar, planetary, or human, for which it is responsible. This is dealt with in a treatise on cosmic fire. Man is immersed in forces which are to him as the waters of space are to our solar system. He finds himself, as does our sun and its attendant planets, forming part of a whole, and just as our system is but one of 7 systems, drawn together to form the body, or manifested expression of a life, so is the human kingdom of which he is an infinitesimal part, one of 7 kingdoms. These are the correspondences in the life of the planetary logos to the 7 solar systems. When he begins to sense the life of the solar logos as it expresses itself through the 7 planetary schemes, we will have touched the consciousness of the planetary logos of our special scheme, who is sensing somewhat the united vibrations of the lives of the 7 solar logoi. Bringing the analogy down closer still, the human kingdom itself is an analogous state of consciousness to the human unit through its subjective force existence, and from the standpoint of consciousness provides the waters of space, in which a human being thrives and grows. Again, we are met in the 4th kingdom with expressions of the same 7 forces, and as man awakens to a recognition of the 7 rays or types, and begins to work consciously with them, he is taking the first step towards transcending them and controlling them within his field of operation. This is now taking place. Knowledge of the 7 ray types is beginning to permeate among the thinkers of the race, and this knowledge was in past eons the prerogative of the initiates of the time. Held latent in the astrological presentation is that information which will lead disciples to realization, and which will put them en rapport with the 7 planetary schemes. Real developments in astrology may not be looked for, however, until the new age is really with us and the new orientation achieved. The form of humanity is completed. Its right placement within the womb of matter is the objective of the hierarchy, with all the consequent implications. Note these words. The need at this time is terrific, and the soul is at the birthing in humanity as a whole. Cosmically speaking, if right direction of the forces of the human kingdom is now achieved, there will be manifested on the earth a humanity which will manifest a purpose, a beauty, and a form which will be full expressions of an inner spiritual reality and in line with egoic purpose. Other eventualities can be sensed as sadly possible, but these we will not consider, for it is the hope and the belief of the watching brothers that men will transcend all undesirable eventualities and make the goal. One word here, and one hint. The hierarchy of the planet constitutes symbolically the head center of humanity, and their forces constitute the brain forces. On the physical plane are a large band of aspirants, probationary disciples, and accepted disciples who are seeking to be responsive to the head center, some consciously, others unconsciously. They are gathered from all fields of expression but are all creative in some way or other. They in their turn constitute what might be symbolically called the pineal gland of humanity. As in individual man this is usually dormant and asleep, so, in humanity, this group of cells within the brain of the body corporate is dormant, but thrilling to the vibrations of the head center, the occult hierarchy. Some of the cells are awake. Let them intensify their endeavor and so awaken others. The pioneers of the human family, the scientists, thinkers, and artists constitute the pituitary body. They express the concrete mind but lack that intuitive perception and idealism which would place them, symbolically speaking, in the pineal gland. They are nevertheless brilliant, expressive, and investigating. The objective of the hierarchy, again symbolically speaking, is to make the pineal gland so potent and, therefore, so attractive that the pituitary body of cell lives may be stimulated and thus a close interplay be brought about. This will lead to such potent action that there will be a streaming forth of new cells to the pineal gland and at the same time such a strong reaction set up that the entire body will be affected, resulting in the streaming upward of many stimulated lives to take the places of those who are finding their way into the center of hierarchical endeavor. The waters of space, in which this reorientation and reversal of tendencies is progressing, are in a state of violent turmoil. The vortex of conflicting desire in which men find themselves is now chaotic and so potent that these waters are stirred to the very depths. Students of modern history and of social order are faced with an unprecedented condition, corresponding in the corporate body of humanity to that upheaval in the life of an individual aspirant which always precedes the passing onto the path of discipleship. Hence there is no cause for depression or undue anxiety, but only ardent desire that the transition may be made in due time and order and be neither too rapid, hence destructive to all right ties and affiliations, nor too prolonged and so strain beyond endurance the sorely tried fabric of humanity. All new manifestations in all kingdoms in all ages must come slowly, and therefore safely, to the birthing. All new forms, if they are ultimately to carry weight and gather adequate momentum to carry them through their life cycle, must be built in silent subjectivity, in order that the building may be strong and sure in the inner contact with the Creator, human or divine, and true conformity to the pattern may be substantial and unbreakable. This is true of a universe, a kingdom in nature, or a thought form created by a human thinker. In all form building the technique of construction remains basically the same, and the rules and realizations may be summed up in the following aphoristic phrases. Let the Creator know himself to be the builder, and not the building. Let him desist from dealing with the raw material on the physical plane, and let him study the pattern and the blueprints, acting as the agent of the divine mind. Let him use two energies and work with three laws. These are the dynamic energy of purpose, conforming to the plan, and the magnetic energy of desire, drawing the builders to the center of endeavor. Let these three laws hold sway, the law of synthetic limitation, of vibratory interplay, and of active precipitation. The one concerns the life, the second concerns the building, and the third produces manifested existence. Let him deal first with the outer builders, sending his call to the periphery of his circle of influence. Let him set the waters of living substance in motion by his idea and impulse, bending the builders to his purpose and plan. Let him build with judgment and with skill, preserving always the stool of the director, and coming not down into close contact with his thought form. Let him project, in time and space, his form through visualization, meditation, and skill in action, and so produce that which his will commands, his love desires, and his need creates. Let him withdraw the builders of the outer form, and let the inner builders of dynamic force push it forth into manifestation. Through the eye of the Creator are these inner builders brought to functioning, directed action. Through the word of the Creator were the outer builders guided. Through the ear of the Creator the volume of the greater word vibrates through the waters of space. Let him remember the order of creative work. The waters of space respond to the word. The builders build. The cycle of creation ends and the form is adequate in manifestation. The cycle of performance succeeds and depends for its duration on the potency of the inner builders, who constitute the subjective form and transmit the vitalizing life. Let him remember that the cessation of the form ensues when purpose is achieved, or when impotency of will produces failure of functioning in the cycle of performance. Students would do well to study these cycles of creative building, of performance, and of subsequent disintegration. They are true of a solar system, of a human being, and of the thought forms of a creative thinker. The secret of all beauty lies in the right functioning of these cycles. The secret of all success on the physical plane lies in right understanding of law and of order. For the aspirant, the goal of his endeavor is the correct building of forms in mental matter, remembering that, as a man thinks so is he, that for him the control of mental substance and its use in clear thinking is an essential to progress. This will demonstrate in organization of the outer life, in creative work of some kind, a book written, a picture painted, a home functioning rhythmically, a business run along sound and true lines, a life salvaged, and the outer dharma carried out with precision, whilst the inner adjustments proceed in the silence of the heart. For the disciple, the work extends. For him there has to be realization of the group plan and purpose and not simply of his own individual spiritual problem. There has to be conformity to the purpose for his immediate cycle and life period, the subordinating of his personal dharma and ideas to the need and service of that cycle. For him there has to be that attainment of knowledge, of strength, and of coordination between the personal self and the soul which will result in ability to build organized forms and groups on the physical plane and to hold them coherently together. This he does, not through the force of his own character and equipment, but because that character and equipment enable him to act as a transmitter of the greater life energies and to serve as an efficient co-operator with a plan of which he can only vision a fragment. He works, however, faithfully at the building of his aspect of the great plan and finds one day when the building is completed and he sees the whole, that he has built true to design and in conformity with the blueprints as they have been carried in the minds of the architects, the elder brothers, who, in their turn, are in touch with the mind of the one existence. The practical application of these truths is of utmost importance. There is no life so circumscribed and no person so situated who cannot begin to work intelligently and to build thought forms under law and with understanding. There is no day in any man's life, particularly if he is an aspirant or a disciple, when a man cannot work in mental matter, control his use of thought, watch the effect of his mental processes on those he contacts, and so handle his chit or mind stuff, as Patanjali calls it, that he becomes more and more useful. The centers, energies, and rays. There are two connections in which this Rule 10 can be studied and thereby results of practical value can be achieved. We can study it from the standpoint of the work which the soul does in relation to its instrument, the human being, and we can also study it from the standpoint of organization work and of that form building which the disciple does in relation to his service for the hierarchy. Back of the outer form of a human being, responsible for its creation, its maintenance, and its use, lies, we know, the soul. Back of all activity for the furthering of human evolution as well as of other evolutionary processes stands the hierarchy. Both represent centers of energy. Both work under law creatively, both proceed from subjective activity to objective manifestation, and both are responsive, in the great sequence of graded lives, to vitalization and stimulation from higher centers of energy. Some of the factors that the disciple has to learn to recognize as his particular series of lives unfolds falls into two main groups, each of them bringing his form aspect under 7 types of energy, or influences. There is first the group of forces which concerns purely the form side, that are the work of the outer builders, and which are the predominant factors right up to the stage of the probationary path. These are the forces inherent in matter itself. They deal with the body nature and might be listed as follows. 1. Physical forces. These are due to the life of the cells which constitute the body. This cell life is responsive to the cell life of the environment. Never let it be forgotten that the occultist always sees the correlation between the factors in himself and the corresponding factors in his surroundings. We live in a world of forms. These forms are made up of lives, and these lives have their own emanatory and contributory influence. They fall in their turn into 3 main groups. A. Those emanations, which issuing from the cells themselves and dependent upon their quality, produce a good or a bad effect, are coarsening or refining in their influence, and raise or lower the physical vibration of the united cell body. Thus, as we well know, the physical effect of a coarse, brutal animal-natured man will be different to that of the refined, beautifying results of contact with an older soul, functioning in a body, cultured, clean, disciplined and purified. B. Those emanations, of a purely physical kind which are responsible for the chemical affinity between one animal body and another which produces the coming together of the sexes. It is an aspect of animal magnetism and is the response of the cells to the call of other cells, acting under the law of attraction and repulsion. It is shared by men with the animals, and is instinctive and free from all mental reactions. C. Those forces or emanations, which are the response of the cells to harmonious rhythms and therefore dependent upon the cell having in itself something of that to which it responds. These emanations are little understood as yet, but will increasingly come to the fore as the race progresses. This type of force is that mysterious something which enables the physical body to recognize as harmonious or congenial a physical surrounding or environment, for instance. It is that undefinable reaction which results in two human beings, apart from all sex attraction, for people of the same sex experience it with each other, having a harmonious effect physically upon each other. This is, on the outer plane, the esoteric basis for all group relation, and it is the understanding of these emanations that enables the isolation and segregation of races to be carried forward under the great evolutionary plan. These three might be described as the quality of the cell forces operating entirely on the physical plane which produce a peculiar type of physical body, the magnetic attraction between two physical bodies, and the racial types. These three factors guide the Manu of the race as he builds a new race and impresses the outer builders with his ideas. They also guide a master of the wisdom as he builds his physical body at will for the carrying forward of his work in any time or place. These emanations should, in measure, be understood somewhat by all those engaged in forming organizations and groups for active service in the world. What, should the disciple ask himself, should be the vibratory quality of the cells of that body, of the individuals who compose it? What should be the quality of its attractive force, and of the magnetic effect it is to have in the world? What does the group possess through the medium of its corporate units which will put it en rapport with other groups and so make it harmonious in its relations with them? These questions warrant careful attention and should be considered by all group builders. 2. Vital forces. These are often regarded by the materialists as intangible and therefore not material at all. But the occultist regards the etheric medium as a form or aspect of matter and as relatively tangible as the outer objective form. To him the ether of space, which term necessarily includes the etheric form of all bodies, the astral or emotional sentient body and the mental body, constituted of mind stuff, are all of them material and are the substance of the form side of life. As the basis of correct understanding, it should be noted that the cell life to which we have above referred is coordinated, influenced and vitalized by the blood stream, that intricate system which interpenetrates every part of the body, is responsible for its welfare and demonstrates in a manner not yet truly comprehended the fact that the blood is the life. The blood is an aspect of energy, as is the sap in the vegetable kingdom. The sympathetic nervous system, that marvelous apparatus of sensation, is closely related to the emotional or astral body. The contact is made via the solar plexus, just as the vitality, governing the quality of the blood stream, makes its contact via the heart. In the heart is the center of physical plane existence. The cerebrospinal system works in close relation to the chit or mind stuff. Therefore we have the following to consider. 1. Cell life, blood stream, heart center, thymus gland. 2. Sensory life, sympathetic nervous system, solar plexus center, pancreas. 3. Mental life, cerebrospinal system, ajna center, pituitary body. 4. Vital life, 7 centers, spleen. This, as you see, governs the manifestations of the quaternary, but there are other aspects of humanity which manifest through the objective form and which complete the entire man and make the 7 of his manifold objective existence. 5. Self-conscious, upper brain, head center, pineal gland. 6. Self-expression, lower brain, throat center, thyroid. 7. Self-perpetuation, sex organs, sacral center, reproductive organs. 8. Self-assertion, entire man, center at base of spine, adrenals. You will notice that 8 factors are here enumerated, and it is here that many of the schools go astray. The heading Vital Life is a comprehensive one, but it must be remembered that it relates entirely to the physical vitalization of man through the lowest aspect of the centers. This vital life of the universe of matter enters into the human organism through the spleen. The centers have 3 main functions. First, to vitalize the physical body. Second, to bring about the development of self-consciousness in man. Third, to transmit spiritual energy and sweep the entire man into a state of spiritual being. The vitality aspect is shared by men with the animals and with all created forms, and his capacity to move freely in a 3-dimensional world is the outstanding achievement of that aspect. The self-consciousness aspect is the prerogative of the human family. When man has evolved, when all parts of his nervous system, his endocrine system, and his centers are coordinated and working in harmonious rhythm, then the highest aspect, the spiritual, makes its presence felt. The spiritual energy and not just the consciousness or sentient energy pours through man, the instrument of divine life, and the custodian of forces, to be held and used for the other and lower kingdoms in nature. The above enumeration might therefore be arranged in the following order. The table gives man as he is intended to be and not as he now is in the course of his evolutionary progress. 1. Self-assertion, full development, the coordinated quaternary, center at base of spine, adrenals. 2. Self-expression, creative work, lower brain, throat center, thyroid. 3. Self-conscious life, personality, upper brain, head center, pineal gland. 4. Self-perpetuation, sex organs, sacral center, sex glands. 5. Mental life, cerebrospinal system, ajna center, pituitary. 6. Sensory life, sympathetic nervous system, solar plexus, pancreas. 7. Cell life, blood stream, heart center, heart. The 8th point, the vital life, functioning through the 7 centers and a whole system of lesser chakras and the nadis, which underlie the nerves and are the cause of their existence as the centers are of the glands, is the medium of many forces and energies, some purely physical, others related to the anima mundi, the world soul, and others unknown as yet, because they will only make their presence felt later in the evolutionary program. They will then express divinity, the energy of the Father or the highest aspect. It should be noted that the above tabulation pictures the second ray unfoldment, and also that the self referred to is the self-realization of the spiritual man. The lowest aspect of the vital life of God is the perpetuation of the species, and this is the result of the livingness of the incarnated life, and the next is simply expressive of the stage when the I consciousness is dominant and has reached its consummation in the completed personality. Then comes the expression of the indwelling self, hidden by the personality, through its creative activity of a non-physical character. Finally, we have the assertion or full manifestation of the divine nature. This, curiously enough, can only occur when the lower spinal center is aroused, when the energy of the material nature is carried by an act of the will up into heaven, and when therefore the entire nature, material, sensitive or psychic, and the existence aspect, are unified and realized. Meditate upon these words, for they connote the consummation as far as humanity is concerned. The occult aphorism, to will, to know, to dare, and to be silent, has a special significance not hitherto revealed and at which it is only possible for me to hint. Those of you who have the inner knowledge will comprehend at once. To will. These words relate to the ultimate achievement, when, by an act of the combined will of the soul and of the lower men, unification and realization are brought about. It concerns the center at the base of the spine. To know. These words concern the ajna center, the center between the eyebrows. A hint lies in the words, "Let the mother know the father." It has relation to the marriage in the heavens. To dare. These words give the clue to the subordination of the personality, and have a close connection with the solar plexus, the great clearing house of desire and of the astral forces, and also the main center of the transmutive work. To be silent. This phrase relates to the transmutation of the lower creative energy into the higher creative life. The sacral center has to relapse into silence. It will be seen then that for the disciple the following centers are of paramount importance. 1. The Ajna center, through which the purified personality expresses itself. 2. The center at the base of the spine, which is the center through which complete and utter control and coordination is achieved, through the arousing of the purifying agency of fire. 3. The sacral center, wherein the basic force of our particular solar system, the force of attraction of form to form, is transmuted, and the attractive force of the soul takes the place of the reproductive creative material activity. 4. The solar plexus center, which, situated in the center of the body and being the organ of the astral body and of the lower psychism, gathers together all lower forces and redirects them under the impulse of the soul to their higher repositories. I realize that the teaching given here is both deep and abstruse, but it is needed for the few, and their numbers will increase as time elapses. The complexity of the subject is also increased by the fact that each ray holds within its teaching a different approach and a different method for those souls who are found responsive to its peculiar impulse. I give here the 7 keys for each of the ray methods. These can be studied in relation to the above tabulations and in connection with the 4 words we have been considering. We must remember that to will is the prerogative of spirit, to know is the function of the soul, to dare is the duty of the personality, and to be silent is the ultimate dharma or destiny of the matter aspect of the animal nature in its interplay with the soul. First ray, let the forces come together. Let them mount to the high place, and from that lofty eminence, let the soul look out upon a world destroyed. Then let the word go forth, I still persist. Second ray, let all the life be drawn to the center, and enter thus into the heart of love divine. Then from that point of sentient life, let the soul realize the consciousness of God. Let the word go forth, reverberating through the silence, naught is but me. Third ray, let the army of the Lord, responsive to the word, cease their activities. Let knowledge end in wisdom. Let the point vibrating become the point quiescent, and all lines gather into one. Let the soul realize the one in many, and let the word go forth in perfect understanding, I am the worker and the work, the one that is. Fourth ray, let the outer glory pass away and the beauty of the inner light reveal the one. Let dissonance give place to harmony, and from the center of the hidden light, let the soul speak, let the word roll forth, beauty and glory veil me not. I stand revealed. I am. Fifth ray, let the 3 forms of energy electric pass upward to the place of power. Let the forces of the head and heart and all the nether aspects blend. Then let the soul look out upon an inner world of light divine. Let the word triumphant go forth, I mastered energy, for I am energy itself. The master and the mastered are but one. Sixth ray, let all desire cease. Let aspiration end. The search is over. Let the soul realize that it has reached the goal, and from that gateway to eternal life and cosmic peace, let the word sound, I am the seeker and the sought. I rest. Seventh ray, let the builders cease their work. The temple is completed. Let the soul enter into its heritage and from the holy place command all work to end. Then in the silence subsequent, let him chant forth the word, the creative work is over. I, the Creator, am. Naught else remains but me. The vital forces, which are simply the passing through the outer sheath of the constantly moving ether of space, are of many kinds. One of the concepts, lying back of the astrological theories, is that the etheric body of any form constitutes part of the etheric body of the solar system, and is therefore the medium for the transmission of solar energies, of planetary forces, and of extrasolar or cosmic impulses, esoterically called breaths. These forces and energies of the cosmic rays are constantly circulating and following definite paths through the ether of space in all parts, and are therefore constantly passing through the etheric bodies of every exoteric form. This is a basic truth and must be carefully borne in mind, for its implications are many and varied, but all lead back to the idea of unity, and of the oneness of all manifestation, only to be known and realized on the subjective side. The second basic idea is that the response of the etheric vehicle of all forms and its capacity to appropriate, to utilize, and to transmit are dependent upon the condition of the centers, of the chakras, as they are called in the East. These include not only the well-known 7 major centers but numbers of lesser vortices of force, as yet unnamed and unknown in the Occident. It is dependent also upon the quality of the etheric vehicle, upon its aliveness, and also upon the interlacing network in which the centers have their place, and which in its entirety is called the web or the golden bowl. If this is clear of impediments and of sediment, and if its channels are not clogged, then the circulating rays, energies, and forces can find an easy medium and can circulate unimpeded throughout the entire body. They can then utilize those centers which are responsive to their vibrations, and can be passed on and through to forms in other or the same kingdoms in nature. Here lies the secret of all scientific and occult healing. Healers are experimenting with the etheric body and yet little real knowledge is theirs. They know little or nothing of the centers in their own body through which the magnetic or other currents must flow. They are unaware of the condition of the etheric centers of those they seek to heal and of the nature of the forces they wish to employ. All they can do is to discipline their lives, and so control their appetites that they build a clean body and provide clear channels for the passage of forces from and through themselves to others. The third concept to be noted is that forms are, as yet primarily responsive to the forces which reach them from other forms on the planet, to the 7 basic types of energies emanating from the 7 planets, and also to the life-giving solar ray. All forms in all the 4 kingdoms respond to these many forces, to these 7 energies and to the one ray. The human family are responsive also to other energies and to solar rays, all however colored by the force generated within the solar ring pass not. The work of the occultist and of the aspirant is to arrive at an understanding of these forces and so learn their nature and their use, their potency and vibratory rate. He has also to learn to recognize their source and be able to differentiate between forces, energies, and rays. For the beginner, a clear distinction can be made between forces and energies by appreciating the fact that personalities affect us through the forces emanating from their form aspect, but that these same personalities, purified and aligned, can be transmitters of the energies of the soul. Broadly speaking, the work of the human kingdom is to transmit energy to the lower kingdoms in nature, whilst the work of the hierarchy, in its relation to the human kingdom, is to transmit energies from the spiritual realm, from other planetary centers, and from the solar system. These energies, when stepped down for transmission, differentiate into forces. Students must not get confused by the complexity of the subject. They must learn certain large generalizations, and remember that as the omniscience of the soul is tapped, the more detailed knowledge will gradually fall into place. The other types of energy which concern the first 2 main groups with which the aspirant has to deal are related entirely to the form side. The third and succeeding groups are 3. Astral energy. 4. The energy of the lower concrete mind, of the chit, the mind stuff. 5. The energy of the personality. 6. Planetary energy. 7. Solar energy, or the life breath. These can be subdivided as follows. 3. Astral energy. Emanating from A. A man's own astral or sentient body. B. The human family as a whole. C. The astral plane in the large sense. D. The heart of the sun. 4. Mental energy. Emanating from A. The individual chit or mind stuff. B. The mentality of 1. The human family as a whole. 2. The particular race to which a man belongs. C. The mental plane as a whole. D. The universal mind. 5. Personality energy. Emanating from A. The coordinated form of man. B. Advanced human beings who are dominant personalities. C. Groups, i.e. 1. The hierarchy of the planet. Subjective. 2. The integrating group of mystics. Objective. 6. Planetary energy. Emanating from A. The 7 planets. This is the basis of astrological practice. B. The Earth. C. The Moon. 7. Solar energy. Emanating from A. The physical sun. B. The Sun, acting as a transmitter of cosmic rays. Astral energy and fear. The subject now to be considered is of most practical application, for it concerns the astral body, the body in which a man is preeminently polarized and of which he is more potently conscious than of any other body. The etheric body is really below the threshold of consciousness. Human beings remain unaware of the passage of forces through this vehicle, and the nearest they get to the recognition of it is when they speak in terms of vitality or lack of vitality. The physical body makes its presence felt when something goes wrong or through the gratification of one or other of the appetites. The situation is, however, different in connection with the astral body, for there is the vehicle of experience for the majority, and few there are who do not pass the greater part of their conscious life, recording the reactions of that body and vibrating between the two poles of happiness and misery, of satisfaction or non-satisfaction, of assurance or doubt, of courage or of fear. This really means that the inherent force and life of the emotional sentient vehicle govern the life expression and mold the experience of the incarnated soul. Therefore, it is of value to us to understand something of what those forces are, where they come from, and how they act and react on the man. There lies his battleground, and there also lies his field of victory. To begin with, it is advisable to bear in mind that all astral energy is part of the astral energy of the solar system, and that therefore 1. The sentient body of a human being is an atom of substance in the sentient body of the planetary logos. 2. The sentient body, a term I much prefer to the term astral, and which I shall continue to use, of the planetary logos is an aspect, not an atom, of the sentient body of the solar logos. 3. This in its turn is influenced by, and is a channel for sentient forces, emanating from vast centers of energy outside our solar system altogether. If this is borne in mind, it becomes apparent that man, being but a tiny fragment of a vaster whole which in its turn is incorporated into a still vaster vehicle, is the meeting ground of forces greater and more diversified than his brain is capable of recognizing. Hence the complexity of his problem, and hence all the possibilities growing out of those expansions of consciousness which we call initiation. Every stream of energy pouring through his body of desire and of sentient reaction is but a pathway leading him to wider and ever widening contacts and realizations. Here also lies the safeguard for the majority of human beings, in the fact that they possess as yet an apparatus inadequate for the registering and recording of those infinite possibilities which these avenues of realization offer. Until the mental apparatus is sufficiently awakened and controlled, it would not be possible for men to interpret rightly and utilize correctly the information which his body of sensitive response could, but fortunately does not yet, convey to him. Apart from the constant circulation through his astral body of planetary and solar and cosmic energies, every human being has appropriated, out of the greater whole, enough of the astral energy wherewith to construct his own individual and separate astral body, responsive to his peculiar note, colored by his peculiar quality, and limiting him or not according to his point on the ladder of evolution. This constitutes his astral ring-pass knot, defining the limits of his emotional response to life experience, embodying in its quality the range of his desire life, but being at the same time capable of tremendous expansion, development, adjustment, and control under the impulse of the mental body and of the soul. It is subject also to vibratory activity as the result of the interplay between it and the physical plane life experience, and thus the great wheel of experience is set in motion and will persist until the Four Noble Truths of the Buddha are understood and realized. This astral body has in it the counterparts of the etheric or laya centers, and through them stream the forces and energies, earlier dealt with, into the etheric body. These centers carry energies from the 7 planets and from the sun to every part of the astral organism, thus putting men en rapport with all parts of the solar system. This results in the fixation of a man's life destiny, until such a time as the man awakens to his immortal heritage and so becomes sensitive to forces that are as yet, for the many, unrecognized. These emanate from the form. This is the reason why a horoscope is frequently quite accurate in its delineation for the unevolved and for the unawakened, but is quite in error and at fault in the case of the highly evolved man. Man is, en masse, what his desire body makes him. Later, as a man thinketh so is he. The astral body, with its longings, appetites, moods, feelings, and cravings molds the physical body through the attractive forces which flow through it, and so guides the man on unerringly to the fulfillment of his desires. If the cravings of the sentient nature are dominantly animal in their objective, we shall have the men with strong appetites, living a life given over to the effort to satisfy them. If the craving is for comfort and for happiness, we shall have the men with a sensuous, beauty-loving and pleasure-loving disposition, governed practically entirely by selfish effort. So it is through all the many grades of desire, good, bad, and ordinary, until that reorientation takes place which so refocuses the astral energies that they are turned in a different direction. Desire becomes aspiration. Thus liberation from the wheel of birth is brought about and a man is freed from the necessity to reincarnate. Then the horoscope as now understood proves futile, untrue, and useless, and the term sometimes used, but wrongly, the horoscope of the ego or the soul, means nothing. The soul has no individual destiny, but is submerged into the one. Its destiny is the destiny of the group, and of the whole. Its desire is the working out of the great plan, and its will is the glorification of the incarnated logos. I would like to suggest to students that they procure if possible the Science of the Emotions by Bhagwan Das. It is an able treatise on the astral and sentient body, and deals with the factors that most nearly concern the aspirant as he faces the problem of understanding and of controlling his emotional nature, of mastering the technique of development, and of reorienting it to wider experience, and of preparing it for the tests and expansions of the second major initiation, the baptism and the final entering of the stream. Metaphorically speaking, the experience that lies ahead upon the path is covered in the following esoteric phrases. When the stream enters the river of life, its passage can be traced for a short moment and then is lost. When the currents of the sentient life meet where the river passes round the mountain's massive foot, then one vast stream is seen which floweth north. The symbology of this is apparent, and can be also used to depict the flow of the two currents, Ida and Pingla, and their blending in the river of energy that mounts to the head. There is the meeting place, and there the sacrifice, enacted upon the Mount of Golgotha, the place of the skull. In considering the sentient body of a human being, I will probably help the most if I deal with it in terms of its moods and ordinary expressions, for it is only in dealing with its effects and in seeking to master them that man arrives at knowledge of himself and so becomes a master. The most ordinary manifestations of astral activity are 1. Fear. 2. Depression or its opposite pole, hilarity. 3. Desire for the satisfaction of the animal appetites. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for liberation. Aspiration. In these 5 are summed up practically most of the sentient experiences of man, and we will consider each one from the following angles. 1. The cause. 2. The effect. 3. The method of direction. You will note that I say method of direction, not method of control. Aspirants must learn that they are working with, and in, forces, and that right and wrong activity on the physical plane is due simply to a right or wrong direction of the force currents and not to anything inherently wrong or right in the energies themselves. 1. Fear. This is one of the most usual of the manifestations of astral energy, and is put first because it constitutes, for the vast majority, the dweller on the threshold, and also in the last analysis is the basic astral evil. Every human being knows fear, and the range of the fear vibrations extends from the instinctual fears of the savage man based on his ignorance of the laws and forces of nature, and on his terror of the dark and the unknown, to the fears so prevalent today of loss of friends and loved ones, of health, of money, of popularity, and on to the final fears of the aspirant, the fear of failure, the fear which has its roots in doubt, the fear of ultimate negation or of annihilation, the fear of death, which he shares equally with all humanity, the fear of the great illusion of the astral plane, of the phantasmagoria of life itself, and also fear of loneliness on the path, even to the very fear of fear itself. This list could be largely extended, but suffices to indicate the prevalence of fears of all kinds. They dominate most situations and darken many happy moments. They reduce man to a timid and frightened atom of sentient life, standing afraid before the stupendousness of the problems of existence, aware of his insufficiency as a man to cope with all situations, and unable to leave his fears and questionings behind and step into his heritage of freedom and of life. Often he is so ridden by fear that he becomes afraid of his very reason. The picture cannot be too blackly colored, for fear is the dominant astral energy at this time, and sensitive humanity succumbs all too easily to it. You ask, what are the basic causes of fear? To that question, if carried far enough back into the esoteric history of the solar system, there is no intelligible answer to be given. Only the advanced initiate can comprehend. Fear has its roots in the warp and woof of matter itself, and is par excellence a formulation or effect of the mind principle, and a result of mental activity. The fact that birds and animals know fear puts the whole subject upon a wider footing than if it were simply a human failing and the result of the activity of the functioning of the human mind. It is not incident upon a man's possessing a reasoning mind. If he used his reason in the correct way, he could eliminate fear. It lies in what is called cosmic evil, a high-sounding phrase, conveying little. It is inherent in the fact of matter itself and in the play of the pairs of opposites, soul and matter. The sentient souls of animals and of men are subconsciously aware of factors such as 1. The vastness and therefore the sensed oppression of the whole. 2. The pressure of all other lives and existences. 3. The working of inexorable law. 4. The sense of imprisonment, of limitation, and of consequent inadequacy. In these factors, growing out of the manifested process itself and persisting and growing in potency during the ages, are found the causes of all modern fear and the basis of all terror, above all that which is purely psychological and not just the instinctual fear of the animal. To concretize the matter more clearly would not help. Of what use is it to be told that fear is a quality of evil, or of matter, which colors fundamentally or characterizes the astral or sentient body of our planetary logos? What have you gained if I outline to you the problem of the great life in whom we live and move and have our being, as he, on his own cosmic plane, seeks liberation and faces his own peculiar trials and tests? How can words adequate be found to convey a cosmic struggle between lives so impersonal and exalted in consciousness that the words his, or he, or tests prove simply laughable and convey no possible aspect of truth or reality whatsoever? Cosmic evil, cosmic progression, or cosmic problems can well be left to that distant time when aspirants have taken the third initiation, have lost all sense of separateness, and, being identified with the life aspect and not with the form side, can therefore enter somewhat into the state of consciousness of our planetary logos, sense his destiny, and vision fleetingly the wonder of the consummation. Let us confine our attention therefore to men, and more particularly to average men, and see whence come the waves of fear which sweep him so constantly off his feet. 1. The fear of death is based upon a terror of the final rending processes in the act of death itself. B. Horror of the unknown and the indefinable. C. Doubt as to final immortality. D. Unhappiness at leaving loved ones behind or of being left behind. E. Ancient reactions to past violent deaths, lying deep in the subconsciousness. F. Clinging to form life, because primarily identified with it in consciousness. G. Old erroneous teaching as to heaven and hell, both equally unpleasant in prospect to certain types. I speak about death as one who knows the matter from both the outer world experience and the inner life expression. There is no death. There is, as you know, entrance into fuller life. There is freedom from the handicaps of the fleshly vehicle. The rending process so such dreaded does not exist, except in the cases of violent and of sudden death, and then the only true disagreeables are an instant and overwhelming sense of imminent peril and destruction, and something closely approaching an electric shock. No more. For the unevolved, death is literally a sleep and a forgetting, for the mind is not sufficiently awakened to react, and the storehouse of memory is as yet practically empty. For the average good citizen, death is a continuance of the living process in his consciousness and a carrying forward of the interests and tendencies of the life. His consciousness and his sense of awareness are the same and unaltered. He does not sense much difference, is well taken care of, and oft is unaware that he has passed through the episode of death. For the wicked and cruelly selfish, for the criminal and for those few who live for the material side only, there eventuates that condition which we call earthbound. The links they have forged with earth and the earthward bias of all their desires force them to remain close to the earth and their last setting in the earth environment. They seek desperately and by every possible means to recontact it and to re-enter. In a few cases, great personal love for those left behind or the non-fulfillment of a recognized and urgent duty holds the good and beautiful in a somewhat similar condition. For the aspirant, death is an immediate entrance into a sphere of service and of expression to which he is well accustomed and which he at once recognizes as not new. In his sleeping hours he has developed a field of active service and of learning. He now simply functions in it for the entire 24 hours, talking in terms of physical plane time, instead of for his usual few hours of earthly sleep. As time progresses and before the close of the next century, death will be finally seen to be non-existent in the sense in which it is now understood. Continuity of consciousness will be so widely developed and so many of the highest types of men will function simultaneously in the two worlds that the old fear will go, and the intercourse between the astral plane and the physical plane will be so firmly established and so scientifically controlled that the work of the trance mediums will rightly and mercifully come to an end. The ordinary common trance mediumship and materializations under controls and Indian guides are just as much perversions of the intercourse between the two planes as are sex perversions and the distortions of the true relationship and intercourse between the sexes. I refer not here to the work of clairvoyance, no matter how poor, nor to the taking possession of the body by entities of high caliber, but of the unpleasant phenomena of the materialization seance, of ectoplasm, and the blind unintelligent work done by old Atlantean degenerates and earthbound souls, the average Indian chief and guide. There is nothing to be learned from them and much to be avoided. The reign of the fear of death is well nigh ended, and we shall soon enter upon a period of knowledge and of certainty which will cut away the ground from under all our fears. In dealing with the fear of death, there is little to be done except to raise the whole subject onto a more scientific level, and, in this scientific sense, teach people to die. There is a technique of dying just as there is of living, but this technique has been lost very largely in the West and is almost lost except in a few centers of knowers in the East. More of this can perhaps be dealt with later, but the thought of the needed approach to this subject can rest in the minds of the students who read this, and perhaps as they study and read and think, material of interest will come their way which could be gradually assembled and published. 2. Fear of the future. This is a fear that will as yet show a growing tendency to develop and will cause much distress in the world before it is obliterated. It grows out of three human capacities. A. Instinctive psychological thought habits, which have their roots deep in the animal nature and hark back to the primal instinct of self-preservation. Savage races, however, have little of this. That forward-looking anticipatory state of mind is predominantly a human characteristic and is the germ of the imaginative faculty, linked to the mental processes, which will eventually merge into that intuitive meditation, plus visualization, which is the true basis of all creative work. but at present it is a menace and a hindrance. Ancient suffering, dire memories, haunting miseries, deep-seated in the subconscious rise to the surface frequently and cause a condition of fear and of distress which no amount of reasoning seems able to quiet. Facilities of communication put even the most unimportant en rapport with the tragedies, pains, and sufferings of his brother thousands of miles away. The economic catastrophe of the present time has brought about a condition of mass terror, and the more sensitive the individual, the more he will react to this state of mind. Fear of the future is therefore a distressing blend of instinctual memory and anticipatory imagination, and few there are who escape this menace. Worry and anxiety are the lot of every man and cannot and will not be offset and overcome by any lesser factor than the soul itself. B. The flashes of provision emanating from the soul who is dwelling in the consciousness of the eternal now. When contact with the soul is firmly established and the consciousness of the knower is stabilized in the brain, then provision will carry with it no terror. The picture will then be seen as a whole, and not as a passing and fragmentary glimpse as is now the case. So again, the remedy remains the same, the establishing of such close relations between the soul and the brain, via the trained and controlled mind, that cause and effect will be seen as one, and right steps can be taken to handle situations correctly and to the best advantage. Provision seldom takes the form of forecasting happiness, and the reason is not far to seek. The race is at a point where the prodigal son is conscious of the husks and of the futility of earthly life. He is ready for a careful consideration of the Buddha's message, and he is ready because he has been devoured for centuries by war and famine, by desire, and by the economic struggle. The vista he sees before him appears black and forbidding and full of cataclysmic disaster. Yet if men carried the concept of brotherhood with all its implications into the life and work of every day, into all intercourse whether between the capitalist and the laborer, the politician and the people, between nation and nation, or between race and race, there would emerge that peace on earth which nothing could upset or overturn. So simple a rule, and yet utterly beyond the mental grasp of the majority. See, a mass of individual distress and fear can be taken on by an individual and yet have nothing to do with him whatsoever. It is quite possible for a man to tune in on the fears of other people whilst he himself has literally nothing to fear of any kind. He can so identify himself with their forebodings of future disaster that he interprets them in terms of his own coming experience. He is unable to dissociate himself from their reactions and absorbs so much of the poison in their emotional and mental auras that he is swept into a very vortex of terror and of fear. Yet, if he did but know it, the future holds for him no hidden catastrophes. He is simply deluded, but the effect on his astral body and upon his solar plexus is identically the same. This is painfully the case now that there are so many thousands of sensitive aspiring souls, inexperienced in the handling of the world karma, wide open to the suffering of others and unable to distinguish between their own destiny in the immediate future and the destiny of others in their environment. It is possible also for the more advanced aspirant and those upon the path of discipleship to contact ancient vibrations of evil and misery on the astral plane, evil long past and gone. It is possible for them to read a tiny fragment of the Akashic records which concerns coming distress to an individual or a group, which they themselves may never see and yet nevertheless appropriate the conveyed information to themselves and suffer consequently. 3. Fear of physical pain. Some people have this fear as the underlying cause of all their anxieties, little though they may recognize it. It is really a result of the other three classes of fears, of the strain which they put upon their astral body, and the tension caused by the use of the imaginative faculty and the reasoning tension in the physical nervous system. This system becomes very much oversensitized and capable of the most acute physical suffering. Ills and ails which would seem of no vital importance to the ordinary and more phlegmatic types are aggravated into a condition of real agony. This should be recognized by those who care for the sick, and steps should be taken to minimize the physical condition through the use of sedatives and of anesthetics so that undue strain should not be put on an already overworked nervous system. You ask me whether I am endorsing the use of ether and chloroform in operations, and of sedative drugs. Not basically, but most certainly temporarily. When man's contact with his soul is firmly established, and when he has developed the faculty of passing in and out of his physical body at will, these helps will no longer be needed. They may be regarded in the meantime as emergency measures, necessitated by world karma and the point of evolution of the race. I am not, of course, referring to the use of narcotics and of drugs by hysterical and unbalanced people, but to the judicious use of ameliorants of pain under the wise guidance of the physician. 4. Fear of failure. This affects many people along many lines. The fear that one may fail to make good, the fear that we may not gain the love and admiration of those we love, the fear that others despise us or look down upon us, the fear that one may fail to see and grasp opportunity, these are all aspects of the fear complex which colors the lives of so many worthy people. This can be based upon an environment which is uncongenial and unappreciative, on an equipment which seems inadequate to its task, and in many cases has its roots in the fact that a man is a disciple, or a really big soul ready to tread the probationary path. He has had a touch of soul contact, he has seen the vision and the possibility, he looks at his personality and ranges it up alongside the work to be done, and the quality of the people with whom that has brought him into contact. The result is an inferiority complex of a most powerful kind, because fed by real streams of force from above. Energy, we know, follows thought and is tinctured by the quality of that thought. The man turns a critical and disgusted eye upon his personality and by so doing feeds the very things which he deplores and thus renders himself still more inadequate to the task. It is a vicious circle of effort and must be offset by a complete realization of the truth contained in the words, "As a man thinketh, so is he." As he dwells upon the nature of his omniscient soul, he becomes like that soul. His thought is focused in the soul consciousness and he becomes that soul in manifestation through the medium of the personality. This is but a brief summation of the major fears which afflict humanity and serves only to open up the subject and give opportunity for a few practical suggestions. 2. Depression or its polar opposite, hilarity. When we touch on the subject of depression, we are dealing with something so widespread that few escape its attacks. It is like a miasma, a fog which environs the man and makes it impossible for him to see clearly, walk surely, and cognize reality. It is part of the great astral illusion and, if this is grasped, it will become apparent why depression exists, for the cause of it is either astral or physical and incident to a world situation or a personal situation. We might therefore study depression in individuals and look at its causes. It is caused by 1. The world glamour. This sweeps an isolated unit, otherwise free from individual conditions producing depression, into the depths of a world reaction. This world glamour with its devitalising and depressing results has its roots in various factors which we have only the time to briefly indicate. A. Astrological factors, either affecting the planetary chart and hence individuals, or primarily racial. These two factors are oft overlooked. B. The path of the sun in the heavens. The southern path tends to a lowered vibratory influence and aspirants should bear this in mind in autumn and the early winter months. C. The dark half of the moon, the period towards the end of the waning moon, and the early new moon. This, as you well know, affects the meditation work. D. Psychological factors and mass inhibitions due undoubtedly to forces external to the planet and to plans, obscure in their intent to ordinary humanity. These forces, playing upon the human race, affect the most sensitive, they in their turn affect their environment and gradually a momentum is established which sweeps through a race or a nation, through a period or a cycle of years, and produces conditions of profound depression and of mutual distrust. It causes a sad self-absorption and this we term a panic or a wave of unrest. The fact that the working out may be military, economic, social, or political, that it may take the form of a war, of a religious inquisition, of financial stringency or international distrust is incidental. The causes lie back in the blueprints of the evolutionary process and are governed, even if unrealized, by the good law. 2. Astral polarization. Just as long as a man identifies himself with his emotional body, just as long as he interprets life in terms of his moods and feelings, just as long as he reacts to desire, just so long will he have his moments of despair, of darkness, of doubt, of dire distress, and of depression. They are due to delusion, to the glamour of the astral plane, which distorts, reverses and deceives. There is no need to dwell on this. If there is one factor aspirants recognize, it is the need of freeing themselves from the great illusion. Arjuna knew this, yet succumbed to despair. Yet in his hour of need, Krishna failed him not, but laid down in the Gita the simple rules whereby depression and doubt can be overcome. They may be briefly summarized as follows. A. Know thyself to be the undying one. B. Control thy mind, for through that mind the undying one can be known. C. Learn that the form is but the veil which hides the splendor of divinity. D. Realize that the one life pervades all forms so that there is no death, no distress, no separation. E. Detach thyself therefore from the form side and come to me, southwest, dwelling in the place where light and life are found. Thus illusion ends. It is his astral polarization which lays a man open to his many emotional reactions and to waves of mass feeling of any kind. This is the cause of his being swept into that vortex of uncontrolled energy and misdirected emotional force which eventuates in a world war, a financial panic, a religious revival, or a lynching. It is this also that raises him to the heights of hilarity and of spurious happiness in which the light deceptive of the astral plane uncovers to him false sources of amusement, or the mass hilarity, owing to his sensitivity, sweeps him into that hysterical condition which finds its vent in unrestrained merriment and which is the opposite pole of unrestrained weeping. I refer not here to true merriment nor the proper sense of humor, but to those hysterical outbreaks of hilarity which are so common among the rank and file of humanity and lead to reactions of fatigue. 3. A devitalized condition of the physical body. This is due to various causes, such as A depleted etheric or vital body. B. Physical disease, either inherent or brought over from another life, accidental, or due to wrong emotional reactions, or produced as the result of group karma, such as an epidemic. C. Atmospheric. This is sometimes overlooked, but the condition of the atmosphere, the nature of the climate, the density, humidity or dryness, the heat or cold have a definite effect upon the psychological outlook. You will find, if you study, that all subsidiary and temporary causes of depression and its opposite can be grouped under one of these three heads, and when one has ascertained the cause, the cures will become apparent. I have dealt somewhat at length with the two first manifestations of astral force, fear of death, of the future, of suffering, of failure, and the many lesser fears to which humanity is subject, and depression, because these two fears constitute for man the dweller on the threshold in this age and cycle. Both of them indicate sentient reaction to psychological factors and cannot be dealt with by the use of another factor such as courage. They must be met by the omniscience of the soul working through the mind, not by its omnipotence. In this is to be found an occult hint. I shall not deal with the other factors listed, such as desire for happiness, for the satisfaction of the animal appetites, and for liberation, for these do not constitute for the majority such a problem as the first two. One could write at length on the manifestation and the cause of all these, but when fear and depression are overcome, the race will enter into its heritage of happiness, of true satisfaction, of which the cravings above indicated are but the symbols, and of liberation. Let us deal with the basic evils first. Once they have been dominated, all that remains is right orientation and polarization in the soul. We will next consider the overcoming of wrong vibration in the astral body and the use of astral energy in the right direction. We have been dealing at length with the subject of the astral or sentient body, and have considered the various wrong ways in which it makes its presence felt. Humanity vibrates primarily in one or other of these ways, and the sentient body of the average human being is scarcely ever free from some mood, some fear, some excitement. This has provided a condition whereby the solar plexus center is abnormally developed. In the bulk of humanity, the sacral center and the solar plexus govern the life, and that is why desire for material living and for the sex life are so closely blended. The solar plexus in the animal is the brain and governs all the instinctual reactions, but is not so closely allied with the purely sex expression as it is in the human being. When the brain is becoming sensitive to the awakening mind and is not so entirely occupied with the mechanism which registers sensory impression, we shall have the orientation which will eventually raise the consciousness into those centers which lie above the diaphragm. The solar plexus will then again be relegated to its old function as a directing agent of the purely instinctual animal life. For the advanced pupil in the world, the solar plexus is largely the organ of psychic sensitivity and will remain so until the higher psychic powers supersede the lower and man functions as a soul. Then the sensory life will drop below the threshold of consciousness. The right use of energy. In considering the overcoming of wrong vibration and the right direction of astral energy, it might be of value here if we were very briefly to list the major energies which impress the human organism and circulate through the sentient body of man. 1. Energies passing and repassing through the sentient body of the planet itself. This is, in other words, the astral body of the spirit of the earth. This entity is not the planetary logos, but a being of great power on the involutionary arc, who holds the same relation to the planetary logos as the astral elemental does to the human being. Facts about this life will be found in the Treatise on Cosmic Fire. Its life is the aggregate of a vast number of lives, and those lunar pitris or lesser builders who constitute the sentient life of the personality aspect of the planetary logos, a more potent force for good and also for evil, as we use the word evil. Evil, per se, is non-existent, as is good in the sense of the pairs of opposites. Only in time and in space are there varying states of consciousness, producing differing outer effects. The energy of this involutionary life has a potent effect on that other tiny involutionary life which constitutes our astral elemental. The fact that protects from complete sensitive identification with this greater life is man's individuality and the potency of his rapidly coordinating personality. Man is an individual. He is the result of other factors, and the combination of these factors constitutes his protection from complete absorption in the planetary sentient life, as is the case with the animals. At death, man's astral body disintegrates and then its particles again constitute undifferentiated fragments of the great whole. 2. Certain astral energies, emanating from some planetary forms which as yet exist not in the form of physical planets, nor yet in the etheric realm, but which are enclosed within the ring-pass knot of our solar system. They represent, in the planetary sense, two groups of lives. First, those astral shells of decaying and disintegrating planets which are to be seen by the initiate, still revolving around our sun, but which are nevertheless fast disappearing. Our moon will join their number when the complete disintegration of the outer form has taken place. Second, the astral forms of those lesser solar lives on the evolutionary arc who are taking form slowly but have not yet taken an etheric body, and will never in this world period take a physical body. These two groups are the planetary correspondences to the reincarnating types of men, and to those who have passed over and are slowly shedding their bodies, prior to eventual rebirth, or who have completely vacated their shells. There are two of these astral forms in close proximity to our Earth, which are rapidly decomposing, if I may so term it, and yet have a very potent influence. On account of this close relation, they produce two types of desire or of astral tendency among men. One produces much of that instinctual tendency to cruelty which one sees in children and in certain types of men, and the other has an effect upon the sex life and produces some of those tendencies to perversions which cause so much difficulty now. Sadistic tendencies and sex perversions find much strengthening influence from these dying astral emanations. In ancient days they were still more potent, being closer to our Earth than now, hence the ritualistic cruelties and the horrors, for instance, of Sodom and Gomorrah. Their power is rapidly declining, and it should be remembered that they would have no power at all were there not in humanity itself certain instincts upon which these energies can work. It should also be remembered that in Lemurian times their influence was constructive, for in those days, The lesson of sex and the intelligent registering of pain had a place in the schemes of those who were endeavoring to lead animal man into human consciousness, not into soul consciousness or even into self-consciousness in those very early times. Close to our earth, on the road to rebirth, is a great life in process of taking etheric form. This life, being on the evolutionary arc and not constituting the life of a decaying shell, is having a real effect in the inauguration of the new age. This effect is twofold: through the emanations from the astral body of this great life, the work of breaking down the separative wall of individualism which demonstrates in men as selfishness and in nations as nationalism is carried forward. Through this rapidly integrating etheric body, this life is bringing the etheric body of our planet into a state of increased rapid vibration. Reference will be found in the treatise on cosmic fire to an avatar from Sirius who comes to bring about certain planetary effects. This life is not that avatar but is in the nature of a forerunner, of a Saint John the Baptist, who baptizeth with water, astral emanations, and the Holy Ghost. More information along these lines is not possible, but mention is made of it, as the energies coming from these two factors must be borne in mind. 3. Astral energies emanating from the new sign of the zodiac into which we are now entering, the sign Aquarius. This sign, that of the water carrier, is a living sign and an emotional sign. It will, through the effect of its potent force, stimulate the astral bodies of men into a new coherency, into a brotherhood of humanity which will ignore all racial and national differences and will carry the life of men forward into synthesis and unity. This means a tide of unifying life of such power that one cannot now vision it, but which, in 1,000 years, will have welded all mankind into a perfect brotherhood. Its emotional effect will be to purify the astral bodies of men so that the material world ceases to hold such potent allure, and may in its later stages bring about a state of exaggeration as potent in the line of sentiency as that which we have undergone in the line of materiality. The final stages of all signs produce overdevelopment of the factor on which they most potently work. At present the effect of this sign is constructive among the pioneers of the race, and destructive among the rank and file of humanity. Facts about the coming Aquarian age can be searched for in the current books on the subject, and it profits not for me to enlarge upon them here. 4. Faint emanations from the sacred heart of the sun, unrecognized by the masses but instantly calling forth response from the mystics of the race who are asserting increasingly a group integrity of a very real moment and interest. These emanations are too high to be sensed by humanity at large, but the mystics react and are drawn together by the sensing of the new vibration. Their work is then to step down the vibration so that its effects can be sensed in time by the foremost of the race. The work of this group of mystics must therefore inevitably grow, for the heart of the solar logos beats now in closer rhythm with this planet than has heretofore been the case, this not being a sacred planet. The love and thought of that divine life is turned towards this little daughter of a long-lost sun, as our planet is sometimes called in the occult books of the Great Ones. 5. Another mass emanation which sweeps the astral body of men into strenuous activity is the impulsive desire of the astral body of the fourth or human kingdom, viewing it as a whole, or as the expression of a life. This sentient body of humanity responds in an unrealist manner to all the four above types of astral energy and according to the caliber of the individual astral body, and according to the stage of development so will come response. It is in this fact that the roots of mass psychology and of mob rule lie. Also the roots of public opinion, so-called, are to be found here, but it will be long before the psychologists of the academic schools will recognize these four factors. It is with this type of sentient response that the leaders of men seek to work, molding the thoughts of men in order to awaken desire for this, that and the other. They work with this type of sentient matter without the least understanding of the situation, and without any comprehension of the factors with which they are dealing. They work magnetically if on the second ray, and with the inspiring of fear through destruction if on the first ray. If on the third ray, they use the law of expediency. Thus all three work with the astral bodies of men, and their capacity to succeed is dependent largely upon their own type of astral body, and its power to attract others who are sufficiently developed to respond with adequate sentiency and then to carry forward the good work. The man in the street is therefore the victim of the astral potency of those who drive him either for their own ends or for the good of his soul, for it works in both directions. 6. The astral life, or sensitive emanations of a man's surrounding family or friends. They affect him far more than he may credit, or he may affect them, according to which side is positive and which is negative. Everyone we meet, or contact, every person with whom we live or daily consort has an effect upon us, either for good or evil. They either stir up our emotional nature in a good and high sense, and so aid its work of reorientation, or they lower its standard so that progress is hindered and the work of drawing downwards towards materiality is carried forward. This we know well, and it is unnecessary for me to enlarge upon it here. 7. The emotional, astral sentient, equipment with which a man enters into life, which he utilizes, and which he builds as life progresses. Many a man is the victim of an emotional body which he has himself constructed as he responded to the energies of the groups enumerated above. The astral body reacts to all emanations of a sensitive character in 3 ways. A. Emotional. The astral body is swept into response of some kind to the emanations of the astral bodies, group bodies or individual, of those surrounding him. This phrase warrants careful study. B. Sensitive. There is always a registering of all impressions by the sensitive astral body, even if emotional response lacks, and disciples have to learn to distinguish carefully between the two. Sometimes when emotional reaction lacks, as generally understood, there is nevertheless a registering of the originating cause which sought to bring about an effect on the emotional body. C. Simple reaction. The registering or the refusal to register or respond to an impact, to an emotional impression. This can be either good or bad. In all 3 cases, one or other of the pairs of opposites is chosen and the choice depends upon the quality of the astral mechanism of the man concerned. A 4th method involves complete detachment from the emotional body altogether, and a complete capacity to isolate oneself from any sensory impression at will, in order to serve with greater efficiency and to love with greater intelligence. Forget not that in the last analysis, love and emotion are not the same. The practical question now arises, how is one to overcome the wrong vibration? First, it is necessary that one recognizes what wrong vibration is, and that one is able to register reaction. A vibration, an impulse, an emotion, a desire originate in a lower aspect of the form side. They differ from an emanation coming from the soul. The 2 impacts upon the sentient body must be recognized as different. The question has to be asked, is this reaction a response to personality life or is it a response to the soul consciousness? Does this impulse which seeks to sweep my sentient body into activity come from the divine life within me or is it coming from the form aspect in any of its manifestations? Does it cause my astral body to become active in such a way that those who are en rapport with me are hurt thereby or helped? Are they hindered or aided? A close study of one's emotional reactions brings one to the consideration of that basic characteristic which cannot be overemphasized in view of the world's present condition. Harmlessness. I tell you that the achieving of harmlessness in the positive sense, not in the negative, means the attainment of that step which leads definitely to the portal of initiation. When first mentioned, it sounds of small moment, and to bring the whole subject of initiation into such small account that it becomes unimportant. But let him who so thinks practice that positive harmlessness which works out in right thought, because based on intelligent love, right speech, because governed by self-control, and right action, because founded on an understanding of the law, and he will find that the attempt will call forth all the resources of his being and take much time to achieve. It is not the harmlessness that comes from weakness and sentimental loving disposition, which dislikes trouble because it upsets the settled harmony of life and leads to consequent discomfort. It is not the harmlessness of the little evolved negative impotent man or woman, who has not the power to hurt because possessing so little equipment wherewith damage can be done. It is the harmlessness that springs from true understanding and control of the personality by the soul that leads inevitably to spiritual expression in everyday life. It emanates from a capacity to enter into the consciousness and to penetrate into the realization of one's brother, and when this has been accomplished, all is forgiven and all is lost sight of in the desire to aid and to help. Response to wrong vibration will not be basically prevented by the methods of either building a shell or by insulation through the power of mantras and visualization. These two methods are temporary expedients by which those who as yet have somewhat to learn seek to protect themselves. The building of a shell leads to separativeness, as you well know, and necessitates the eventual overcoming of the habit of shell building, and a shattering and consuming of the shells already built. This latter can be more easily done than the overcoming of the habit. Automatically the building process goes on until finally the aspirant has built so many ramparts around himself that he can neither get out nor can any contacts be made with him. The process of insulation, which is a more advanced practice and calls for more magical knowledge, consists of the emanating of certain energies of the vital body in a particular direction, which serve to keep other energies at a distance through what is called impact. Through this impact upon approaching energies, they are reversed and sent in another direction. But those energies must go somewhere, and should they damage another person, is not the one who reversed their direction through a desire to protect himself responsible. The practice of harmlessness is the best and easiest way for the aspirant to work. There is then nothing in him which is inimical to any life in any form, and he therefore attracts to himself only that which is beneficent. He uses the beneficent forces thus attracted for the helping of other beings. This has to be the first step, and the discipline it entails and the constant supervision of all the activities on the three planes of human evolution and of all reactions bring the emotional body under the dominance of the illumined mind. They also bring about the understanding of one's fellow men. There is secondly, a later stage wherein the disciple learns to absorb and transmute the wrong vibrations and the energies which are destructive. He has no shells nor barriers. He does not insulate himself nor isolate himself from his brothers. Through harmlessness he has learnt to neutralize all evil emanations. Now he acts with a positiveness of a new kind. Definitely and with full awareness of what he is doing, he gathers into himself all the evil emanations, destructive energies, and wrong forces, and he breaks them up into their component parts and returns them whence they came, neutralized, impotent and harmless, yet intact in nature. You say that this is a hard teaching and conveys but little to the average aspirant. Such is ever the way in esoteric teaching, but those who know will understand, and for them I speak. Another method is still more advanced and is utilized by the initiate. Through a knowledge of the law and of certain words of power he can command the energies to reverse themselves and to return to their originating center. But with this method we have nothing to do. There must as yet be much practice in harmlessness and a close watch kept upon its application in the daily life. The right direction of astral energy can be summed up in its three aspects from the ancient Book of Rules, given to cellists of the entering degrees. All true esoteric schools begin with the control of the astral body, and the cella had to memorize and practice these three rules after he had made some real growth in the manifestation of harmlessness. Rule 1. Enter thy brother's heart and see his woe. Then speak. Let the words spoken convey to him the potent force he needs to loose his chains. Yet loose them not thyself. Thine is the work to speak with understanding. The force received by him will aid him in his work. Rule 2. Enter thy brother's mind and read his thoughts, but only when thy thoughts are pure. Then think. Let the thoughts thus created enter thy brother's mind and blend with his. Yet keep detached thyself, for none have the right to sway a brother's mind. The only right there is, will make him say, he loves. He standeth by. He knows. He thinks with me and I am strong to do the right. Learn thus to speak. Learn thus to think. Rule 3. Blend with thy brother's soul and know him as he is. Only upon the plane of soul can this be done. Elsewhere the blending feeds the fuel of his lower life. Then focus on the plan. Thus will he see the part that he and you and all men play. Thus will he enter into life and know the work accomplished. A note, appended to these 3 rules says, these 3 energies, of speech, of thought, and of purpose, when wielded with understanding by the Chela and blended with the awakening forces of his brother whom he seeks to aid, are the 3 energies with which all adepts work. It is almost impossible to translate these ancient formulas into adequate terms, but the above rough paraphrase will convey the idea to the illumined. These rules sum up the few thoughts which the average aspirant needs to grasp about the right direction of energy, and for which he is ready. The present and the future. Thus we have seen the place that the tiny sentient unit, employed by an individual human being, plays in relation to the great whole. We have noted the various forms which astral evolution assumes. We have also recorded some of the sources from which astral energy comes. We have found that each of us is immersed in a sea of sentient forces which have their effect upon us because, under the law, we have appropriated for our own use a portion of that universal energy, through the medium of which we are en rapport with the whole. One of the types of astral energy upon which we did not touch emanates, we are told, from the heart of the sun. I cannot, however, touch upon it at length owing to the inability of the human brain to understand it or the human heart to appropriate it until such time as the heart center is opened and functioning. This stream of living energy can nevertheless be sensed in a large way, though not as yet appropriated in its pure essence. We call it the love of God. It is indeed that free-flowing, outgoing, magnetically attractive force which leads each pilgrim home to the Father's house. It is that force which stirs in the heart of humanity and finds expression through the medium of world avatars, through the mystical yearning found in every human being, through all movements that have for their objective the welfare of humanity, through philanthropic and educational tendencies of every kind, and, in the natural world so-called, through the instinct of protective motherhood. But it is essentially a group sentiency, and only in the coming Aquarian age will its true nature find correct understanding and right appropriation. I touch on it here as it is one of the factors to be considered. Only those, however, whose hearts are opened and lifted up unto the Lord, will know whereof I speak. It is needless for us to concern ourselves with that which lies far ahead of the race. Immediate problems call for attention, problems which are personal or racial and which all concern the control of the astral vehicle. Opportunity is offered to demonstrate in chaos the potentialities of the ego or soul, and its capacity to control and dominate in its little sphere of influence. Therein lies for all aspirants at this time the peculiar effort of the coming days, and I would, for your guidance, make certain suggestions to be followed by you or not as deemed wise. We must remember that every aspirant is a focal point of energy and should be, in his place, a conscious focal point. In the midst of the whirl and storm he should make his presence felt. The law of action and reaction works here, and often the great ones, foreseeing the need of just such points of inner contact in periods of world unrest, such as the present, gather into certain localities those who are aspirants to service. They act as a balance and aid the general plan, and at the same time they themselves learn much-needed lessons. The effort on the part of all aspirants should not be to resist and repel the pressure or to fight and ward off. Such a method centers the attention upon the not-self and leads to added chaos. The effort should be along the lines of an endeavor to make contact with the higher self, and keep it stable and steady, and to be in such direct alignment that the force and power of the soul may be poured upon and through the lower threefold nature. This pouring through will bring about a steady radiation which will affect the surroundings exactly in proportion to the extent of the inner contact, and in direct relation to the clarity of the channel linking the physical brain to the causal body. The aspirant should also strive after that self-forgetfulness which merges itself in the good of those contacted. This self-forgetfulness refers to the lower self. Self-recollectedness and self-forgetfulness should be companions. The man who aims at providing a point of contact between conditions of chaos and those who work for constructive ends and order should likewise use that most necessary factor of common sense in all that he does. This involves always obedience to the law of economy of force, due to discrimination, and a true sense of values. Where these are present, time will be economized, strength will be husbanded, energy will be wisely distributed, excessive zeal will be eliminated, and the great ones will be able to depend upon an aspirant's sagacity and thus find a helper.